Oh, that's very good, Nick.
There we are. I thought I'd better change the substances
really
involved.
There was a rumour. First of all, good morning, and lovely to see you again, Nick, and always good to come down to Cardiff. There was a rumour going around that Pulp were going to appear actually at Glastonbury, because there was some doubt about the Arctic Monkeys, but they appeared and Pulp didn't. But it was a great weekend, thoroughly enjoyable. Bit too hot for me, Nick. There's not a lot of shade at Glastonbury.
It was a pretty roasting weekend, wasn't it?
But this looks a game as if, obviously coming to it late, but it looks as if Glamorgan are batting themselves into a decent position in the game.
Yeah, we thought that on the first evening, though, when Sussex was 65 for 1 overnight, and they lost 2 wickets without addition, and then slumped quite badly after that. Just one stand of any note, 61 between Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson for the 7th wicket. And then the last 3 wickets went in the space of 5 balls. So Glamorgan overnight are 46 without loss. Ul Hassan is 24 not out. Salter is 22 not out. And it will be Henry Shipley, the New Zealander, who bowled with quite hostile intent. Got a couple of early wickets, but was then a little bit more expensive after that compared to many of the Sussex bowlers. And Shipley to bowl from the River Taff end in quite gloomy light. Now, we don't have use of the floodlights here for championship games, and I would have thought it is approaching borderline.
It is gloomy, isn't it? And just sort of a hint of drizzle in the air. I'd have thought these would be quite bowler-friendly conditions this morning.
Here comes Shipley then, 6 overs for just 6 runs into Ul Hassan, who forwards, defends out on the offside. And there is no run. Of course, there is plenty on the BBC website about the independent report into the state of English and Welsh cricket by an independent commission, 44 recommendations with regard to combating racism, sexism, classism and elitism. I think a lot of the problems in the game have been highlighted over the last couple of years with the Azim Rafiq business. Shipley in to bowl, and Ul Hassan props forward and trickles out on the offside, and there's no run. So there's plenty of that on the BBC Sport website. It is a complex affair. Glamorgan and Cricket Wales have issued a response, something of a holding affair while they examine the report in detail. And you can read that on the various websites as well. As Shipley is in, right arm round, bowls to Ul Hassan, who drives into the offside, and that'll be the first run or runs of the day. They'll turn and comfortably come back for a couple of runs. 48 without loss. Glamorgan lead by 87.
Quite an aggressive field Sussex have got here this morning, Nick. I know there's only the 2 slips in place and a gully, but they've got that man in that close catching position at shortish mid-wicket as well. And I guess it's the difficult equation here for Sussex is that they'll want to take wickets, but they'll know that they can't afford to let Glamorgan get too big a lead here, and an even more adjustment of there's really everybody is in on the single or in a catching position bar the fine leg.
Yeah, looking to dry up the scoring rate as they did effectively last night, as Glamorgan have really just blocked out the last hour and a half. 27th over of the innings as Shipley is in, and Ul Hassan allows that one to go through to Ollie Carter. I'm surprised the umpires haven't. Maybe they have taken a light reading and judged it fit for play, but I think if the cloud gets any thicker and lower, then we might be in trouble. 48 for naught. Left-hander Ul Hassan faces up to Shipley and turns one on the leg side. It's well stopped at mid-wicket. Saying that Ul Hassan born in Pakistan, went to the Worcestershire Academy and then went through a process of trying to get a gig, playing lots of second 11 trialist cricket over the last couple of years, and was helped by the South Asian Cricket Academy, an organisation that helps to give people of Asian background another chance, another leg up into the game if they've missed out for any reason. Shipley in to bowl, and I think Ul Hassan played inside that one deliberately as it went through to Ollie Carter, whose luxuriant locks bounce around as he heads back down the wicket. 2 runs off the first over, 48 for naught.
Yes, very grateful to my colleague Andrew Rayburn, who may be listening. He's on his way back to Sussex this morning. So thank you, Andrew, for stepping in for a couple of days. He was telling me last night there was quite a big appeal. Nathan McAndrew had a big appeal. I can't forget. I think it might have been Salter.
Yeah. Yes, there were. Was it? There was a big appeal against him. I'm not sure if it was McAndrew or Carvelis. Anyway, I can't really read my own notes on that. But yes, they thought they'd had Salter caught behind, and Salter indicated that the ball had brushed his thigh rather than the bat, and the umpire agreed, and there was an exchange of opinion.
Yeah, as often there is. Well, it's going to be Ari Carvelis who's going to open the bowling from this end of the ground, running away from us, coming into bowl to the right-handed Andrew Salter. 2 slips and a gully, he's in and bowls, and Salter is carefully forward and plays to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Shipley, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a gully, there's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance at the far end of the ground. Tom Haynes is fielding at mid-off, he shines the ball on his jumper and tosses the ball to Ari Carvelis, who turns just down in front of us. And Nick was saying, on a grey overcast morning in Cardiff, he's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump. Just a hint of swing away from the right-handed Salter. I guess you've discussed it quite a lot, Nick, over the last couple of days, the Kookaburra ball, and whether it's had a huge impact on the game.
All the players have said it goes soft a bit more quickly than the Duke, and there isn't much life in it after around about this mark, when the 28th over. They're talking about maybe the 30 over mark, but that's true to a certain extent of the Duke ball as well.
Carvelis in again, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, and Salter just lets that one go through to keeper Carter, and again there is no run.
It's interesting, from the after day one, McAndrew said, "Oh yes, it's completely different. Of course, we're used to it from Australia."
Yeah.
And Billy Root said, having been Glamorgan's top scorer, didn't particularly notice it. From his point of view, that it seemed a little bit lighter off the bat, but he didn't particularly notice it. It's a combination of ball and wicket, I think, and we're not quite sure of the proportions.
Carvelis. Oh no, he pads up and he's bowled him. And the breakthrough for Sussex, well, he padded up. I thought for a moment that it hit the pad, and I was waiting for an LBW appeal, but it's a complete misjudgment by Andrew Salter, who's bowled by Ari Carvelis, and Glamorgan lose their first wicket of the morning, 48 for 1, and Salter on his way without adding to his overnight score. A complete misjudgment. He let that go and it hit the top of the off stump.
Well, that is a very disappointing way for Andrew Salter to get out in this role as emergency opener. So he's managed 22 in both innings, and really a gift to the Sussex attack. That one did come back in off the pitch. So it's obviously, had it gone straight on, it would have missed the off stump, but clattered into the top of off, and Salter was left disbelieving on his way. So as yesterday, early wickets. Sussex, in fact, didn't score until the 30th ball of the day yesterday, by which time they'd already lost a couple of wickets. So it is tough going early on, as Tom Bevan, who is on a pair, comes in. This is his second championship game. He played one last September in which he made 48 in his only innings, but he was trapped leg before by Shipley in the first innings, which seems quite a long time ago. June, the tea lady, tweeted her appreciation of the commentary yesterday. Thank you, June. Thought we gave them 40 runs bowling. Were we protecting main seamers for a blast in the second innings, i.e. Glamorgan? I think there's an acknowledgement that you can't flog the frontline seamers to death, and Tim van der Hoogtens has a heavy workload, apart from his brief spell out injured, so I think they are conscious of not overusing him. Proper cricket, I put in my report, tongue-in-cheek. Proper when it's the opposition, says Neil G. 4 to 5 runs and over. I don't think there's, from Glamorgan, please, I don't think there's much prospect of that happening today somehow. I think it's attritional was our key word from yesterday. Bald Sussex says they need to score more quickly as tomorrow doesn't look like a full day because of rain. Well, it might do, it might not.
Tom Bevan is the new man in the right hand, faces Ari Carvelos. Carvelos in bowls, and Bevan is stoutly forward, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
The other item of cricketing news on the field is that England have made one change for the second test, with Josh Tongue, the Worcestershire seam bowler, replacing Moeen Ali. Gerontius says they'll be praying they win the toss and bowl first, otherwise they'll be relying on Root to bowl big overs on the 4th or 5th day.
Comes Carvelos bowls and driven. That's a lovely looking shot by Tom Bevan. What a lovely way to get off the mark. Over pitch from Ari Carvelos, and driven away very pleasantly indeed through mid-off for a boundary. Nice way to get off the mark. Bevan goes to 4 and Glamorgan 50 is up. 52 for 1. Al Hassan on 26. Bevan on 2-4. Does the lead show on the scoreboard?
Yes, it's just below the time on the top right.
Thank you. Yeah, I can see it now. Big letters. Lead is 91 for Glamorgan. That's an interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people thought maybe Mark Wood might play in this test, but obviously they've given it to Tongue, who bowled very well at Lords in the game against Ireland a few weeks ago. So maybe that's the. I saw some photographs of the wicket. It looked a bit green at Lords yesterday. Right. So whether that's the reason for playing more seamers than spinners. Ollie Robinson's got a really good record at Lords. Certainly in championship games for Sussex, so I think a lot could depend on the toss tomorrow.
In comes the start of a new over from Shipley, and Al Hassan defends it on the offside, and there is no run. Looking back at the Glamorgan Worcestershire game, well, it wasn't Tongue at his best because he didn't take a wicket in a Glamorgan total of 258 and was rather outshone by Leach, Waite and Finch on that occasion.
Yes.
So he didn't show his skills in Cardiff, that's for sure. Shipley in. Al Hassan gets a bit tangled up. There's a howl for leg B4, but judging by the shot that Al Hassan was trying, it was probably going down leg side, you suspect.
Well, he was the game that Sussex played against Worcester. Steve Smith played in that game. Now Josh Tongue got him out LBW for 30 in the first innings. I don't think Steve Smith was desperately impressed by the decision, and that was his only knock because it was rained off on the Saturday. That was Coronation Weekend.
Shipley bowls. Al Hassan is forward, playing out on the offside, and there is no run. Interesting you mentioned the LBW decision against Steve Smith. We had James Harris on commentary and referred to that in passing, and James had a bit of a grin on his face. I think he thought he was fortunate to get the decision against Smith. No, is that one or two umbrellas up at the far end? Yes. Shipley bowls, and Al Hassan is beaten by that one. A ball that climbed. That's a rare bit of bounce on this pitch, to be honest. Shipley, a tall man, banged that one in short, and Al Hassan managed just about to get his bat out the way, though whether it was actually in time, I'm not sure. I saw Neil Bainton just having a sort of good look around at the clouds then. You're right, there was one or two umbrellas up. There's a bit of rain in the air now, I think. Yeah. So we could be in for a short delay, I fear. It is a small crowd. as Ul Hassan drives into the offside, and it's fielded by the orange flash boots of Finn Hudson-Prentice at point.
Sussex have also made a comment on their website, Nick, about the report. He says, over the coming days, the board's CEO and senior leadership team will read and digest the findings, or they'll make a further, more thorough statement. Sussex Cricket is committed to ensuring that cricket is a game for everyone. There is no place for discrimination in our society. That's on the Sussex website this morning.
As Shipley is into bowl, and another appeal for LBW. They'll go through for a leg by this time as it runs out towards square leg. Now a bit of movement from the umpires. It's the end of the over. Are they taking up positions or having a look at conditions? I think there's a bit of drizzle in the air.
Yeah.
As we stare out the side of the window, the window in front of us is slightly on the grubby side, but looking through the gap, I think you can see some light rain highlighted against the trees.
We're going to carry on for the time being, and Ari Carvelos is going to change the angle of his attack. The first time this morning he's bowled to Zain Al Hassan. 2 slips and a gully. There's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. He has a red umbrella down at the far end of the ground, which has been put up as in comes Ari Carvelos, bowls to Al Hassan, who plays that into the offside. There is no run. He's in his 8th over, Ari Carvelos. He's taken 1 for 17. He's picked up the 1 wicket this morning out of Andrew Salter, who, a misjudgment, looking to leave a ball outside of his off stump. But it hit the top of off. He was on his way momentarily. I thought it hit the pad. I was waiting for a big LBW shout because it did look very straight.
Tom Alsop got out the same way.
Padding up, or letting the ball go. Carvelos comes in, bowls, and that's nudged or edged by Al Hassan into the slip cordon, fielded by Tom Clark on the bounce. It wasn't a chance. But batting doesn't look desperately easy this morning, Nick. I just wonder whether this cloud cover and maybe a bit of drizzle around, it might not be a bad morning to be bowling.
Indeed, you'd expect Sussex to make some progress today, and or in this session in particular, and maybe Glamorgan need to look at a more positive mindset, possibly.
In comes Carvelos again, bowls. Al Hassan is forward, solidly placed down the onside of the track. And there is no run. I saw there was a long team talk this morning, the Sussex guys just down in front of us. Grant Flower was very much in the middle of that talk. You'd have thought maybe with the conditions that this is perhaps Sussex's opportunity to try and fight themselves back into this match, because a lead of 92 is an appreciable lead. Carvelos makes his way in again, bowls and let go by Al Hassan, and I wonder if that swung a long way, Nick, because Ollie Carter is taking that diving away down the leg side.
Yeah, quite a lot after it had passed the wicket. I think there is something of a natural angle, isn't there, with the the right armour coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Shipley's got Carvelos has got a grin on his face, but difficult one for Carter to take as well with that late swing, until Hassan will have to be very careful about his leaves.
Yeah, and that was a good leave. Carvelos in again, bowls, and Hassan is forward on this occasion, well pitched up by Ari Carvelos, and perhaps noticeable here this morning. Clearly I wasn't here yesterday, but these two, Ari Carvelos and Henry Shipley, at the moment are bowling very much wicket to wicket, not giving an awful lot to hit, and they're making the batters play. I think it's got a bit lighter actually, Nick, in the last couple of moments, unless my eyes deceive me a little. The umbrella is still up at the far end. Well, one is up and one is down. Precautionary. Yeah, but the ground stuff don't seem to be sort of bringing on the covers imminently. He comes to Carvelos, but that kept a little low. And Al Hassan did very well. Now that was, he played it into the slip cordon. Tom Clark then threw the ball at the stumps. He missed. So much ado about nothing, but my feeling was that just kept a little low. End of the over. And a maiden over from Ari Carvelos. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 17. Glamorgan are 73 for 1 in their second innings. Al Hassan on 26. Tom Bevan is on 4, a lead of 92. And I can see there is at least one umbrella up. But now it's coming. It's sort of up, now it's down. It's coming.
they're having a think about it, the
Yes.
spectators. They're certainly
Down. There we go.
not rushing for cover,
No.
those who don't have umbrellas around. But it is pretty gloomy still out there. Slightly less so than it was 5 minutes ago, maybe, as Shipley starts a new over and Bevan leaves outside off stump. Bevan played his first team games in all formats last summer, most impressive of which was a knock of 134 in the one-day game against Hampshire at Neath. Made 48 in his only championship innings last year, and a couple of T20 matches without making too much impression. High scored 21. Bevan plays that one on the leg side, and there's no run. Product of Millfield School, born in Cardiff, 23 years old. Sort of came back into the Glamorgan system, having been on the fringes for a while. Been playing national counties cricket for half a dozen years or so. But he's still only 23 years old, so plenty of time to develop. As he's edged that one, and I think it carried to Slip, who got a hand to it. He'll pick up a couple of runs, Bevan, but he was nearly back on his way there. Now, did that carry? I thought it did initially.
Yes, it was low to his right. I mean, Tom Clark is probably the best fielder in the Sussex side. Let's just see this again.
No, it didn't.
Short.
There we are. Bounce short.
Yeah.
No missed opportunity, but we've seen a couple of edges that have been controlled short of the slips. It was noticeable that when Bevan himself was fielding at slip on one occasion yesterday, he actually wore a helmet. He was so close. And now the Sussex trio are creeping closer, noticeably third slip Coles in the superfluous sun hat. Shipley is in to bowl to Bevan, who plays it into the offside, thinks about a single and then thinks better of it, as Hudson Prentice does the fielding.
Just thought for a moment there, umpire Bainton was wandering and looking at the clouds again, but I think it's got a little lighter, Nick, which is the good news.
Yeah, if they didn't come off at that earlier stage, then they'll stay on at the moment. No umbrellas visible at the moment. But
So even the red one's gone down,
no.
That's good.
Shipley in to bowl. Bevan drives nicely through the offsides and will get 4 runs out through the cover point area. Beats Hudson Prentice, the man at point, and runs away to the boundary. And Bevan is in double figures. He's on 15. He's on 10, and Glamorgan 59 for 1. And the lead now is 98 here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Sport Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. Also available via the Glamorgan and Sussex County websites with the video stream.
Nice shot, wasn't it? And I think from a Henry Shipley point of view, they'll be pleased to see that Bevan's he's happy to take on the drive, but that was a beautiful shot through the covers.
Well, from the little I've seen of Bevan so far, you get the feeling that he's happier taking the attack to the bowlers, but he's defending that one into the offside. Last ball of the over, which yielded 6 runs. 59 for 1 Glamorgan, but we're through 31 overs. If you are just joining us, Glamorgan this morning losing the wicket of Andrew Salter, bowled off stump, playing no shot to Harry Carvelis for 22.
I just saw the Sussex lads running in between the overs there, and I looked with some trepidation at the over rate, but I can see it's +4, so they're okay on the over rate. The lead now 98, as Nick was saying, so Sussex have picked up the 1 wicket here this morning. Harry Carvelos claiming the scalp of Andrew Salter, who let a ball go outside which he thought was going past his off stump, but it was a misjudgment by the Glamorgan opener. Carvelos in again, running away from us round the wicket, bowls to Al Hassan, who's forward, placed a mid on, and there is no run. He doesn't bowl with express placed as Harry Carvelos, but he does. He just moves the ball around a little bit. He bowls a good line around about middle and off, and he's just bowling a very tight line here this morning. 2 slips still in place and a gully. And those 3 men saving one on the offside, a mid on a mid-wicket. The only man out in the deep is a fine leg. As in comes Carvelos bowls. Lovely looking shot by Al Hassan, who plays very straight to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Overcast morning here in Cardiff, and you'd think, looking at the cloud, that these would be really favourable bowling conditions. Just to let you know, the Sussex email address is up and running if you're listening down in the south coast and you want to send an email through. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you throughout the day, as Carvelos is in bowls, and it's a good leave by Zain Al Hassan. That was on go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Tom Alsop applauds from first slip. A couple of interesting signings for Sussex since I was last commentating, having missed the last couple of games. Chris Wright joining from next season, and Danny Lamb joining from Lancashire, also at the end of the season. In comes Carvelos, bowls. I think he was beaten. We'll look at the replay. My feeling was that he just made a late attempt to play that, did Zain Al Hassan. Let's just get a view on that. Oh yes, he did. He definitely played. And the ball goes through into the gloves of Carter, and there is no run. I'm not sure where the weather's coming from, but I'm looking out to the right, so out to the left of the comment. It does seem to be, the cloud looks to be quite low in that direction.
That's the usual direction of travel. Winds may vary, of course.
Carvelos again bowls, and the sun is struck. I thought a little high. He looked disappointed, Eric Carvelos. But the ball bounced out on the leg side. I got the feeling it wasn't a desperately convincing shout, to be honest.
Good stride in, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did. I think that's going down the leg side.
There's too many variables there. That distance forward down the wicket.
No, I agree. And, Carvelos is coming around the wicket. Now, there's a change in the field. The mid-wicket, that's Henry Shipley, is going about 3/4 of the way to the boundary on the leg side. Carvelos. Pitch is up, let go by Al Hassan. Good leave by the opener, who's looked very composed this morning. He remains on 26. Glamorgan 59 for 1 at the end of another Carvelos maiden. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17 for Ari Carvelos. Zain Al Hassan is on 26. Tom Bevan is on 10. The lead is 98. The umpire's just having a little look towards the skies, but I think we're going to be okay for the time being. And it's going to be Henry Shipley who's going to carry on from the River Taff end of the ground.
So he's been tight so far. The bowlers generally have had the upper hand in this game. 59 for 1, Glamorgan still leading by 98. Can they claw their way up to 250, 300 sort of lead? As Bevan leaves outside off stump, and there's no run. It has not been an advert for brighter crickets in the last day or so, this game.
No,
but it's been fascinating to watch. But a gritty old struggle rather than top class entertainment, really. One for the aficionados.
Absolutely.
Now Coles has actually got the helmet on to field at third slip at the moment, as Bevan drives but doesn't time it, or doesn't pierce the field anyway, because he's hit it straight at cover where Carson did the fielding. You get the feeling the ball just doesn't come very hard off the bat with this Kookaburra ball.
Yeah. It's the sound as well, isn't it? It just sounds a bit clunky. Doesn't sound like that sweet sound that comes right out of the middle of the bat.
There's Shipley into bowl to Bevan. Good ball, dug out well by the batter. Sent it to mid-on. No run. You see the point of the experiment, to get English and Welsh players used to playing with a different ball occasionally, but whether this ball will behave the same way to replicate Australian or other overseas conditions, you do wonder.
Is the Kookaburra used in every other country, Nick, or something I don't know, to be honest?
Not sure. More than Australia, certainly. as that. Oh, that's shot by Bevan off an inside edge down onto his pad, and he's fortunate that it rolls towards slip rather than towards his stumps. So Glamorgan have only added 13 runs this morning for the loss of Andrew Salter's wicket. A rather self-inflicted wound, I'm afraid. Umpire Bainton at the far end in this second innings, as Bevan plays defensively on the onside, and Sussex are keeping up their vocal levels, you've got to say that, for this first half hour.
Benjamin Cook's been in touch. Hi Benjamin, he says, morning Adrian. He says, I fear anything over 200 will be a tough chase on this pitch. I'm just wondering what your opinion on the whole of the Aussie Press v Ollie Robinson battle after the first test. Strikes me a big fuss about nothing and a bit pot kettle black from the Aussies. But maybe that's my Sussex England bias.
Shipley in to bowl to Bevan, who fiddles at that one and is lucky not to edge it through to the keeper. So another tidy over, another maiden over passes by, as so many have in the past day or so. The conditions are getting gloomier again. It looks to be filling in slightly, and
way to the left, it's definitely filled in. Little bit of drizzle
around at the moment. I'm trying not to say rain in the air, because where else is rain apart from in the air?
Benjamin goes on to say, Ollie's always been a tough competitor for Sussex, and the same with England. Hopefully he has the last laugh by continuing his great form at Lords. I'm going to make way for Ed Bevan in a moment. I need to do an update as Ari Carvelos begins another over. The Cathedral end, Indian bowls Let's Go by Zain Al Hassan outside the off stump, and there is no run. I shall disappear, and we'll continue the Ollie Robinson debate a little later on.
So Adrian will be back at approximately midday, 1200 hours BST, although it's not very summery out there today. Carvelis, right arm around the wicket to Al Hassan on 26 not out, and he remains there as that's played back to the bowler. Few frogs in throats this morning as well. Glamorgan crawling along still at 1.77 runs per over. Al Hassan has faced 101 balls now for his 26 not out, and Carvelis is in to bowl to him, and he's defending that one on the offside. I think the bowlers on both sides have worked out that if you bowl straight, the ball is not coming off the bat very much.
No, because as you mentioned earlier, Nick, it's the slowness of the pitch. We've been saying for the past few days that if you drive a little bit too hard at it, it'll go up in the air and get caught. We saw caught and bowled, a few caught on the drive, so you could be very careful and watchful.
Carvelis in to Al Hassan, who's defending that one out on the offside, back to the bowler.
And you can afford to be like this because, well, we say there's 2 days left, but I was on the verge of ringing you up this morning and say, look, is there any point in you coming for the first hour? Because driving up from West Wales, it was horrible. Pouring down with rain as far as Bridgend, and foggy and misty, horrible. I hope it's not following me up.
Not so far. Carvelis continues this testing spell, and Al Hassan drives, and he's played that reasonably well, but it still never looked like beating the fielder.
No, and just as well, if it was this the last day, they'd be saying, well, yeah, good, you're defending well, but you've got to try and score runs. But at the moment, and if they only knew there was 2 dry days, fine to go on like this. Bevan will not hang about, as you well know.
Carvelis to Al Hassan, turns that one on the leg side down to fine leg for a single. 60 for 1, the lead is 99, just the single off the over. Gareth Jones has tweeted, Nick Webb 2017 is my Twitter handle. Based on conditions this morning and weather forecast, what target will Glamorgan be looking to set Sussex? Well, as Swepson said last night. I think anything 250, they'd fancy their chances. 300 would be very demanding indeed for the visitors.
I can't see Glamorgan, with all respect.
They won't declare. No, they won't.
They're not going to declare.
No, they won't declare.
Because going at this rate, which is, what are they going, about 1.76 runs and over, you've just got to try and play, get runs. That's the occupation of the crease.
Yeah.
Turning to other things, Nick, what a surprise England side. Never thought that would happen, would you? Josh Tongue.
Well, he made some impression against Ireland, but he didn't hear a mention to Adrian.
Start of another over as Hassan defends a delivery from Shipley, which just gets up a little on him. Who would have said, you might have said Wokes, you might have said Wood, you might have said Moeen Ali. All the fuss was he's fit again, he's raring to go. And McCullum said if he's fit, he's going to play.
Well, there's fit and fit, isn't there? I mean, his finger might be all right now, but they might think, well, if he has to bowl another
40 overs,
whatever, then it's going to go again.
Shipley coming around the wicket, and as you say, Hassan gets into a good position there. He thrusts that right foot, gets his head right over the ball, and he has played in a couple of games. There were some delightful left-handed shots, I call it, through the offside, the cover drive. But he's probably been told by his coach, now just try and hang on in there, because if this ball does go a little bit soft, then you can climb in. Back down he comes again. Shipley bowling well here on a length, but it isn't so much the ball, as we kept on saying, it's the pitch. It's a little bit unpredictable.
Yeah, I just wonder whether it's a combination of the two, and you think if the ball's gone soft, how difficult is it going to be to score at any point today, even if the leading bowlers do have to take a blow. They've got McAndrew still to come on. Shipley
round the wicket, River End is bowling, and that evades them, and they're 4 runs down to third man. Good delivery. It was nowhere near a chance. It bounced before, but Sussex can ill afford to give 4 runs away in the position that they are, because the lead now has gone up to over 100. It's 103 for 1, effectively.
And, between second and third, that one.
Yeah. I'm not going to start banging on about third man, but it saves 3 runs, Nick, doesn't it? You know, and what can you take away? Is he going to score around the wicket? Because there's a cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Take 1 away. Shipley in, bowls left by the batsman, and goes through to Carter.
There have been very few genuine shots in anger this morning. I think the Bevan drive through cover point is about all we've seen, really, and his off drive as well. So he's played a couple of nice shots.
Well, that's the way he's going to play. You remember that innings he played in the one-day game at Neath last year, when he got about 140 all out, and that attack was a pretty good one, because it had Keith Barker, etc. in it, and that's the way Tom Bevan will play. Shipley bowls. Hassan goes forward, plays it up to mid-on, and of a pretty good over, although there were 4 runs off it. And it might be a good thing that Glamorgan have Bevan coming in now and thinking, well, he's not going to block many. If he does attack and he gets away with it, all well and good.
Yeah, North East is a player capable of playing at any sort of tempo, really. I believe that's the former Glamorgan player Roger Davis spotted in the crowd there. Yeah, member of the '69 Championship side, and one of the more regular attenders of that vintage here.
Good man is Roger. I was with him last Friday in a funeral for another former Glamorgan player, Lawrence Williams, who was a very, very effective seam bowler. Took over 1,000 wickets, can you believe it, in the South Wales Cricket Association, and nearly 400 first-class wickets for Glamorgan. And there was a good turnout of former Glamorgan players there, it must be said.
McAndrew is into the attack from this Cathedral Road end on this grey Overcast morning in Cardiff. The
November morning.
could be, couldn't it? Looking overhead, it's still reasonable temperatures.
Is that a song? November morning.
Will be if you write it, Edward. McAndrew in to bowl. Bevan on the back foot pushes into the offside, but too close to Carson to risk a single.
64 for 1 in 35 overs. Back we go to the attritional cricket. Is this again a mirror of the first day and the second day? Yesterday we didn't have a run until about 25 past 11. Somebody padding up, having his off pole removed. Same thing happened this morning.
Yep, day 1 300 runs. Looks like a luxury now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
McAndrew bowls to Bevan, who's hit on the pad as he looks to turn it on the leg side. And there is no run. It's which Seamick attack can keep its discipline better. And I was impressed by Glamorgan, who bowled, the saying is, as a unit, better probably than they have on most occasions this season.
Better than they bowled without Nisa, that is, because Nisa has been outstanding. We're not going to see him again. That isn't official, but I think I'd put my 5p on that.
As McAndrew is in to bowl, and Bevan turns one away on the leg side and will go through for a quick single despite the oohs and ahs. It was something of an inside edge, but it was safe enough as Shipley does the fielding. Single taken, 65 for 1, the lead 104. Swepson, who I chatted to briefly last night, clarified that he is expecting to be here for the next 3 championship games, so those played in July.
Exactly, because as we know, so there'll be no Labuschagne, there'll be no Nisa, there'll be no Swepson, so they've got to find somebody, as they did last year with Shubman Gill and AJ Patel.
Yeah, well, I presume that Ingram will be available for September.
Yeah, but he's got to have a bowler, surely.
You need a bowler if they're in contention, as they need to be. As forward comes Ul Hassan to McAndrew, bowling around the wicket, defending. And the ball is just dribbling off the bat, isn't it? It's just not going anywhere. It doesn't sound normal. Which is...
and they say, your interviews in the past 2 nights, they say it goes soft. Well, the kookaburra does go soft. It doesn't go out soft in Australia, simply, and I heard you talking to Adrian, because the wickets are so hard, they're so bouncy out there. You know, in Perth you can leave off a length.
McAndrew to Ul Hassan, who's forward defending. And there is no run. There's only playing 2 out of the 4 matches in Division 2 at the moment. They are in action at Leicestershire, where the runs continue. Leicestershire, who are losing some of their leading players at the end of the season. They're 365 for 5 in reply to Durham's 517 for 6, and one of those leaving, Colin Ackerman, is on 109 not out. He's heading north to Durham.
With Parkinson.
As is Parkinson, indeed. And Wright heading south to Sussex.
Do you know, Nick, that I think he will be the first to play for a 5th county, Chris Wright?
There must be a few who've played for 5 overseas players.
I'm talking about British players. I remember Trevor Jesty, who played. He played for 4, and Chris Wright, I think. Well, let's think: Middlesex, Essex, Warwickshire, and Leicestershire, if I'm right. And he will move on to Sussex by the Sea.
So it's his 5th county. That's correct. It is his 5th county.
Of another one at the moment. Apart, of course, from the likes of our good friend Marcus North.
Yeah, a lot of the Australians and maybe 1 or 2 West Indians have probably played for a lot.
Yes, Shipley, then coming over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Bevan, posed the first ball of the over at him, and Bevan has hooked that, and I think the fielder lost his. He's going to get 4 runs. Short, good-looking shot. Well,
there's a shot to catch it, and a dive from fine leg.
I didn't think he saw it, to be honest. He was diving all over the place.
Don't think he got particularly near it, but it was in the air for a while.
So my namesake, as we said, he won't hang around. He'd play the shots. If he gets out, he'll say, well, that's the way I play. But if he does get in, he's a very, very punishing player. How old is he? 23?
23, yeah. So some slightly later than most coming through, but
he's on
very promising.
15. Here he comes again, Shipley. This is a shorter delivery, and it's played off the back foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run.
And Glamorgan need to develop their top 3 strengths, don't they? Because it's something they have been short of numbers, as evidenced by the fact that with Lloyd and Byram injured, you've got Ul Hassan and Salter doing their best to open the batting. They've made reasonable starts in the last couple of matches.
They have, and you only have to sympathise in a way with them, but give them credit. They put on 80 and 40 somewhere. I think it was up at Durham. Shipley bowls, Bevan is forward, plays defensively. Yes, David Lloyd has been missed, as Ed Byron. Just to change the subject, good morning to Sandra. Sandra is the mother of Jack, one of the assistants who works on the stream here. She always sends cakes, and we had some brownies. Have you had one?
No, I haven't.
Absolutely superb. So if you do listen, Sandra, thank you very much indeed. Again, as Shipley comes in this gloomy weather, and it's left by Bevan outside the off stump. We had drizzle cake yesterday. Is it, what do you call it, drizzle cake?
Lemon drizzle.
Lemon drizzle.
Yeah.
But you don't eat these things because you want to lose weight.
I had half a piece of the Glamorgan chocolate cake offering, which was provided by the club for our tea benefit. World Cup qualifiers continuing in a pace in Zimbabwe. Sri Lanka 245 all out against Scotland.
Shipley bowls to Bevan. Bevan defends. He's not pitching it up now or pitching anything really short, because Bevan will climb into them. He's 15. Hassan is 31 of 114 balls. And Glamorgan have a useful lead of 108.
Ireland against UAE. Ireland made 349 for 4 in their 50 overs. Paul Stirling got 162 of them.
That'd be worth watching. Last ball of the over. Shipley bowls and appealing for everything. That was going down, leg stump from here. And they go through for a leg by. End of the over, Glamorgan are 69 for 1, 70 for 1, 109 for 1 in real money. Going back to that conversation, Nick, you were having with Adrian just before I came on, I now see in this morning's paper that Jim Maxwell, it's a good friend, I know Jim for many years, the doyen of Australian cricket commentators, has had a go and said that Johnny Bairstow should never be keeping wicket for England, that he's too big, he's not for it, folks should be there. And our own Mr. Labuschagne has said that Joe Root rather gave it away in the test match, and he shouldn't be doing things like that. Well, I can only say how many runs did Root get and how many runs did Marnus get. It's getting a little bit silly.
Here comes McAndrew, and Bevan slashing at that one outside off stump that keeps low. He's right on Joe Root giving it away, though, isn't he?
He is right, but please, just...
it's happened over the years, hasn't it? There's always been this chatter around an Ashes series. I think it's just that there's probably more social media these days, so you can read people's remarks straight away rather than wait for the newspaper. So it all gets intensified a bit, and most of it's...
Just go out and play.
McAndrew is into Bevan, who leaves at the last minute.
Did a Labuschagne leave.
That was a Labuschagne leave, wasn't it? Swishy little leave.
Yeah.
It looks like a pull shot. But I didn't like Robinson's send-off to Khawaja.
Not the language that he used
in that language. The
young kids watching.
And Khawaja, as we know from his brief spell here, is a polite chap. is not the sort to lead the effing and jeffing.
And then you had Mark, what's his name? Matthew Hayden joining in, Justin Lange, Ricky Ponting.
Another slash by Bevan. He's going after anything wide of the stumps and didn't make contact there. McAndrew beat him outside the off stump.
I wouldn't criticise him for playing like that, because you got the prop and cop here, one looking for runs and the other just making sure that you don't lose too many wickets.
No, well, Matthew Maynard as a coach is a believer as in players doing what works best for them rather than some sort of imposed team plan you will bat this way. McAndrew bowls and Bevan leaves.
What a player he was. You talk about that. I remember many years ago when Derbyshire were down here nicking a championship match and Glamorgan facing a rather useful attack which included 1M holding, and they were 8 for 4. Matthew would come in his usual spot at number 4, and that wonderful shot that he played, Boycott played it, you know, that thing outside the off stump. He hit holding for 2 4s and went on to get a big score and played the most wonderful innings. So he is, as coach, not going to tell Tom Bevan to hold back, is he?
Quite. 70 for 1. Glamorgan crawling along. 109 the lead. McAndrew into Bevan, and he's cleaned him up there. The bails go flying. Bevan has been bowled for 15. Glamorgan 70 for 2, and the batting struggles continue in this match. Bevan was just beaten by a ball that was too good for him there. He was looking to play defensively, and a little
gap, wasn't it?
Little gap, and the ball coming back a little bit, and it was just good enough to hit the top of the off stump from McAndrew. So the bails go flying for the second time at that end today. Salter was bowled by Carvelis for 22. Bevan, as Dr. Hignell says, bowled by McAndrew for 15. Glamorgan 70 for 2. Lead by 109, and even a 200 lead in these conditions is looking quite a long way away. And you ask who's actually going to get set. Glamorgan with a load of capable batters to come, but it's looking really hard work out there, isn't it? That's 25 for 2 effectively this morning.
And Sussex staying in contention here. They're bowling well, they're seamers, and determined not to give runs away. Batting is not easy, because you can get a ball, as they say, with your name on it. One might shoot along the ground or not come on to you, or all sorts of things. And I think it could come to the likes of the captain Kieran Carlson, who is not, again, he's far superior player to Tom Bevan, but in the same vein that he does loosen fast anything like that, loose deliveries, he will go after and take a chance. But they do bat down to number 8, which is a bonus, because you've got Sam North East, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, who's top scored with 60 odd in the first innings, and Chris Cook and Van der Gooten at number 8. So it is batting, but it's not easy on a pitch which is doing quite a bit and taking some spin. Glamorgan, of course, have an Australian test leg spinner in their ranks, so it could be turning out to be a very absorbing finish to this game, which could go either way, because the lead, and Glamorgan will be grateful, is 109 as Sam North East takes guard.
I'd be surprised, Edward, if this game is actually sort of going on into at least the final session tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I thought you were say today.
No,
I am with you. That
we may well progress significantly today. The difficulty that batters are having may well be into the fourth innings, I suspect. The Glamorgan will do their best to batters just as long as possible, as McAndrew is fiddling with his studs. He's tightening up the studs on the both boots. He's got one of those little metal implements out there. I've no idea what they're called.
No, I'm looking away to the Caerphilly mountain, and good news, because A, we can see it, And B, it's brightened up, is also brightened up. And I heard somebody on the radio saying, I'm phoning in from Totnes or somewhere in Devon, a glorious day. Well, it's not all that, it's over the channel, and perhaps it's drifting this way. Let's hope so.
We could do with a bit of brightness, although the Sussex bowlers may disagree.
Well, we've had some brightness, and we have the past 6 weeks, which we've been very grateful for. One ball to go, and if it's defended, of course, Nick, it'll be a wicket mine.
Yeah, so 3 slips, third of which is quite close, but not as close as for Shipley. As McAndrew in to bowl, and that's come back a little bit. Northeast playing those shots, but safely so. I'm surprised that so many are being left with the ball doing a little bit off the pitch. Good morning to Steve West, who's had good news on the health front today. Says a decent target set by Glamorgan will truly complete an excellent day. Well, I'd be surprised if Glamorgan got to the position where they could set a 300 sort of target. So
we remember what they did at Headingley and went on to leave 500.
Yeah,
so they'll be conservative with their declaration, but I don't think
no one's going to have time to score 500 on this.
No, and I don't think you're going to get a declaration. Full stop.
No. Yeah, it'll be set in terms of being bowled out, I suspect.
Shipley, who's been bowling for 55 minutes. Well, he hasn't been bowling, but he's been on from 55 minutes, and he will continue his battle with Ul Hassan. In he comes round the wicket, bowls to the left-hander, who drives nicely straight to Ibrahim at cover, and there's no run. I think Ul Hassan has made up his mind that he's not going to play back a lot. He's just going to get on that front dog, as they say, the front foot.
They're going to start at 12:20 at Worcester after rain delays at New Road.
Well, Hassan waits. Shipley comes in, bowls to him, and that's well wide of the off stump. And you see, you'll have Jack Carson, who he gives nothing away, and he'll come on at the far end. Whether the batsman might try and drive him, but again, you've seen driving is not easy on this pitch, and you might just lob one up to mid-off or mid-on. So it's going to be hard work. Shipley around the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Hassan. Again, it's wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Test match starts tomorrow. Sellout, as you would. There must be some very rich people around because what are the prices? 100 and something.
Yes, and 3 figures for most of the tickets, aren't they? Lords.
Imagine taking 2 sons there. There is Shipley. Bowls. Oh, that's the third he's bowled outside the off stump and gets a burst of applause, for which I cannot fathom.
Yes, it is. Well,
they all do it, every county.
Amen. A manner of making money at the top end of the sport, where there is big demand for crowds, but you think there ought to be ways of making sure it's not just for the extremely well off.
Yeah.
Maybe percentages of tickets to be sold at 40-50 quid instead.
Oh, that's an extraordinary shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, because it was coming up and then he decided that he'll try and cut it. It was just too high on him to cut, but he got a big outside edge, and it flew over the slips. And that worked perfectly for the old adage of, if you're going to slash hard.
That's possibly the first attacking shot that Ul Hassan has played this morning, and he's edged it for 4.
Well, for 2 days.
It went just over and wide of Tom Alsop at first.
If he caught that could have been the catch of the season.
Yeah.
74 for 2, and the lead creeps up to 113. And last ball of the over coming up, and Hassan has played defensively. I think he's played well, this lad, in the 3 games, as you said earlier. He's a middle-order player for the second team, let alone the first team, and pressed into service since the unfortunate injuries to Messrs Byron and Lloyd, and done a creditable job. 35 to Ul Hassan. North East has only faced 1 ball. He's yet to score, and the 2 out this morning. Salter shoulder in arms, bowled by Carvelos for 22, and Tom Bevan in the last over or so, bowled by McAndrew for 14. The experienced North East will face McAndrew, who's bowled a good steady line, and he will now be bowling, and Nick will do the commentary.
Thank you, Edward. As we approach the first hour of the morning, McAndrew is into North East, who is forward defensively, and there's no run. North East has been a little bit in and out this season compared to his glories of last year. He's had a couple of 40s and a couple of 60s in the championship. Edward is looking suspicious. Cavalli Mountain's still there.
No, I was also trying to get a lead under the chair, which is holding it back.
All right.
So I've seen so many leads in my life.
There's McAndrew bowls to North East, who drives, but it bounces up and is
trickled, didn't it?
Fielded
Again
at cover. It's just not coming off the bat for anyone, even a good timer of the ball normally like a North East. It's fielded at cover. I think that's Harrison Ward, the replacement fielder on there, wearing 35, if he's got the right jersey on. Ward, one of the players in the squad, but not selected for this 11. All very quiet out there at the moment as McAndrew is into bowl, and North East is playing it defensively to mid-on as a helicopter disturbs the piece.
About that big score of North East, I wonder if you could have a quick look. I haven't got my computer with me in this room. That was Mr. Del Bell Drummond. He was 217, not out overnight. Kent are playing, I can't remember whom.
I'll get that for you now, sir. 74 for 2 as McAndrew does some further polishing of the Kookaburra cherry and is in towards us, and that I think is off the glove of North East or thigh pad. It's run down to fine leg. Will there be a signal from Mr. Adnan? Leg by it was. 75 for 2, Glamorgan leading by 114. He wanted to know about Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah.
He is 296 not out.
Sam, there's somebody after your record, old boy.
But there are 9 down there, so he may well run out of partners with last man Arshdeep Singh at the wicket. Kent 613 for 9 against Northants 237 all out. So Northants facing a struggle to avoid defeat there. McAndrew will continue round the wicket. The left-hander Ul Hassan, who is forward defensively, as we need to get these phrases recorded and then just press them, as they're being used so many times. So a late start in Worcester. Haven't seen anything about when they're going to restart. At Headingley, where Gloucester are 232 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 550 for 9. So the Gloucester's probably grateful for a bit of a delay.
There's a game at Taunton, isn't there? That gives us a guide weather-wise sometimes.
Yeah, they're playing that.
There we are then.
Somerset 317 for 4 in their second innings, 294 ahead of Notts. McAndrew bowls. Ul Hassan blocks it out on the offside. That will be the end of another pretty tight over that yielded just a leg by, and we will have a little shuffle around in the commentary box here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan 75 for 2, having lost the wickets of Salter and Bevan this morning. Salter for 22, Bevan for 15, one apiece to Carvelis and McAndrew. And welcome back to Adrian Harms. Once Adrian has tried his best to break the BBC headphones. Adrian, get that earphone the right way round. Yeah, can't take him anyway. He's still in the Glastonbury days.
Full, isn't it? In comes Shipley running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Sam Northeast, who gets a run. He plays that between gully and backward point. In fact, he's going to come back for a couple of runs. Fielded out there by... Who's that fielding it out there? James Cole's couple of runs. And the total goes to 77 for 2. The lead for Glamorgan now 116. Still grey and overcast here. A couple of moments ago,
not quite so.
Yeah. Well, the hills in the you can barely see them, but now you can see them. So maybe
right. I was making it.
I'm impressed. Good to see you, Edward. In comes Henry Shipley, plays into the offside.
Croissant, as they say in Wales.
Well, lovely to see you. Yeah. And I don't know what your secret is, but you look tanned and you look fit and well. And
I've got a very good patio at home, and
have you?
I wasn't involved in the T20,
right.
So dispersed. Well, they were on in the night, so I could just rest outside and do what Mrs. Bevan wanted me to do.
Good. Well, I hope you did. Yeah, all your chores during the day. In comes Shipley over the wicket, bowls to Northeast. Lets that go. Taken by Carter. And there is no run. So is the weather been? I mean, it's been pretty good around Sussex for the last 4 or 5 weeks. It's been nice down in Swansea and down in the Mumbles, is it?
Oh yes. Well, we didn't venture down Mumbles, which is only 20 minutes in the car for us,
right?
Because you'd start queuing in Swansea. And
do the Mumbles get really busy? I mean, when the weather's good at weekends, is the traffic horrendous?
Absolutely packed. Well, they're also making their way down to places like Caswell Langland, down towards the Gower.
Shipley in bowls, Northeast defends out into the offside.
It's a lovely,
no run.
Beautiful spot, all the way down really. And no, we were quite happy, just to sit at home, have a glass of now and again.
Well, it looks to me like you've been in Barbados, Edwards. You look very fit and well. So it's great to see you. Always good fun coming down to Cardiff.
Well, you're used to it. Well, your daughter at university?
Yeah, my daughter was at university here. Yeah, she had a lovely time. Really enjoyed it.
Everybody does.
Yeah, no, we love the
Vibrant city.
Oh, it is. Yeah, we loved coming down to visit. In comes Shipley over the wicket bowls. Northeast is beaten outside the off stump. A little fiddle with that outside of the off stump. The ball goes through to the gloves of Carter. There's no run. Shipley gives Sam Northeast a bit of a glare and wanders back to his mark.
Nick and I have been discussing this pitch. It's and I was going to ask Nick. I'll ask you instead.
Oh dear.
Would you rather see a pitch 500 plays 420 declared shake hands 10 to 5 last day, or a pitch like this? I would prefer the latter. Where you test the batsman, you test the bowler.
Yeah.
It's a good contest.
Shipley running in towards us from the River Taff end, bowls to Northeast, who drives firmly down the ground. Fielded at mid-off, there is no run. End of another Shipley over. He has bowled 14 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 28. Glamorgan a 77 for 2, leading by 116. Runs have been hard to come by this morning. Glamorgan resumed on 46 without loss. So what have we had this morning? 31 runs.
Well, yesterday we didn't have a run and 2 wickets went down at 25 past 11.
Right.
So it's exactly the same. It's not easy.
No, I didn't make a note of the overs when at the close last night. So I'm not sure how many overs we've had this morning. Thank you.
You must give credit to the bowlers, both sides. They really have bowled well. As McAndrew now starts another over. He's got 1 wicket. He bowled Tom Bevan for 14. He's now bowling at Ul Hassan as he comes in, bowls, and this is played away onto the offside. There is no run. Still a very attacking field. Going back to this sort of cricket, there's been some turn. There will be more turn, especially for Carson and Swepson of the 2 spinners. I'm banging on the last 2 days. I said I've loved the first 2 days. It's attritional, very attritional cricket, and something you can't take your eye off. So, was that gentleman that emailed you yesterday and said you had Bazball, and what did he say? Bev-ball, because I like this. But there we are, everyone to its own. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handers, McAndrew, and he's in now and bowls. And this is appeal for LBW. One of it.
Go down the leg side, do you think?
I think so.
Yeah. I've had a few emails in, Edward. One that I read just before I was talking about Ollie Robinson, and the fact he's getting a bit of stick now from the Aussie press, and he's saying Ollie's always been a tough competitor for Sussex, and the same with England. Hopefully he has the last laugh by continuing his great form at Lords. Ollie Robinson always bowls well at Lords, certainly in county championship matches.
Bowls pretty well here.
He did.
Do you remember?
I do remember that amazing
Brilliant
performance.
I've always rated it, but I'm probably old school. I don't like this foul language and all that. There's McAndrew bowls and comes right forward, plays it into the covers. There's no run.
And the feeling was, I was reading a very interesting article yesterday talking about Usman Khawaja and saying what a nice guy he is. Yes, and how hard he had to work to fight his way into the Australian side, and indeed to play cricket in Australia.
Exactly, and had done that and fought. He's been dropped 7 times by Australia, and he's fought and come back.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to have a crack at somebody like Stokes, do it, but, you know, Khawaja, Well, there we are. Just look, and I was just telling Nick now when you were in the other room, I'll just describe this ball as McAndrew comes into the left-handed Al Hussain, and he's forward, as he's done many, many times in this long innings, pushes it back to the bowler. Marnus Labuschagne having a little go, a veiled go at Billy Root, Joe Root rather, Joe Root, and extraordinary that Jim Maxwell, who I know very, very well, very much respected Australian cricket commentator, saying that Johnny Bairstow's overweight should never be keeping wicket. And I'm thinking to myself, well, don't get involved. I tell myself, I got my own thoughts about everything, but there we are. McAndrew bowls a bouncer, sails over Al Hussain's head and goes through to Carter. So there we are.
Well, I'm a traditionalist, and I don't like sledging either. And I was reading about that Pat Cummins has introduced a new sort of what's the word I'm looking for? A new feeling in the Australian dressing room. That sledging isn't really something that I'm sure a little bit goes on, a bit of back chat, but there was too much of it going on. I don't think Cummins apparently liked it very much.
Didn't say anything. No. He said, well, you know, I bowl pretty well, so there we are. I'll do it in my actions better than words. But I'll just develop in a moment after this ball as McAndrew bowls and beats him outside the off stump. He lunged at that end of a maiden over. 77 for 2 Glamorgan. They lead by 116. What I do dislike intensely, I've got 2 grandsons, 17 and 14. They play in various underage folk local clubs. And it goes on. And I asked one of the boys, I said, what did they say? Well, I can't tell. You know, embarrassed the boy was to say that they were swearing. So I went up. I said to one of the umpires, I said, why do you allow that? Because if I was umpiring, I would have said, any more of this language, and you're back in the pavilion, mate. And it's crept in, you see it, and I think, by kids watching television and picking that up and or watching cricket.
Well, actually, it's an interesting point about. I mean, you know, I think there's no place for it really, and I
never had it when I was growing up. I don't know about you.
No. You may get the old person who says, you know, someone gets dropped or whatever. In comes Carvelos and bowls, and Sam North East plays to mid on. There is now. I mean, I played a very low standard of cricket, Edward, but when we played. And you're going to laugh at this. When the new man came in, we all applauded. You always applauded in, and you always applauded a 50, or there were very few centuries.
They don't do it anymore, 50s, you know, county cricket.
But someone said to me, you know, I was playing in a game, because then we joined a league, and someone got a half century, and I clapped. They said, what are you clapping for? He's got a half century against us. I was like, well, because he played well. You know, I don't quite understand that. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and North East is forward, plays to mid on. And there is no run, but yes, I'm sure some of it is what's seen on telly, etc. But I don't think it's great, and it should be a terrific series. Let's hope so. Just coming back to Johnny Bairstow, and I'm not just saying this because of what happened in the first test, but I would always pick my best wicket-keeper.
I agree 100%.
Always. And it's not like folks can't bat. You know, the runs you can lose by a mis-stumping or a... In comes Carvelos, bowls, northeast is forward.
I always
down the track, no
used
run.
to make the example, Adrian, was if Geoffrey Boycott is there and he nicks one in the first over or whenever when he hasn't got many runs and it's put down and he goes on to get 150 not out at the end of the day, what are you saying? I know a wicket-keeping batsman might go in and he will get runs, but that's very, very... You know, folks would have eaten those chances that Bairstow had.
Carvelos in and bowls and northeast forward clips this to mid-on. There is no run. 77 for 2. Listening to live cricket, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. I'm Adrian Holmes. Ed Bevan with me.
It's all opinion, Aidan, and that's it. People might email us and say, "Oh, you're talking nonsense." Fine, but you probably do talk a lot of nonsense. You know, if people think like that, okay, but I don't like to see it coming through the juniors ranks and you know, and they've developed it from watching these boys. I fear.
Carvelos in again, bowls northeast, clips this off the hip through square leg. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs here as Daniel Ibrahim chases back towards the boundary. They may look for a third, but no, they'll settle on 2 as the throw comes in. Till it goes to 79 for 2. Northeast goes on to 4. One thing I would say, Edward, and in terms of disciplinary action on the field, we've had 1 or 2 instances this season where umpires have warned players or whatever. I do think that should be far more open as to what's going on during games. So we had a situation in a game, the last championship game at Hove, where, I forget who it was now, I'd have to look back through my records, was warned for running on the pitch and then was taken out of the attack. In comes Carvelos, bowls and northeast clips this down to fine leg and picks up another single. He goes to 5 and the total for 80 for 2 at the end of the over, a lead of 119. Ari Carvelos, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 21. Or if a bowler is warned for running on the pitch or whatever and he can't bowl or there's some disciplinary action being taken, I think it should be far more open. I think something, I'm not necessarily advocating yellow cards, but something to show the spectators in the ground what's happening and so that we know as well, because often you only find out about disciplinary proceedings after a game, or I think it's very unclear is my opinion.
I'm with you all the way, Aidan. Whether listeners or viewers think that perhaps you're a bit old-fashioned, why as a bowler, and you appeal and the umpire says not out, do you have to say at the end of the over, and it is said, why wasn't that out? Or
yes,
if I was, you know, the old umpires, I know people have told me, the old players, and said, well, mind your own business, I'm an umpire and that's my decision and that's final, and I'm not going to tell you I didn't think it was out, full stop. Start of a new over, and in comes the first ball. And this is driven nicely, but straight to mid-off.
We've had an email in from Jack. Hello, Jack. He says, good morning, Adrian and Nick. We'll include Edward in that as well, because he sent this before you came into the commentary box. He says, I'm listening to the Glamorgan live stream from sunny Tunisia on my summer holidays. Lying by the pool, but as always keeping up to date with everything Sussex, he says, exclamation mark. You been to Tunisia, Edward?
No.
Well, it's very sunny there today, apparently.
I think it's sunny everywhere except for here. Even in England.
Thank you for that. Is it me or you?
Me. Andrew, I was just thinking of that's wide of the off stamp.
He says, I'm just curious to see what Nick, we'll put this down to Edward, just curious to see what Edward thinks would be a tough score to chase down on this pitch, given the weather, the slightly unpredictable bounce at times, and the 2 lowish first innings scores. You would feel Sussex need a couple more quick wickets this morning. Kindest regards, says Jack over in Tunisia.
Well, Jack, Nick and I were discussing this earlier on, and we think that anything upwards of 250 would be very difficult, because this pitch is not going to get any better. Normally they do get much better, but you sense now that there's something in it for the bowlers especially, and it's hard work for the batsman. As McAndrew, with this nice easy action of his, comes in and bowls, and this is driven firmly again to mid-off. Again, there's no run. Just a last word, and I like Nick's opinion on this. He plays club cricket now, and admits it isn't a very high standard, but it is a cricket. Do you get Sledge in there, Nick? No, not much. There we are, you know. And he's a wicket-keeper. So perhaps he's saying that because he doesn't want to say.
Well, sometimes wicket-keepers do have a bit to say, don't they?
There we are. You know, that's great. Nothing much. Anyway, I think we've discussed that, and we're watching McAndrew bowl a very fine spell here. Bowls to northeast, who defends. 45 minutes to go towards lunch, and the pattern of play is following yesterday. And 65 for 1 it was yesterday overnight after the first day, and we thought Sussex are going to get a lead, but it was soon reduced to 101. Oh, what was it, 95 for 5, and then 121 for 6. Good partnership then between Hudson Prentice and Carson, although Carson was dropped on 2. No runs off this over. 2 balls to go as in comes the next one. And this is driven nicely towards mid-wicket. Might just run away. It's a short-ish boundary, and it's overhauled though just inside, and they're going to come back for a third, which was a nice. It was a little half volley pitched on leg stump, turned it away, vacant area, picked up 3 runs, and it is now 89 for 2, and the lead is 122.
Ben Silk has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Sorry, these are all sort of Sussexy emails, but perhaps we could discuss it at the end of the day. He's talking about a couple of new signings that Sussex have made for next season, Edward, that have been made since
Chris Wright.
Yeah, Chris Wright and Danny Lamb, and haven't had a chance to talk to Paul Farbrace about the 2 signings, but we'll do that hopefully in the next couple of days.
Last ball of the over is driven, and they go. Oh, there could be a run out here. This. Oh my word! He would have been run out for yards. An awful throw from Carvelis, because those who watching this stream would have seen it, but listeners on radio, it was chipped nicely, but very quickly went to Carvelis, and I looked up, and there was Al Hassan in the middle of the pitch, and quite rightly, some northeast hadn't moved. Well, he only had to steady himself, throw over the top, and he would have gone by 3 yards. It was the most appalling throw, and he survives.
He was way out of his ground, wasn't it? I mean, suddenly as the throw came in, I thought if that hits the stumps...
Well, the keeper was waiting for it.
But he was... I don't know quite how wide the throw was. We haven't seen a replay of that, but it was... well, he was stranded, wasn't he? Zain Al Hassan.
Absolutely.
So, a reprieve, 83 for 2. The lead is 122. And it's going to be Ari Carvelis who's going to come into Sam North East. I think it's getting brighter all the time, and the clouds seem to be getting a little higher, which is good news. In comes Ari Carvelis over the wicket bowls, and North East is forward to a ball of good length, plays into the offside. There is no run. So Ben said, interesting to hear your thoughts on the new signings for Sussex. Is the signing of Chris Wright an indication that faith has been lost in some of the young seamers, or that Steve Finn is losing his injury battle? Danny Lamb appears a good competitor in all formats, so that could mean the end of George Garton, ? Says Ben. He hasn't recaptured his form after COVID and hasn't featured in the county championship since the early rounds. There's a good cricketer in there, but does he need a change of scenery? Asks Ben. In comes Carvelis over the wicket bowls and clipped away by North East, but straight to square leg, no run.
I saw Danny Lamb, I think he was making his debut, you might remember, up at Old Trafford, up at Colwyn Bay a few years ago. And I thought, what a good young player this one is. Medium pace, quick-ish, comes in about 6 or 7, and I think that's a good signing. Chris Wright is getting on in age. It'll be we were discussing this. It'll be his 5th county.
Yeah,
but you look at him bowling on good pitches at Leicester. He never lets you down.
Carvelis in, and North East works this off the hip down to fine leg, picks up another single. He goes to 9, the total 84 for 2.
Well, you look at Mr. M.G. Hogan at the age of 42 now, who's still performing for Kent.
Yep.
Chris Wright is in his late 30s, but having said that, if he keeps himself fit, and of course, what's going to happen with poor old Jofra Archer, you don't know. Robinson, you won't see him much because of his England commitments. George Garton seems to be injured most of the time. Sensible. acquisition.
Well, it'll be 38, Chris Wright, on the 14th of this month. Yeah. And just looking, Danny Lamb will be
10 years younger.
Yeah, he's 20. He'll be 28. In comes Carvelos Bowles, and Hassan plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. He'll be 28 on the 7th of September. I saw Danny Lamb play a very good knock last year. We were at that beautiful school, Sedbergh, for a 50-over game, and he batted beautifully. Danny Lee won the game, really, for Lancashire a couple of years ago.
And you see, if you get somebody from, shall we say, Surrey, Lancashire, you've got a good player, because they've got such good players. They're well coached, coming through the ranks. They love their cricket in those particular areas.
Carvelos in again, bowls, and driven by Hassan into the offside, picks up a single, fielded there by Shipley, who shies at the stumps, misses, but it is backed up. And there is just one to Zain Al Hassan. He goes to 36, the total to 85 for 2. The lead now 124. So in answer to your question about Steve Finn, Ben, I don't know. Steve came and spoke to us actually on commentary a couple of weeks ago. It was great to see him, and he was saying he was working his way back and hoping to play some cricket later on this season. So whether that means in the 50-over competition or in the championship later on this season, I don't know. But certainly he was very optimistic that he would be playing again this season, which was really good. In comes Carvelos Bowles, and North East shuffles into line, plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of another Ari Carvelos over. Tight and accurate, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 23 for Ari Carvelos. Glamorgan are 85 for 2. Zain Al Hassan is on 36. Sam North East is on 9. The lead is 124. And if only just joined us, the 2 men out today. Andrew Salter for 22 when the score was on 48, bowled by Ari Carvelos. Then Tom Bevan, who was bowled by Nathan McAndrew for 15 when the score was on 70. So I think, sorry, I was just going to say, I think there's probably, there's been, Paul Farbrace has come in last year. I think he's had an opportunity to have a look at the squad, see what he needs. I guess if these players are coming up, you're thinking, I want to get in sharpish and offer them contracts rather than perhaps waiting. And I think that's a recognition of a bit more experience needed around the side. And I think most Sussex supporters would agree with that.
And he keeps himself fit, does Chris Wright. New over starts as the first ball is Wallace too short. It's pulled away, but there is a ban at mid-wicket. First time we've seen his appeal run out there and
hit the stumps, didn't he?
It was a good
Shipley.
Shipley, good arm, and he must have been in, but it was a big appeal.
Would the Glamorgan tactic here be? I mean, let's assume we get 2 days of clear weather, Edward. Would Glamorgan be expecting this to turn? Are they thinking, a lead of 250? I mean, would they?
Shepson turned. Well, he's an Australian leg spinner.
Yep.
Picked up 3 wickets, and he got a lot to turn. And a couple of the left-handers were in trouble, especially at the top of the order against him. So I would think if the weather, they don't bother with the weather forecast. You have to play it as it comes. I think that they'll try and bat as long as they can. If they could get a lead of 250, 280 tonight, I think you could have a good game tomorrow. But it's a long, long way to go on this pitch, and I think they'll just have to play it as it goes and don't have any preconceived ideas. In comes McAndrew, bowls off his legs again. Nice looking shot down to fine leg. That might just run away. No, it's picked up just inside the boundary. In North East, he's played 2 nice shots in that area. Gets another couple. Now, having heard about Sussex's signings, I suspect Glamorgan will be Glamorgan supporters would be saying, well, are you going to strengthen your side because it's a small staff? And a couple of players were released last year. On a personal opinion, I thought it was hard done by people like Joe Cook, Tom Cullen, the wicket-keeper. I know you've got Alex Horton here now, but he was a good middle-order batsman. Will they sign? Will they think of loan signings? Because we've seen with injuries how much has affected them. And then you see, if you get into the signings, you think of Labuschagne and you think, Nisa. But in this particular year, because of the Ashes, they've only played half a dozen games or whatever. Now, in a normal season, the Australians, there's no chance of them playing in September, which is, I know it's the fag end of the season, but I'm going to say that's a very, very important.
Well, 4 matches.
Agree,
yeah.
at the end of the season, which could determine promotion, relegation, or whatever, and you have to be at your strongest. So you begin to think, now, is it better to get a good, young, strapping Australian A fast bowler who's not going to play and play him all season? As McAndrew comes in again, bowls to northeast, who plays defensively in the line of middle stump. No run. And I've always thought that way. Well, I remember the old days where here we had Waka Yunis for the whole season, won the championship. You had Robert Shastri, you had Jack Callis for quite a number of years, and you roll those names off your tongue.
Yep.
And it's wonderful to have them. You see, Tom Latham is playing Adrian for Surrey.
Yes.
I think it's 1 game.
Yes.
1 or 2 at the most. I think that's crazy. Here's McAndrew in, bowls down that leg side again, and there's 2 men out, then he only got a single this time. He's just beginning to drift the last 2 overs, McAndrew, down that leg side, and they're picking him up. 89 for 2. The lead mounts 1-2-8.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? So we'll see how these signings work out. And as I say, so come back to Steve Finn. They're hoping he's going to play, which is good news. Just talk about this game for a minute, Edward, before I go off and do my update. I was just looking at Division 2 of the County Championship, and Durham are not streets ahead, but they're clear. But sooner or later, sides are going to have to make a move in this division, aren't they? Someone's going to have to, I wonder if you're going to have to start to take some risks to win some games.
Yeah.
Because no one has won more than 2 games in this division all season, apart from Durham. Durham have won 4, when Glamorgan have won 1, Sussex have won 1.
It's a nice looking shot as McAndrew bowls to the left-hand elbow. Gets a single. You're off to talk to the good people of Sussex.
I am. I mean, Sussex haven't lost this season so far, nor have Glamorgan.
No.
But I just wonder whether you're going to get to a stage in games we think we're going to have to dangle the carrot sooner or later. I wonder whether that might be the game. Anyway, I'm going to go and do my update, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Ed and Nick.
Yes, come back after you've done it. You can take us up to lunch then. 90 for 2. It's been hard work for Glamorgan's batsman, but Al Hussain especially has stuck to his task well. He's 38 not out. Northeast is on 12. The round dozen, as we do a little moving around here, because Adrian's going to come back, but Nick has decided to stay.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll do it when he comes back. Let's see if he's got any interesting emails I can read. Oh, really? Good heavens. I'll leave Adrian to read out his emails.
Yeah, they've been talking about, as we wait for the first ball of the over from Carvelis, and you can take over, perhaps, Nick.
Yes, it has been a question of repeat, hasn't it? Bowler comes in, batter plays defensive shot, no
run. We've gone
run.
on to other things.
The trouble is, the moment we take our eye off the game, something dramatic will occur.
Must have every ball in. We've been discussing the 2 signings, Chris Wright and Danny Lamb, who signed for Sussex. The other sides have signed.
His next delivery is driven by Al Hassan, but he doesn't manage to get it past mid-off. And even positive straight drives are going nowhere. It must be like trying to hit a sponge at the moment.
You see the near run out?
Yes.
Over the top, and that would have been the end of him, but he's battled away. Good luck to him, Al Hassan.
Let's hope that group of school children are enjoying themselves, because they're not getting much biffing, bashing and action, as that's outside off stump, and Al Hassan lets it go through to Carter.
When you were in the other room, we were discussing Danny Lamb and Chris Wright signings, and I said, I suppose we'll have Glamorgan supporters thinking, have Glamorgan with this small staff done any signings? Well, we'll just have to wait and see, because this is the time of year. We saw a lot of signings last week, didn't we?
Yeah, there have been 1 or 2 movements heralded, and sometimes those players go early on loan, but I say Leicestershire have picked the 3 guys who are leaving them, as the next delivery is turned on the leg side by Al Hassan, straight to square leg, fielded by Shipley. And there's no run, so Carvelis going at just under 2 runs and over. McAndrew at just over 2 runs and over. They've stuck with the 3 leading seamers at the moment. We seen Hudson Prentice this morning? Not when I've been on commentary, no. In comes Carvallis again, and Ul Hassan is pushing his right leg forward for the left-hander and getting his bat out of the way. And the game has got almost to a stalemate at the moment, hasn't it? It was 48 for 1 when Salter was bowled, playing those shots against Carvallis. 70 for 2 when Bevan was cleaned up by McAndrew. A further 20 runs added since then. A couple of clips on the leg side from Sam Northeast. Ul Hassan plays that one into the offside, and there is no run. That is the end.
He was driving home last night, and I was thinking to myself, trying to preempt what will happen today. And I thought, well, if Glamorgan are 150 ahead by lunch, which 20 runs away, they'll be quite happy, I think. And then if they had another 80, and just go on, and shall we say, near the close of play, they're nearing a lead of 280, probably be totally wrong in all these, then you'd think they'd declare tonight, because, okay, the pitch is doing something, but you can defend, as we've seen, especially this morning.
Yes.
Got to give themselves, and there is a threat of this sort of muggy, drizzly weather tomorrow, although it's much better here now. Right, McAndrew to continue. Start his 11th over. 1 for 26, and he's bowling at Sam Northeast, the right-hander, of course. Bowls to him, Northeast gets right forward. Tall man is Sam Northeast, and smothers that quite easily. 2 slips, cover, an extra cover to mid-off, a mid-on and a man on the drive, rather squarish on the leg side, a man out deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Northeast has clipped him for 4 or 5 runs in that area, McAndrew, in the last couple of overs. He's been patient, as you have to be in this, and must commend the Sussex seamers who bowled really well. Here is one of them, McAndrew, bowled short, pulled away, and the man at deep mid-wicket was waiting for it, and they go through for a single.
We mentioned Bell Drummond, by the way, further. He got exactly to 300 not out by the time he lost his last partner.
Wow, well done.
The Kent batter, 300 not out of 621 all out for Kent at Northampton. Northampton 17 for 1 in their second innings. So it looks, along with Tawanda Mayeye's 179, very much like match-winning innings for the men of Kent.
I don't like to say it because our very good friend Andrew Rudd is in charge up there, and I think he may be coming down to join us next year, Nick, because poor Northant's having a rough time of it. As McAndrew goes round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's left 38 of 140 balls.
Daniel Bell Drummond is sort of frustrated, really, because I thought he was going to come through and be an England top order regular at one point.
And all of a sudden,
didn't quite get the consistency over a couple of years, did he?
In the last couple of weeks, he has exploded in one day. And is he opening now?
Batting at 3.
Right. Oh yes, you've got
behind Mayeye and Compton. Although he came in the 5th over of that innings, so it's effectively opening.
McAndrew comes in again and bowls forward. Yeah, I know what you mean. We could put a little tape recorder on here and record most of these and just tap it because it's bowled and pushes away. 1.91 is the run rate. 74 overs left today. Multiply that by even 2. And Glamorgan will, if they're still batting, have a very useful lead on this pitch. And I suppose by this approach, the wicket might just deteriorate that much more.
Yeah, there is that
You have to bowl
increased
well.
occupation. The wicket's going to get more and more tired, isn't it?
As will the bowlers. But you've got Jack Carson up your sleeve, because he's fresh and he'll bowl lots of overs. I'll just describe these last two balls, and Adrian is back. Nathan McAndrew round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls to him. Nice looking shot, and they go through for a single because mid-on is rather deep and has to run to his right.
Well, there's a need for those quick singlers, isn't there? Because you're not going to hit many big shots the way things are going at the moment.
Couple of edged fours, that's all we've seen this morning. One a slash over the slips and one
Bevan hit a
guided.
couple of nice ones.
Yeah.
Very few attacking shots otherwise.
Well, Hassan has moved on to 39, and he hasn't been opening the batting, and he's approaching his second first-class 50 nick in 3 games, I think. Something like that.
No, he didn't quite get there at Durham. 48 he made.
48, yeah, I knew he was.
43 against Sussex in the first encounter.
McAndrew will bowl the last ball of the over. He's brought a man in on the drive there on the onside as McAndrew bowls to northeast. Northeast, they think, uncertain whether to run, they decide against it. So 92 for 2, Glamorgan lead by 131 runs. Adrian Hobbs will come in, take my place, and I'll go and see what's on the menu for lunch, and Nick will take over in my seat.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. Yeah, if you do want to email us on the BBC Sussex Sport address, today is probably a day when your email stands a fair chance of being read out, because we have had room to digress as Jack Carson comes into the attack. Is it just the 3 bowlers that have been used in the 100 minutes nearly?
Yeah. So we've had Seam all the way, Shipley, Carvelos and McAndrew. I was going to say last time I was on, I wondered whether I was a little surprised we hadn't seen a little bit of Jack Carson. But we're going to see that now. I would just say to Edward a little earlier on, Nick, before I went off about this division, that with Durham having won 4 games, you just wonder whether someone's going to have to take a risk in this division before long, or whether draws keep you in contention. But it could be a really good September, actually. The culmination of the championship. In comes Carson, bowls to Al-Hassan, who punches this into the covers fielded by Clark, and there is no run.
Yeah, the theory from Matthew Maynard was that there'd be a lot more result-type wickets. Now, whether this qualifies as an attempt to produce a result-type wicket, I'll have to ask afterwards.
That's interesting. There's a change in the field. There was a short leg in place. He's now going into a very, very close silly mid-off. I think that's Daniel Ibrahim who's got the rather dubious pleasure of being in there. In comes Carson round the wicket, bowls Al-Hassan, who drives back down the pitch, fielded by Carson, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was Ibrahim yesterday, certainly.
I think as the youngest player in the side, perhaps you
18-year-old, get in there, sunshine.
Nothing to worry about. But he's really in close, almost within touching distance of Zayn Al-Hassan. As in comes Carson bowls, and that's driven into the offside. Ibrahim stops the ball, and there is no run. The rest of the field, there's a slip, there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a sweeper on the offside boundary. Then on the leg side, 3 men in, all saving the one, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg. No one out on the leg side as Carson from the river Taff end under cloudy skies in and bowls, and Al-Hassan just nudges that one to backward point fielded by Ari Carvelos, and there is no run. So 92 for 2. Glamorgan starting out today 46 without loss. So they've added 46 runs. Yeah.
Yep.
This morning it's been slow but steady progress. Carson in a game bowls. Al-Hassan this time plays an attacking shot. He looks to drill that one through the offside. He doesn't time it. And Tom Clark moves to his right at cover to field, and again there is no run. Jack Carson in his 8th over of the innings. 4 maidens, no wicket for 3 to date. Is he going to make that 5 maidens as he comes in around the wicket and bowls? And covering up is Al Hassan. Plays back down the offside of the track. Carson fields off his own bowling. And indeed, it is another maiden. 8 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 3 for Jack Carson. Glamorgan are 92 for 2, leading by 131. Zain Al Hassan is on 39. Sam Northeast is on 13. I mean, how do you see this going, Nick? I mean, Glamorgan obviously they're going to get themselves in a position where they feel they don't want to lose the game. But I wonder whether they may reach a stage where they think, well, 250 or 300. If indeed they get that far, I guess you could lose a clatter of wickets. But at the moment, it's difficult to see where exactly the game will go from here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if they worked themselves into a position where they were able to declare, because things are going so slowly in terms of run accumulation. If it were a lead of 300, say an hour into tomorrow's proceedings, but that would be an optimistic view from a Glamorgan point of view that they'd be able to get there, I think.
Yeah.
131 the lead at the moment, and runs being accumulated very, very slowly. Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled 2 overs yesterday, 0 for 6. He will bowl his 3rd now, and he'll bowl to Sam Northeast, who hits it off the back foot straight to silly mid-on.
Phil Pinnicott has been in touch. I must have missed this part of the conversation, but he says the word Nick was searching for is stud spanner.
Thank you.
I don't know what that was with regard to.
The thing they used to tighten your studs on,
okay.
Which McAndrew was down doing, the little metal thing with 2 prongs. Stud spanner, thank you. That's flicked on the leg side, but it's been well stopped at short mid-wicket, and no run for Sam Northeast.
Yes, who's that in there? James Coles, I think. He also goes on to say, Phil, that he says test match prices. He said my £170 row 4 grandstand ticket tells you how much about Lord's reply to the cost of living crisis. So presumably that's for one day at the Ashes, I'm presuming, Phil. Wow, that's a lot of that's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you need to make money out of the top end of the game, but you also need to make it accessible. As Hudson-Prentice bowls and Northeast plays forward correctly back to the bowler. And when there are no tickets for under £100 at a test match, as I think is the case at Lord's, I stand open to correction, then you wonder how any London school kids are going to get excited for the game.
Well, and I have to say, I mean, that's a very common theme as well in terms of Twickenham, in terms of England matches there as well, where the tickets are a ludicrous price.
As that is on the leg stump, and Northeast takes advantage by playing it 2 square leg for a single. He moves to 14 and the total to 93 for 2. You wonder whether ticket prices will form part of the discussion as to what the game needs to do to respond to the critical independent report that's been published this morning in terms of the elitist aspect of the game. Yeah,
well, I mean that's a huge amount of money. It's £170 for a day's cricket. I went to the World Test Championship the first day of at the Oval a few weeks ago. A friend of mine got in touch and he had a spare ticket. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Hudson-Prentice around the wicket to Ul Hassan. Down leg side, makes no contact through to Carter. So there are players on the drive on either side at short cover and short mid-wicket and just the 1 slip.
He invited me to go as his guest. That was very kind of him, but the face value of the ticket was £90. And that was in the Vauxhall end. We were about 6 rows from the front. It was a decent view, but I thought it was quite a lot of cash, really.
Hudson-Prentice to Ul Hassan, who's hit on the pad, missed out slightly there because it was drifting down leg side. Oh, there's a bit of bat, says umpire Adnan. That was unexpected. lack of signal from the umpire. 1 to Ul Hassan. He moves up to 40 and he will retain the strike because that was the last ball of Hudson Prentice's over that yielded a massive 2 runs.
And Sussex supporters are probably bored of me talking about over rates, but one thing that surprised me in that game, Nick, was that on a beautiful sunny day, and don't get me wrong, it was a lovely day's cricket. Saw Travis Head make 100. It was a good day's Test cricket. But I, in all my ignorance, presume that you get 90 overs bowled in the day, but after 84 overs at 6 o'clock with lovely sunny skies, off the players' troop, and that was the end of it, which I thought was great. And I think the second day they lost something like 17 overs in that game. In comes Carson, bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, plays into the offside. There is no run. And I think in the first Test match of the Ashes, weren't all the players fined something like 50% of their match fee for a slow over rate?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to do any good, does it? I think there should be some sort of runs deduction, to be honest. I think that would make them hurry up. Or make them stay out there. Just, you have to be out there the whole time. In comes Carson, bowls, cut away by Al Hassan out to deep backward point, and he picks up a single. He goes to 41.95 for 2. Not everybody agrees. Some people think, who was I talking to the other day, and they were saying, well, it's all about TV and da-di-da-di-da-di-da and scheduling, but 11 overs an hour is nonsense.
It's pathetic. I mean, there is an ad break basically in the middle of each session, isn't there?
Yes.
Dressed up as a drinks break, so that costs them 3 minutes, say. But even so, there's plenty of time to rattle through the rest of it.
Comes Carson over the wicket to Northeast, who just plays this off the front foot to mid-wicket. There is no run. So I thought that over rates are a big part of. You don't have a football match, do you, that finishes after 80 minutes or rugby match that's finished after 70 minutes. So I think they should certainly play for all the overs. In comes Carson, bowls, gives it a bit more fly to Northeast, plays there, he clipped on the leg side, that hit Ibrahim probably on the shin guards and bounced across the wicket, and Carter ran from behind to field. There is no run. Northeast rehearses the shot.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, that in the Football World Cup in the Middle East they added a lot more time than usual.
Yeah, you're right, Nick.
So that spectators got the full 90 of actual action.
In comes Carson, bowls, and flicked away this time by Northeast successfully onto the leg side. He picks up a single. He goes to 15, the total to 96 for 2. Yeah, they made, I think it was in that game where they were talking about batsmen changing their gloves regularly. And I think it was Steve Smith who changed his gloves after something like 7 deliveries. Someone came trotting out, and the delay to the game, you think, get on with it.
Yep.
Anyway, moan over. Carson round the wicket, bowls to Al Hassan. He's in and cuts this into the offside, and it's a comfortable sinker to backward point. Harry Carvelos, a rather stiff-looking Harry Carvelos, I have to say, runs round, and he's beaten to that by Nathan McAdoo, who gets in the throw. Another over drifts by. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 6 for Jack Carson. Glamorgan 97 for 2. 10 minutes to go until lunch. The lead is 136. Zain Al Hassan is on 42. Sam Northeast is on 15, and this partnership is worth 27.
David Battersby says his ticket for Saturday in the Edrich stand, 80 quid. Well, there we are. There are tickets under 100. Thank you, David.
Well, I'm not sure which one's the Edridge stand, if you're looking out from the media centre.
I think that's one of the ones either side of, isn't it, Edrich and Compton, either side of the media centre, the spaceship.
Okay.
As Hudson Prentice bowls and turned on the leg side by Ul Hassan, and there's no run.
I think on Sunday tickets, they have sold tickets for Sunday, haven't they? But I think they are vastly reduced in price, I believe.
So you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, well, actually, I think the weather forecast for London on Thursday is horrible.
Is it?
I think it's meant to rain all day on Thursday. So actually, if you've got a ticket for Sunday, that might be really good value. Well, I say rain all day. I think that was the weather map that was showed a couple of days ago. How accurate that is, I'm not sure.
As that is jabbed into the offside by Ul Hassan, but failing to get past short extra Ibrahim.
It does rather beg the question as well, Nick, doesn't it? If you're fined 50% of your match fee, I mean, if I was fined 50% of my meagre salary, that would have a huge impact on my, on my sort of ability to pay my bills every month. But clearly for these professionals, negligible effect, I guess.
I suppose the match fee is a relatively small part of most players' contracts, is it? Is that the way it works?
Good question.
As the next delivery turned on the leg side by Ul Hassan, no run, because the central contract is the principal element, and then the match fees relatively small on top, I guess.
Right, yeah. So if you're a central contract, which is worth, I have no idea, they're worth £250,000 or something. I don't know. They probably are, some of them. Yeah, perhaps the match fee is negligible in comparison to that.
Certainly, international football, the match fees, the appearance fees, absolute peanuts for footballers, as that is played away on the offside by Ul Hassan. It is the 4th dot ball of the Hudson Prentice over.
That'd be a good question, wouldn't it, for if anybody's listening who's got any idea at all what the match fee is. And you know, I guess if the match fee is, you know, if you're earning that sort of money, if the match fee is £1,000 and you're losing 500 quid, perhaps you're just not too bothered as a player. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it's very penal, to be honest.
Hudson Prentice, orange soles flashing, is in to bowl. Down leg side it goes, and it is a boundary, ladies and gentlemen. What sort of boundary? Buys. Made no contact with bat or pad on the way through. And Ollie Carter was left with the ball swinging away from him, and fairly low down, got a glove to it, but it ran away to the River Taff end boundary, and that is the 100 up for Glamorgan. They started at 45-46 without loss this morning, so they've added 55 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in an hour and 55 minutes. Hudson Prentice responsible for that, even though it won't go against his record. Bowls again, and that has clipped the pad this time. It may just be a couple of runs. It will just... was that cut off or not?
No, it's gone for 4.
Fair enough. The fielder down at Fairlet, as Fine Leg has acknowledged that he was over the boundary when he flicked the ball back. And it is a further 4 runs. Leg byes they were, so a maiden over technically, but 8 runs have come off it. 105 for 2, as we get the usual announcement about you can go and have a look at the wicket or play on the outfield. But remember, Adrian, soft balls only if we fancy a net on the outfield at lunchtime. Talking about soft balls, there's one being that they might as well use a battered kookaburra. That's a soft ball by the look of it. 105 for 2, the lead 144.
Well, it will be interesting to get the views at the end of the match as to what the coaches make of the kookaburra ball. So we've got 5 minutes to go until the break. The lead for Glamorgan now 144. Jack Carson is coming in to bowl to Sam North East. He's on 15. A slip and a short leg are in close attendance as Carson is in and bowls, and North East just prods forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. You can see the Sussex 12th, 13th and 14th men are all sitting on seats on the boundary edge, accompanied by James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach. As in comes Carson, gives that plenty of air, and North East plays on the full down the onside of the track, Carson Fields, and there is no run. Just watching Jack Carson here, I mean, there's been so much debate since Moeen Ali injured his finger in the first Test match, and you know, all the talk about the dearth of spinners around the country. I'm not saying for 1 minute that Jack Carson is ready to play for England, but in comes Carson and bowls. North East plays onto the onside. There is no run, but there is an opportunity, isn't there, for, you know, if you are a spinner in county cricket, and you know, to really make a name for yourself, because you know, obviously there was Moeen who was selected. He's not playing in the second Test. They've called up Riyad Ahmed. Carson in and bowls. Forward comes North East, and he's beaten outside the outside edge. Now Carson didn't take that cleanly, did Ollie Carter. Let's just have another look at that, because there was a stifled appeal. Let's just see again. Oh, did you get a little nick on that?
Difficult to tell. It might have been an inside out, if anything, if there was a bit of turn.
I wonder. Carson didn't look, you know, really upset that a chance had gone down. So we'll assume it wasn't. He's in again, bowls to North East. He's on the back foot and punches to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Is there anything of Tom Haynes bowling in this match? He didn't bowl in the first innings.
Yeah, Edward was mentioning that he thought the wicket might suit Haynes, but
That was a little bit of medium pace. It's getting lighter and brighter with every minute that goes by, actually, which is the good news. Carson in again, bowls, and North East clips to short leg. Hands on heads, as if to say that was a chance to Daniel Ibrahim. That would have been a sharp chance.
might have been a technical one.
Let's just see. Ball in the air. Oh, that
Drilled into his shin pads, more or less.
Yeah, I think that's a little harsh to think that's a... if Jack Carlson thought that was a chance, that was hit fairly firmly by North East. Anyway, end of the over. 105 for 2, probably one more over to go until lunch. The Sussex over 8 is +4. The lead is 144. Jack Carlson, 10 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket, 4-6. And we're going to get spin from both ends before lunch, because we're going to see the first bowl in this innings from James... Sorry, so the second over from James Coles. He bowled 1 last night, and he's going to bowl 1 today, just to get us through to lunch.
Indeed, it's although the over 8's +4, they've only delivered, I think, 27, so it'll be 28 in the session. We haven't particularly had any hold-ups, have we?
No.
So they might lose 1 or 2 off the +4. 2 wickets have fallen, so it hasn't been a question of lots of batters coming in and out, and Ul Hassan will attempt to prolong his vigil into the afternoon session. He has scored 18 runs so far in this session, and he tries to increase that by whacking one through the leg side for 4. Well, that'll make the highlights reel, as it's pulled away vigorously through mid-wicket to the boundary. Ul Hassan to 46.
Well, we've had 3 boundaries in the last couple of overs, haven't we? We've had 4 byes, 4 egg byes, and now boundary off the bat.
109 for 2. Coles into Ul Hassan, who turns that one past short leg and takes a single to move to 47 not out. I can't remember Ul Hassan hitting a boundary this morning.
No,
That'll
I
be
can't.
his first of the day, do you think?
Yeah, I think it is.
Probably. Bevan hit a couple. As North East now on 15 not out will face up to Coles, who floats it up, driven back to the bowler and fielded in his follow through.
You hurt his hand there, James Coles.
Ul Hassan has hit 7 4s in his 8 4s now in his 47 not out.
Right.
But North East hasn't hit any. Bevan struck 3. Salter didn't add to his overnight score, as Coles bowls a Pilfrel LBW-ish as the ball lobbed back past silly point.
I wonder if that was a leading edge, you know. It seemed to go a long way, didn't it?
Yeah. Didn't go anywhere near a fielder, unfortunately for Coles, as he comes round the wicket to North East, and North East defends on the leg side. The clock on the digital scoreboard has reached 1300. The clock on the pavilion is a minute or 2 past, so this will be the last ball of the morning session if it's legitimate, and it is, and North East blocks it fittingly to send the players off to lunch with Glamorgan 110 for 2, leading by 149, with Ul Hassan on 47, North East on 15. The men out this morning: Salter bowled Carvelis for 22, Bevan bowled McAndrew for 15. A grim old struggle, Mr. Harms.
It has been a grim struggle, hasn't it, on a slowish pitch. We don't know the effect that the ball has had on proceedings as well. What you can say is that Glamorgan are getting themselves into a situation here whereby Sussex are going to find it very difficult to win this game. What have we got? 5 sessions left, and Glamorgan batting himself in a position where you'd think they're going to give Sussex an uncomfortable time tomorrow, particularly if Mitchell Swepson gets the ball to turn as he did in the first innings. But from a Sussex point of view, I think they bowled tidily enough. Not a lot of help for the seamers, and I think they've got a couple of longish sessions still to negotiate.
There we are. Commentary resumes at 1:40. We may well have an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly, and no doubt you'll hear Dr. Hignell making various announcements.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games where play has and hasn't been possible so far today. All of these games, like here at Sophia Gardens, are in their third day. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Middlesex in their second innings, following on against Hampshire, a 66 for 4, Middlesex still trailing by 203 runs. At Taunton, Somerset in their second innings have moved on to 365 for 5. They're leading Nottinghamshire by 342 runs. At Northampton, Kent were finally dismissed by Northamptonshire for 621, Daniel Bell-Drummond making a triple hundred, and Northamptonshire at lunch are 30 for 2, so Northamptonshire still trailing by 354 runs. There's been no play so far today at Headingley because of rain, with Gloucestershire 232 for 5, trailing Yorkshire by 318 runs. But an early lunch has been taken, and there'll be an inspection at Headingley shortly. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire have moved on to 156 for 4, following on against Essex. So Warwickshire still trailing by 143 runs. It was a delayed start at New Road, again because of morning rain. Derbyshire currently 404 for 5, leading Worcestershire by 167 runs. It's lunch at Grace Road, with Leicestershire on 418 for 8, still trailing Durham by 99 runs. It's also lunch at the Oval, where Lancashire, in their second innings, are 203 for 5. Lancashire leads Surrey by 117 runs. We're delighted once again to welcome boys and girls from Severn Primary School onto the outfield, who, together with the community coaches, are going to be giving everyone a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all the forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the One-Day International here on the 8th of September when England meet New Zealand. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all the remaining games, including those in the 100, which will be taking place here during August. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge from reception, and reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also obtain a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. You can also purchase the yearbook by visiting the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until 5 o'clock this evening, and as always it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also purchase food and drink from the mobile unit underneath the Castet House stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open during the lunch interval. In fact, it's open until the end of the tea interval, and as well as looking at the many fascinating displays celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Don't forget that the museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books on sale, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan you can report any issue or concern in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. And thank you very much, diolch yn fawr iawn, for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online to, where are we? Second session, third day of Glamorgan against Sussex in the County Championship. The position at lunch as the players return to the middle is that Glamorgan are 110 for 2, which is a lead of 149 runs. And we have had a slow morning's play with Glamorgan moving on from 46 for 0 to 110 for 2, so 64 for 2 in the session. Yeah,
and we were discussing before lunch as to where we thought the game was going. You would feel from here, unless Sussex can take a cluster of wickets here, that Glamorgan are batting themselves into a very strong position. Still 5 sessions to go, and the feeling that Mitchell Swepson will get the ball to turn here on the final day. I see Jack Carson is going to start off after lunch, and the general feeling seems to be anything around about 250 could be a fairly difficult chase if we get to that stage on the final day. I still get the feeling in this division that someone at some stage is going to have to take some risks. May not be this game, and you think with 4 championship games in September, that may be the time when sides decide that they've got to take a chance to risk losing a game to win a game. So we shall see, but I think Glamorgan in a very strong position here, effectively 149 for 2. It's going to be Jack Carson who's going to get things underway after lunch. He's bowling to Zain Al Hassan. Joe Jeffries has sent us in an email, which I'll read throughout the course of the over if I can. Joe, as in comes Carson. Oh, short pulled around to the leg side. He's given out LBW. First ball after lunch, and a very uncharacteristic shot by Zain Al Hassan, who's batted so well and so diligently. He'd faced 161 balls for his 47. But off the 162nd, he looks to hoik the ball away on the leg side, and he's LBW to the first ball after lunch. And we said Sussex would need a cluster of wickets to get back in the game. Well, they've got one of those, and Zain Al Hassan is out for 47, and he looked really annoyed with himself. He can't believe it as he wanders off. It was a shot, Nick, that was just completely out of character with the rest of his innings.
Absolutely. I
think it's a doubtful. Umpire Baton's. We see that. I don't know if we're going to see a repeat of the decision, but it was Umpire Baton's finger went up.
Yeah, looked as though it might have been drifting towards leg stump or thereabouts. Be interesting to see that one again. Be a little surprised that it was given out. So 110 for 3.
Yeah, we might see that replay again in a few moments' time. But Joe's email says, "Hello, Adrian. Welcome back." He says, "I hope the Glastonbury come down isn't hitting too hard." Yeah, I felt a bit tired yesterday, Joe, but fine today. This is all about the Equity and Cricket report. He says, in response to the Equity and Cricket report, Sussex today tweeted that the club is committed to ensuring that cricket is a game for everybody. But he goes on to say, and yet 6 of the 8 British-born players in their starting 11 against Glamorgan went to exclusive fee-paying schools. He then goes on to talk about, I'm going to be very careful what I read here, Joe, because you're making some allegations here about the Sussex youth system, which, I think probably should be addressed to the club, really. And Joe is suggesting that maybe cricket isn't for everybody. Obviously, it's been a hot topic of conversation throughout the lunch break.
I think there's been expenses involved in the pathway, which, while not directly discriminatory in past years, I know efforts are being made to improve this. But if you're charging kids to take part in age group setups, then by the nature you are excluding some of the less well off.
Yeah. So actually, Joe, if you're listening, and you may well be, your email is an interesting one, and perhaps it's one that I could forward on to the club with your permission, and I'm sure the club would respond, but let me know if you'd like to do that. But thank you for getting in touch, and it's obviously a hot topic of debate. Nick, Ed and I were discussing at lunchtime You know, the lack of cricket that's played certainly in the state sector, which is clearly a massive problem. Kieran Carlson is the new man. As in comes Carson bowls, and Carlson is forward and picks up a run off his first ball.
No. We've got this combination.
Carlson and Carlson we have here, which we had a lot at Hove earlier in the season. Carlson is on his way with a single.
Can you take him off, please, darling?
A very attacking field now for Sussex, in that there is a slip, a silly mid-off and a short leg. Jack Carson picking up a wicket with the first ball after the break. He's in and bowls and flicked away by North East down to finally the applause, I think, was for the lead of 150, which is now 151, fielded by McAndrew down below. So in terms of a weather update, it was certainly brightening up over the lunch period, but looking now, there's some darker clouds around, but we seem to have avoided the worst of anything so far. We've been uninterrupted throughout the day. In comes Carson, and Carlson is forward, straight back down the track. There is no run. Good point by Nick, which was made on the stroke of lunch, that Sussex had only bowled 28 overs in the session. They did show us +4 on the over 8. They're now down to +2. So there's a lot of cricket to be played here in the rest of the day. 67 overs remaining after this one. Carson in again. Carlson uses his feet. He's down the wicket, throwing. That's a good bit of cricket. Throw comes in. And is there going to be an overthrow? That was a dreadful throw coming in from mid-on. I have to say, who's that out there? Tom Haines. Dreadful throw. And very nearly went for overthrows. But just a statement of intent there from Kieran Carlson, getting down the track. And I just wonder whether the Glamorgan skipper's thinking, I don't know, we just need to step on the accelerator a little here.
I think it's just his personal way of going about things. He likes to try and get on top early on.
Carson in again, bowls, and North East forward plays into the hands of short leg. There's Tom Clark on the bounce. And there is no run. End of the over, 113 for 3. So an eventful over with Zain Ul Hassan out to the first ball after lunch, looking to pull the ball away onto the leg side and given out LBW. 113 for 3, the lead 152.
With regard to Zain Ul Hassan, the 3 second innings of his 3 matches so far have yielded 43, 48 and 47. How frustrating is that? Not to have a 50. And his temporary, maybe not temporary, role as opener for young Ul Hassan. Yet to claim a first-class wicket, but certainly making a decent impression with the bat. So a few tweets that have come in. Thank you to Ian Evans and Peter Miller, alias the Cricket Geek, for their information on England match fees as Shipley bowls, and that's played down into the gully area by Carlson, and there's no run. Ian and Peter both give the fees 14,500 for a test, 4,500 for a white ball game. This is for England men. And the red and white ball central contract, which doesn't include match fees, is circa 900,000. So match fees are a bit higher than I thought they were, but it's still relatively small compared to the central contracts. Shipley bowls and Carlson plays to point, and there is no run.
Sorry, Nick, I missed the first part of that. So what was the fee for a test match?
14,500 for England's chaps.
Right, so they've all lost
7 grand. There we are. It's, you know, that's decent money to most people, but if you're on hundreds of thousands, then it's relatively less impact when you're trying to win a cricket match. As Shipley bowls, that's full length ball driven by Carlson, but really not coming off the bat very sweetly. Good afternoon to Trevor Freeman, who has been watching us while following Cricket Island against UAE as well. Glamorgan need a giddy up. Sterlo, Balbo and Harry. And it is Sterling Alburney, formerly of this parish, and Tector got motoring earlier on. There's Shipley in and bowls, and Carlson plays that to point, and there's no run. Player Pompey says it would painstaking be an accurate description of Glamorgan's batting before lunch. Yep, I'll give you that. There's been constant drizzle in Lampeter, says Emir Evans, for most of the morning. Time to show some intent, he says. Not easy on this wicket, but hopefully ahead by 280 plus by tea. That's not happening, Emir. As Shipley is into bowl. There's a bit of width there, and Carlson takes advantage by jabbing it away past point. Well, he's been looking to start positively, Kieran Carlson. A quick single, a couple of shots that hit the fielders, and then just putting that one wide of point. So, lesson on the importance of accuracy on this pitch. Glamorgan seamers probably turned in their most accurate display of the season as a unit, as they say. No one allowing the pressure to be released. Shipley to Carlson, turns one on the leg side. Good scrambling stop there at short mid-wicket by Ibrahim, despite the encumbrance of his shin pads. Simon Brackey heard the discussion on the cost of test match tickets. I went to watch Ireland play at the Millennium Stadium a few years ago. The tickets were £240 each, not justifiable. Hope you got a few prawn cocktails or nibbles with that one, Simon, because the match tickets, they are over 100 for the rugby. Yeah, it's a point.
I paid a lot less at the Millennium Stadium. It's not called the Millennium Stadium anymore. It's Principality.
Yeah.
For an autumn international.
Yeah, there are some cheaper
about
tickets
30
available.
quid I think I paid for that, which was pretty reasonable. Jack Carson's going to carry on from the River Taff End, comes in and bowls, and North East flicks to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So actually, Joe, if you are listening, coming back to your email, I mean, 6 of the 8 British-born players in the starting 11 for Sussex coming through the fee-paying system, but is that the system? Is that the fact there's just so little cricket played in state schools these days? Carson in and bowls, and North East is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. But thank you for your email. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to come from clubs over the next few days and weeks after the report was published this morning. Still the slip in place, still the silly mid-off and the short leg. Carson just pauses at the end of his run. Is in the bowls, and North East is forward. It's desperately difficult to time on this track, isn't it? You can see Sam North East is desperate there to get on the front foot and drive through the offside, but he didn't time it, and the ball dribbled out to mid-off, and there is no run. Have tracks generally been quite slow here this year, Nick?
This is by some distance the slowest.
Right. Carson bowls, and North East again. He was looking to ease that one away through backward point, but the ball just wasn't there to play the shot. In the end, he could all do is help the ball into the covers, and there is no run. Lead is 156. North East on 16. Carson in his 12th over, figures of 1 for 9. He's in bowls. He sits on the pad. There's an appeal which lacked conviction. Looked like North East was a good way forward. The ball wraps him on the pad and balloons into the air. And there is no run. Carson gets some applause from Tom Alsop, the Sussex skipper, standing at first slip. Carson's in again, bowls, and North East is back on his stumps, and he plays that through mid-wicket. There's going to be a couple of runs here because Finn Hudson-Prentice has to chase out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So a bit of relief for North East, who goes to 18. The Glamorgan total to 119 for 3 at the end of Jack Carson's over. The lead is 158. Jack Carson, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 11. 57 overs gone, so the scoring rate is just a little over 2 and over, and still 65 overs to be bowled today. The 3 men that have gone out: Andrew Salter for 22, Tom Bevan for 15, and since lunch Zain Al Hassan, who was out for 47.
Yeah, looking at the education of the Glamorgan players, you can only see 2 whom I could identify as having been to fee-paying schools in the UK, Tom Bevan, who went to Millfield, presumably as a result of his sporting prowess, as that is defended on the leg side by Carlson, and Sam Northeast, who went to Harrow.
Right. I mean, it could be the case that it could be someone who's in the state sector who is identified as being a good player, and often the public schools will pay bursaries, won't they, for them to go to that
Yes.
school. So it's not trying to point the finger in any way that the children who go to those schools, maybe they've been offered a bursary, which is, why wouldn't you go if you're given the chance?
As that is driven by Carlson to mid-off, and there's no run.
If you're a good cricketer and there's cricket played at those schools.
Looking at the case of Prem Sisodia, the Glamorgan player, obviously talent spotted at a young age, and he was helped to complete his education at Clifton College over the water in Bristol. Now, on paper, then he's a public school product, but
Yes.
In actuality, he's from a normal Cardiff background.
Yeah.
Shipley into bowl, and Carlson plays it straight and firmly to Haynes at mid-off.
Yeah, so if you're a parent of a child who's showing promise at cricket, but you attend a state school where cricket isn't played, and the majority of state schools cricket isn't played, and an opportunity to progress a career or maybe make a career in cricket is given by going to a public school, and you offered some sort of a bursary, that would be pretty tough to turn that down, I would think.
Yeah, Glamorgan have been looking to develop their links with Monmouth School, but there aren't that many public schools in Wales who major on the sporting side, I guess.
Yeah.
Shipley to Carlson with a silly mid-off now in place, and a short ball on the leg side, and a few head-on hands there.
I think that's a drop.
Has Carlson gloved it?
Yeah, I reckon that's a drop down the leg side. Yeah, I reckon Carter's put that down.
Carter looks very disconsolate.
Yeah, that's a poor drop if it is. We may see a replay of that. Well, we haven't got the benefit of Snicko or anything like that, but...
Here we go, on the video stream, there's a bit of glove there. I'm not sure if it's quite carried to Carter.
Difficult to say.
It looked like a half volley from on first instinct, but Carter obviously disappointed. 119 for 3, lead 158. Shipley in, and Carlson will work that one away to square leg for a single. 120 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, I made a note of that, drop question mark.
Exactly.
It's a tricky one. A, did it carry? B, did he get something? Shipley's reaction was that he definitely got something on it. So I think it was gloved. Just a case of whether it really carried to Ollie Carter.
As Northeast isn't ready, because he sees out the corner of his eye that square leg is moving slightly. Northeast on 18 on strike is now ready to receive, and Shipley bowls to him, and he's turned that one off his legs for at least one. Turns, has a look, fielder on the ball, throw on its way. They settle for the single. Steve West says his son went to Cathedral School just up the road with a pitch in the shadow of the spire. Cricket was widely available, but my son was... that's unkind, Steve.
Not keen?
Not hugely good. 121 for 3.
I mean, I can only, we were discussing this at lunch, I can only speak in terms of, the very low standard cricket that I played, but, in the village where I lived, if someone came along who wanted to play cricket, you're welcome with open arms, because we didn't have millions of players, and, there was always some club kit that people could use, or someone would have an old pair of whites they could lend people, so people always very welcoming was my experience of cricket. In comes Jack Carson from the River Taff End. He's in and bowls to Sam Northeast, who plays this very deliberately down towards fine leg. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That's a nice shot by Sam Northeast, and it just beats Nathan McAndrew down to the fine leg boundary. It was a little too short, and Northeast just flicking that one away through fine leg for 4 runs. And it's just a little bit more urgency, I think, here for Glamorgan since lunch, and certainly since Kieran Carlson has come in. 125 for 3, lead is 164. Just a little bit more positive. Maybe pre-lunch they're just looking to make sure they build the foundation. North East waits. He's still got those 3 men in close attendance around the bat. Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, is in and bowls and clipped away again by North East down to fine leg on this occasion, or deep backward square. Was fielded by McAndrew. 1 more to the total. North East goes to 24, 126 for 3.
I think from the Sussex point of view, there's been a little too much on leg stump in the last couple of overs.
I would agree, yeah. And indeed, that last over before lunch, actually, a couple of overs before lunch from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Carlson in bowls, and again, turn around to the leg side. There's a comfortable single for Carlson, and for the 3rd time in the over, Nathan McAndrew has to trot in from deep backward square. 1 more to the total, 127 for 3. If you haven't heard the Test match news, is that Josh Tongue, we should say, from Worcestershire, is going to be playing in the Test tomorrow. England going with an all-seam attack, no Moeen Ali in the side. Ollie Robinson retaining his place together with James Anderson and Stuart Broad. Carson, and again, bowls and forward comes North East. Plays to mid off for Carson Fields of his own bowling. There is no run. I better leave with Nicholas. He's got an update on the way.
Indeed. So here is Carson from that River Taff end to bowl to North East. 3 crouched round the bat, and North East just flicks it past short leg, but it'll be just a single because there is a man out in the deep at square leg who is able to cut it off. 128 for 3. The infielders at, well, there was a leg slip. Leg slip has now been dispatched to Silly Point instead. Silly Point, short leg and slip. Carson down the wicket and hoiks that one through the leg side, and will pick up a couple of runs for it. Well, that wasn't quite what Carlson was aiming for there, I think. It was a rather inelegant shot in the end, but it was effective. It got the ball away, albeit rather squarer than he'd hoped. 130 for 3. The lead is 169.
Well, he's certainly showing intent, Nick. Dancing down the wicket. And who's to say he's wrong to play in this way?
Well, it's the most effective way for him, I think. Chris Cook, Billy Roots to come. Root, another man who, well, he showed enough patience in the first innings. 66 off 120. Doesn't like to get too bogged down. Chris Cook can play it either way. He can. He's got more gears than most, Chris Cook. As Henry Shipley is in to bowl to North East, 2 prods on the leg side, no run. Glamorgan 130 for 3 in their second innings under cloudy skies. That's a lead of 169, and that could be significant on a pitch that's been slow and difficult to score on. Glamorgan losing 1 wicket since lunch. Zain Ul Hassan leg before to spinner Jack Carson off the first ball after lunch. The other man out today, Andrew Salter for 22, Tom Bevan for 15. Kieran Carlson's on 10, Sam North East 25. Glamorgan 130 for 3, lead by 169. So Shipley moving his fielders around, and has ended up with quite the ring, really.
Yes, he has.
Just the 1 slip, and he's about a 4th slip as Shipley bowls, and North East plays defensively to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I think the stalemate nature of this game may well continue to some extent, because Sussex have got 6 saving the single, including a sort of leg gully. Is it crouching a catching position? Just about.
Yeah.
Shipley to North East, who plays it towards that leg gully, and there's shouts of catch, but it wasn't a chance.
Yeah, this is Tom Clark who's in that position, who's, I think I said earlier on, is the best fielder in the Sussex. That was turned quite quickly, wasn't it? That went to him very sharply. It was a good stop, actually.
So square leg is back, fine leg is back. There's a leg gully, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover, point, and one slip who is very wide, more or less a fourth slip. Shipley in to bowl, and North East strangely gets in a bit of a tangle and allows it to hit him, just to steer clear of danger.
Henry Shipley almost sort of turned around with sort of a resigned look on his face there, didn't he? I think he tried to dig that. I would like to see a repeat of that, but he put a lot of effort into that delivery. He's sharing a joke with Tom Haines or saying, I've really bent my back there, and nothing much has happened.
Next one from Shipley is on its way as he runs away from us and bowls another short one that North East smashes for... I was looking towards the boundary there, almost saying smashes for four. Smashes straight to short mid-wicket and there's no run.
Well, I thought that had gone for four as well.
Because the square leg fielder was I was on his way, wasn't he?
Yeah, I was looking out towards the boundary. I mean, there's a bit going on out there. Henry Shipley doesn't look very happy with life, does he?
This pitch is dead. It is an X-pitch.
Yeah, it is dead.
He's shuffled off this mortal coil.
Yeah, he's directing. He's now got two men back on the leg. He's not happy, Henry Shipley, is he?
He's bringing point in, out, okey cokey, shake it. No, he's not bringing point in. Hudson Prentice dashed in and then sort of ends up about 3 metres further forward as that one is guided nicely by North East past backward point for 4 runs, and Shipley will be even less of a happy bunny now, having been struck for 4 off the last ball of his over. North East has 29 and Glamorgan are 134 for 3.
Well, nice looking shot, wasn't it, from Sam North East, and I say Henry Shipley, I think, was just sort of despairing slightly. He'd banged a couple in and he was trying to entice Sam North East to pull that delivery as well, but in the end it was beautifully controlled by North East through backward point. Just looking elsewhere at some of the matches, Middlesex having a dreadful season, Nick. Bowled out for 150 at the Aegeus and now 106 for 4 in their second innings against Hampshire. What have they lost? Something like 11 out of 12 T20s?
Yeah, just the one spectacular win against their local rivals.
Yeah, but sort of a record chase. Jack Carlson comes in over the wicket bowls, reverse swept by Kieran Carlson, and they've certainly upped the ante here, Glamorgan. Going to get a couple of runs down towards a fine leg. Aric Avelos comes in to field. 2 more to Carlson. He goes to 12. 136 for 3. Lead is 175. Carlson, who's, since the moment he came in, as Nick was saying, he does like to get on with it. We haven't seen too many reverse sweeps or different types of shot. In comes Carlson again, bowls to Carlson. That's really good running, and I have to say, I don't think that's great fielding, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm a firm believer, Nick, you're either on the one or you're not. And it was just played by Carlson to mid-on towards Tom Haines, who I think was a little slow setting off in truth. And in the end, it's a comfortable single. Carlson goes to 13, 137 for 3. He's just taken slightly closer order. Maybe he wasn't in... Maybe the instruction is to be a little further out, I don't know, but they shouldn't really have been a single. Casting in again, bowls to North East, who eases this through mid-wicket. More runs here. McAndrew has to chase around the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it's 2 more for Sam North East, who goes to 31, 139 for 3. The lead is now 178. And they're just starting to milk Jack Carlson here slightly, aren't they? 1s and 2s since the lunch breaks.
Yeah, you wonder if Allsop will change things around shortly.
Carlson in bowls, and North East this time is forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run. I thought I saw Nathan McAndrew warming up, but he's been doing enough sort of running around the boundary edge in the last 2 or 3 overs. So I don't want him getting too worn out down there. He's standing at deep backward square, actually almost deep square leg, right on the boundary ropes. Carlson in bowls, North East tucks inside the line, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. No, Finn Hudson-Prentice. There is no run.
He of the orange boots.
He of the orange boots, yes, good spot.
Or orange flashed boots. You're not allowed to have too much colour on them these days.
Casting again, and North East down the track driving, but not quite where he intended. Played to mid-wicket, Hudson-Prentice fields. 3 drop balls to finish the over from Jack Carson, who's now bowled 14 overs, 6 maidens. He's taken 1 for 25. Glamorgan 139 for 3, leading by 178. Sam North East is on 31. Kieran Carlson is on 13. If you've only just joined us since lunch, a wicket was taken off the very first ball after the break when Zain Al Hassan was LBW to Jack Carson for 47. That's when the score was 110. So these two have added 29 in relatively quick time since, in comparison to this morning when there was only 64 runs added in the whole session.
Yeah, Ian Evans saying he thinks the dearth of British players of West Indian background shows lack of opportunities to play cricket in state schools. As Shipley bowls and Carlson turns off his legs, but there's no run. He also says, as for ticket prices, it costs twice as much to watch T20s in the south of England than it does at Glamorgan.
I think I'm talking slot. I think it's 30 quid at 15 here, is it?
It's if you buy the day before, it's been 15. Yeah.
Right, okay.
And I think there are sort of ultra early ones available for a tenner.
Yeah, Sussex do an early bird ticket.
Shipley bowls, and that's stabbed into the offside by Carlson. No run as the cover fielder McAndrew threatens to have a shy at the stumps.
But if cricket isn't played in state schools, and we all know that it isn't largely, that puts a huge responsibility on the clubs, and that's not really the fault of cricket, is it? If cricket isn't being played in schools, you can't blame cricket for the fact that
it's just more difficult to set up than football. And
yes, it is. Yeah.
Whatever. As that is short and pulled and timed fairly nicely by Carlson, but he'll only get 1 run from it because there is a very good tumbling stop.
Jack Carson out there, I think.
By Carson, foiling Carlson on the fine leg boundary. 140 for 3. And what's that? 30 runs since lunch in 32 minutes, which is relatively fast scoring for the day, because we only had 64 runs in the whole of the first session. Shipley bowls, and North East plays to cover where McAndrew is obviously in positive mood in the field, comes racing in, but rather spoils the effect by failing to field the ball.
Yes.
If you want to threaten to throw down the stumps, you've got to have the ball in your hand. 140 for 3. North East on the strike on 31 not out. There's a leg gully and a 4th slip, and North East drives, and again there's a misfield at cover. I think it is McAndrew.
Yes, it is McAndrew. Yeah, it is.
He's obviously fuming a bit and getting a bit frustrated, and he's not fielding hugely well as a result. 140 for 3 as Sussex's bowlers see that the lead has mounted to 179.
That's a big lead, isn't it? Well, effectively 179 for 2 for 3.
As it's turned to mid-wicket by North East, no run. North East, you would have thought, would have the patience to sit it out and take runs as available. He's faced 76 balls. Carlson is on 14 not out.
I can see Ari Carvelos is warming up. I mean, it's just a rotation, really. Sussex, aren't they, rotating McAndrew, Carvelos, Shipley. You'd imagine that Jack Carlson is going to bowl quite a lot from that River Taff end throughout the afternoon. Just elsewhere in Division 2 of the Championship, keeping you right up to date, Leicestershire bowled out for 422 in their first innings in reply to Durham's 517 for 6. It looks quite a flat track at Grace Road. Who made runs in that innings? Colin Ackerman made 146.
Durham bound.
Durham, yeah, what you...
Ackerman.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
next season.
Right, when was that announced?
Well, you've had your head in the clouds for the last few days, haven't you?
I have. Right.
Yeah, he and Parkinson.
Right. Oh, I did see the Parkinson one. I didn't see the Parkinson's going to... In comes Carson Bowles. Sure, that's a horrible ball. He's lucky to get away with that. That was a long hop down the leg side, and Carson looking to pull that one out. I think that
Cricket was the loser.
It was. I think that hit Daniel Ibrahim at short leg, but it was a ball that probably should have gone out the park. A very loose delivery from Jack Carson, but he gets away with it. It'll go down in the scorebook as a dot ball. So is Parkinson going to Kent?
Durham.
Is he? Right, okay. In comes Carson Bowles. That was slightly in the air from Carlson. Through the mid-wicket gap, picks up a single. He goes to 15, the total to 141 for 3. Lead is 180. Quite unusual to get this many moves sort of mid-season announced, really. Maybe it's the new way of doing things. Eric Avalos is definitely going to come on to bowl because he's doing quite a rigorous warm-up down in front of us at short fine leg. Carson in again, northeast forward, back down the onside of the track, fielded by Carson, no run.
So the 3 Leicestershire players were all offered new contracts. Ackerman, Callum Parkinson and Wright, and 2 have headed north and 1 south to your boys.
Right, yeah. And Paul Nixon has gone, is that right? In comes Carson Bowles, drilled by northeast down the ground, fielded well by Haynes. This time at mid-on there is no run.
Effectively, I'm not sure if his employment is over. He's been removed from the job.
Right,
okay. The technicalities are, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Just slipping the short leg in place now as in comes Carson and Bowles, and northeast flicks this backward and square on the leg side. Carvelos needs to run in from backward square to field, but not before northeast has gone through for his 32nd run, 142 for 3. Scoreboard's very quick here at Cardiff, which is it's up almost before the run has been completed, which is really useful. Carson, River Taff End, cloudy skies here at Sophia Gardens. Carlson is down the track driving towards mid-on, but he doesn't pass the fielder who's at mid-wicket, who is Nathan McAndrew. There is no run. End of the over, 142 for 3. Carlson 15, northeast 32, the lead 181. And I'm going to make way as Ed has come back.
Since you have a bulletin at 1:30, it probably makes sense for you to be the one to change at this time.
No, that's absolutely fine. I will make way for Edward.
Thank you very much indeed to Adrian Harms. He'll be back in about half an hour or so. So Carvelos into the attack from this Cathedral Road end. Leicestershire Chief Executive Sean Jarvis denying the club is in crisis after Nixon ending his role and 3 leading players going, and if you deny something's a crisis, then it probably is one. As Carvelos will come in and Edward Bevan will join us. Shame with Leicestershire really, because they're 3 of their best players going, and Wright looks to have some life left in him still, for which Sussex will benefit from next season. Here is Carvelos then from this Cathedral Road end, once he's got his field right, and the skipper Alsop has gone in at silly mid-on. No, he hasn't. He's gone a little bit squarer to a catching mid-wicket as Carvelos bowls and northeast defends back to the bowler. So Leicestershire have certainly tried everything to block up the runs, and they've been largely successful, but Glamorgan just inching along here and there.
Yes, and without saying anything at all against Ul Hussain, perhaps it was the better strategic move was for him to get out and get Carlson in terms of cricket.
As that is defended by northeast to one of the short mid wickets. Well, even northeast, an experienced player like him, is finding his scoring rate slower than usual. You just wish Ul Hussain had got to a half century.
Yes.
Having got 43, 48 and 47 now in the 3 second innings that he's played for Glamorgan in the Championship.
Yeah, but what I meant is Carlson never stays still, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he'll look to play positively. Northeast will take things as they come as he works off that one on the offside to the bouncy McAndrew.
It's very much, Nick, a run-saving field, isn't it? 3 men on the offside, the ball not really, when it's driven, hit very hard. 2 men on the drive, about 3 or 4 yards from each other, and a mid-on, saving one as well.
Carvelis in his 14th over, 1 for 23. Bowls to Northeast, who drives to that mid-on, fielded by Shipley. And there's no run. It is looking to dry up the runs, but I suppose also looking to frustrate and to take wickets as a result of batters being frustrated and trying something silly.
Yeah.
I was surprised that the finger went up against Ul Hassan.
Yeah, I didn't see. Well, I saw it, but couldn't see from where I was. You thought it was going down, did you?
Yes. Mr. Bainton did not, and it's his opinion who counts. Carvelis bowls, hammered
Shot.
into the offside. That one's been pushed between the 2 fielders. There'll be a couple of runs at least. There's a chase to the boundary. It's dapped back just inside the ropes. They are looked to run 4, and come back comes Kieran Carlson and gets there. So the efforts of the fielder are completely in vain as 4 runs have been scored anyway. Carlson, a speedy runner, was coming to the danger end, and Tom Haynes wanders back to his mark and wonders why he bothered. Not a boundary, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Lovely
146 for 3. Next is down leg side. Not a great ball. No contact made. 146 for 3. The lead is 185. But even that fine shot from Northeast, a back foot punch. I mean, there's no rain on the outfield. It should be travelling fast. But I think it's the ball and pitch combined that are producing this slow scoring rate and lack of boundaries.
And the pitch is slow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically,
The pitch
that
is
doesn't
slow and the
help.
ball's soft.
Ball is soft, and it's some accurate bowling. But as you say, that should have gone flying to the boundaries. A beautifully timed shot, but then held up.
So that's 100 runs for the day, and where are we? 42 minutes into the afternoon session. Often see 100 in one session,
Yes,
of
you
course.
do. Carlson to continue. Bowling very accurately. His 16th over, 1 for 27, as he comes in from the river end, and that's nudged away down to a sort of slide, a zip position. He'll have to run here, Carlson, and dives. I thought that was rather an ill-judged run. Anybody slower than Carlson would, I think, have been out, because he was running like a little hare.
Direct hit there, he would have gone.
He'd have gone dive or no dive, and that was risky beyond. Anyway, he's got 2 runs, and as I said 2 minutes ago, Nick, he doesn't stay quiet for long, does he? He's on the go. But that was a risky one.
Yeah, a little chat with his partner to allow Carlson to recover his equilibrium. In the World Cup qualifier, Sri Lanka have beaten Scotland by 82 runs. Sri Lanka 245. Scotland could only manage 163 in reply. 56 not out from Chris Greaves was their top score.
Carlson twirling away, comes in, bowls down the pitch, comes Carlson, hits it straight, a wideish mid-off on a better judged run there. You see, I was looking at the fielder and Carlson, and he set off, Nick, when the ball was being picked up. But he is the quickest runner in the side. Anyway, it was the second run, 149 for 3, as this time Northeast on 36 is facing. And he clips this round the well, not round the corner, in front of square actually, and gets the single. Runs coming just a little bit quicker now, and the applause goes up for the 150. And as Glamorgan are left 11 runs away from 200, I think perhaps a little meeting and saying, okay, one of us perhaps will just, probably Carlson, get it a little bit quicker. As Carlson this time bowls, and down the pitch comes northeast and drives him straight into the crowd there for half a dozen runs.
Lovely shot from Kieran Carlson, using his feet and as he's wont to do, and taking the attack back to the bowler, striking it well and scattering the spectators at long off.
You could sense it from Carlson. Why I thought it was northeast, I don't know. It's a difference in size, certainly. 156 for 3. Injection now of runs as Carlson comes in again and bowls down the pitch. He comes again, lofts it. That might not go for 6, or will it? It has. 6 more runs. Lovely shots there by Carlson, and that brings up the lead to 201.
Hold the front page.
Yeah, he's thought to himself, right, I'm in now. Nobody back. I suspect somebody might be staying back there.
What's the betting? The next ball is shorter, flatter and wider.
And it'll be clipped, yes.
And looking for the stumping maybe, because Root was out-stumped in the first innings.
He's saying, no, I'm bringing my mid-off back up. Try it again. In comes Carlson. Quicker delivery. Chopped away on the offside for a single. So that's, what is that, about 14 or 15 in the over. Real injection. And it's 2.5 runs and over now. It's rather warm in here. I'm going to take a jumper
17 off the over. 17 off the over. Who'd have thunk it? Been 17 off the hour before now. 17, I'll make a note of that. It's remarkable in the context. I mean, it'd be good in T20 days, but in the context of a very slow-scoring championship match, it really is something to write home about, as Kieran Carlson now is having some sort of tablet, whether that's a painkiller as well, after his hand problems that he's had, as he's just jarred it again. A tablet and a drink. In the other World Cup qualifier, Ireland piled up 349 for 4, and our Dublin Glamorgan supporter Trevor will be delighted to know that Ireland looks set for victory with UAE 155 for 6 in 31 overs, so they need 10 and over from now on. That looks a formality for another victory for the Irish in that rather lengthy qualifying competition, with only 2 going through out of 12, I think.
Seems been wrong forever, that. Right, you're captain of Glamorgan, you're Mr. Carlson, and I'm Mr. Carlson. You know what I'm going to say. What are the arrangements, please? My arrangements first would, right, I'm going to try and get to 300 as quickly as we can. A little bit over the 300 mark, and then I will pull in and give Sussex 20 overs.
20 overs tonight?
Yeah.
Oof.
They won't, because...
Are you Ben Stokes or something?
No, I think that...
Carvelis bowls, and that's driven by Carlson. No run.
Simply, I think, because the Glamorgan attack has more variety, especially when you've got a leg spinner in your side, and the pitch is turning. It doesn't often turn. But if you go on, and okay, we get a little rain tomorrow morning, and you know it's happened before this season, Nick, and it cost Glamorgan the game.
As next ball from Carvelis is driven by Carlson, and Haynes fields at mid-off. I really wouldn't think of declaring with more than 6 overs to go tonight, even
56 overs left today.
Yeah, no, the scoring rate may not be kept up, all right. It depends how fast Carlson scores, really.
Well, he's made his intentions clear, hasn't he?
He's a runner ball. Northeast is just south of run every other ball. It is Carlson on strike, and he is on the defensive. And if Glamorgan can score 3 runs and over for another 50 overs, that's asking a lot, even to. But if they got to 350 lead,
I think that's ultra cautious. 350. You've got to. Adrian was making the point. You've got to try and win now, because only 1 win apiece either side have got. And
get the scoreboard pressure on. Let the other side think they got no chance. Carvelis bowls, driven nicely by Carlson, but it's half stopped at mid-wicket, and the ball spins off Ibrahim to Shipley at mid-on, and there is
And of course,
no run.
you know, it's how it goes. If these two stay on and are still together at tee, or even if Chris Cook is going well, or Joe Root or whatever,
Yeah, Sussex
it all
will,
depends.
Sussex will still have hopes of bowling Glamorgan out today, despite this temporary flourish. As Carlson plays one to short cover, it again isn't fielded cleanly, bounces away, but they don't risk the single. Yorkshire look on top against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 247 for 6, still 303 runs behind, so there could well be a follow-on situation as Headingley. Leicestershire managed 422 all out in reply to Durham's 517 for 6. As down the wicket comes Carlson and slams that over wide long on.
That might have gone as well, I think.
Umpire looking to
I thought
check.
it had.
It's gone all the way, and that's
For 6.
on the angle. So 3 sixes struck by Carlson, looking to take on
I think
the pace of
Yeah.
Carvallis as well as the spin of Carson. Wow.
up went the back foot and cracked it to the longest part of the ground. Yeah.
That's quite the shot from Kieran Carlson, who's
Well, he's made his intentions clear, Nick, now, hasn't he? He wants to get quick runs.
galloped on to 37 to equal Sam Northeast, despite having come in sometime later, I'll tell you, 17 overs later than Northeast, and he's caught him up already.
And North East has faced, I thought he would have faced more balls than 36. Carlson's
No, that's
35.
86.
86 rather.
86.
That's more like it. Carlson then starts a new over. Oh, and that nudge, it's not far away from Ibrahim's short leg. Just evaded his clutch there. He's a small man to go in there. Remember in years gone by, the sharp short leg specialist, people like Peter Walker, magnificent fielder, was 6'4". Those long arms could grasp something like this. Let's see if North East fancies hitting over the top. As in comes Carlson, bowls to him, he goes back and plays it into the covers. And it looks as if there's a little plan here. North East said, well, look, if you get out, I'll try and keep the innings going, playing my way, while you crash on. The lead is now 208 as Carlson prepares to bowl from the River Taff end away from us on the far end of this ground. Then he comes, bowls just short of a length and forces the batsman on the back foot. Over it, healthy, +2. As Jack Carlson, he was 1 for 27, all of a sudden he's 1 for 44. Comes in, bowls to North East, goes back and cuts out to deep point and will get a single. And there are 2 balls of the over. Off you go, he says to mid-on. Off you go on the boundary, but the 2 sixes that were struck went over long off.
Mid-off's dropping back now as well.
Out you go, mid-wicket. Off you go as well, he says.
Well, there's easy singles there to either of them.
Well, knowing Carlson, he'll fancy 2. Carlson in, bowls, and Carlson to Carlson nudges it away for a diving slip.
Oh dear, Tom Alsop just fell over there effectively. I think he lost his footing as he looked to launch quickly and prevent the single. Ended up sprawling on the turf there, did the Sussex captain.
Yes. Last ball of the over from Jack Carlson. He's bowling now to North East, and North East goes back and plays an identical shot and gets the gap in between that man sweeping and the man at orthodox cover. They cross for 2, and on the way North East might have said, hang on now, Kieran, I'm not as quick as you. They settled for 2, end of the over, 173 for 3. As it's fair to say, in the last couple of overs, Glamorgan have galloped away, 20-odd runs. The lead is 2-1-2.
And maybe the action of Carlson will just mean the field goes out a little bit and make it easier for Sam Northeast to knock it around into the gaps, really.
Yeah, but they brought their mid-off, mid-on up for Sam, as opposed to Carlson, who are on the rampage at the moment.
So, Aristide Cavelas, the Greek South African, or South African Greek, depending on how you like to look at these things, runs away from us and bowls to Carlson, who forces one through mid-wicket. There could be 2 runs here, but Sam Northeast says, yeah, all right, I'll come back.
And he only just
as the throw comes into the non-striker's end. Both batters on 40 now. The highest score on this innings has been 47 from Ul Hassan off 162 balls. Highest score for Sussex was Finn Hudson-Prentice with 59, and in Glamorgan's first innings, Route 66, as that's driven by Carlson to mid-on. Not the road from Chicago, but Billy Route making his 66 his former number.
A friend of mine said that he had this huge motorcycle, and he and his wife, they drove the Route 66 out in the States. You'll never forget it.
No, it must be a memorable trip. I don't know if I've...
Well, I say drove, you're not going to walk it here.
I've seen the beginning of it in Chicago. I haven't seen any other
Anyway,
bits.
do you know how long it is?
I'm sure we can look it up fairly easily in your next over, Edward, as Carvelas bowls, and Carlson was pushing and looking to run there, but it wasn't into a gap. 175 for 3, the lead 214.
Well, the pitch doesn't seem to be offering anything at the moment, whether it's because of this little onslaught from Carlson.
Where are we in terms of new ball? 68th over, 12 to come. As that onslaught from Carlson continues, as with a flashing square blade he smashes one away just backward of point. For 4 more, he moves to 44. Glamorgan 179 for 3, and Route 66 is just under 2,500 miles.
There's me in my 800.
2,448 miles.
Oh my word.
Just sort of short of 4,000 kilometres.
I don't know whether I'd like to drive all that way.
Depends.
Who's driving?
How many burgers are there en route? Yeah. Carvelas in, and that's down leg side and hoiked away by Carlson, and a diving stop on the ropes. They'll have to hurry back for the second, and Carlson does, but he's safely home. It was good joint fielding by the Sussex men in the deep, as square leg managed to palm it inside the ropes, and fine leg completed the work. 181 for 3, the lead 220, and
partnership of 70 very quickly.
It's really provided a complete change in tempo of the game. Carvelas bowls, and well, if you bowl there on his legs, you can work it away all day. Carlson moves to 47 with that single. 182 for 3. Carvelas takes his cap and looks slightly chastened as he wanders off towards fine leg. Carlson has 47, Northeast has 40. The men out today: Salter 22, Bevan 15, Ul Hassan 47. A wicket apiece to Carvelas, McAndrew and Carson. 54 overs remaining in the day, so a fair bit of cricket to be played still. Just 42 gone.
I still reckon you'll see Sussex bat tonight.
Yeah, you may be right with this. If this acceleration continues, if Carlson...
Because they had to, you see, because...
I don't know about 20 overs, though, Edward.
Yeah.
Might just play Sussex into the game, theoretically, although...
We shall see how quickly, as you say, these go. Anyway, Carson is to continue. Long on is posted on that boundary in the far side. As Carson comes in, got the old tongue twister, me, Carson to Carlson. And he gets a single, just nudges it, and he's pitching it quicker and shorter now. He's not offering the chance to Carlson hit him over the top. In comes mid-on. 183 for 3, and Northeast has been patient and played a very good innings so far, is to resume on 40. Carlson bowls, defended back down the pitch. Carlson at one stage had an economy rate of 0.83. That's been, with those couple of sixes, he's now in his 18th over, 1 for 49. Carson from the river end comes in, bowls to northeast, who drives through the offside, gets a single to the sweeper. Mr. Sweeper away on the boundary, away to our right. Who was that sweeping out there? Is it number 40 on his back? Adrian will tell us, I'm sure.
Coles at 30 rather than 40.
It's Coles.
Ibrahim is 40 under the lid.
He'll have a ball. In comes the next ball. Reverse sweep comes out down to Coles, who races in it, and it's only a single. He anticipated that as northeast was changing his grip and sweeping. Playing Carson with far more authority now and far more confidence than they did earlier on. Carlson has moved on to 49, but it's northeast to face. And 41, as in comes Carson, bowls again, goes back and cuts, and it's man at cover though is coming quicker than it was, I think.
Hudson Prentice almost wrong-footed himself.
He really did himself, didn't he? Last ball of the over. The advantage of Carson bowling as you get through the overs very quickly. And he comes, bowls, northeast defends. End of the over. 185 for 3. Carlson needing 1 for 50. A rapid little 50. Northeast is on 41, but the most important figure now is the lead, which is 224.
And Emir Evans, who I upbraided for his confidence in building a lead of 280 by tea. I think he could well be right, Emir. I do apologise. Good afternoon to Neil Thornycroft, who's actually here on the ground. Says this is one of his rare trips to Sophia in person. Andy Greenwood, are we seeing a mid-session Bev ball to Baz ball transition? Very good, Andy. Thank you.
Yes. Now then, I have been, as you know, Nick, over the last day or so, advocating the use of Tom Haynes on this slow pitch where his nagging little length would make it difficult to score off. And for the first time, we are going to see the acting captain, are we?
No, what was acting captain? It's Allsop today.
It's Allsop now, yeah. He's, anyway, called on Haynes to bowl. And Adrian will be in before long. I shall question him on that.
Yeah, I'll just do this over and then give way and do a little bit of preparatory writing. Although it's, well, we've had such a dramatic change of gear, it's difficult to predict too much about the way things will go today. So Haynes will come in and bowl to Carlson, who drives into the offside, fielded by one of the two cover fielders, and there's no run. So there's no slip for Tom Haynes. Keeper Carter is standing up. There's a man at deep gully, short third man.
Defensive, isn't it?
Saving the single.
You'll have to go aerial.
Haynes bowls, reverse sweep from Carlson, and that is a superb shot to bring up his half century off just 46 deliveries from Kieran Carlson, who has completely changed the momentum of this game. And a fine little knock from the Glamorgan acting captain. 3 4s and 3 6s hit by Carlson in that innings, and a cheeky way to bring it up as well.
Yes, it was a cheeky way, really, because he's medium pace. Keeper standing up, and he's on the go, is young Kieran.
Facing up to Haynes, and the next delivery is chopped down to a short third man position, And there's now a short third man as well as a backward point who would be roughly on the 30-metre circle if we had one. There's also a cover, a mid-off. There's a cover sweeper.
He might go aerial here.
Haynes to Carlson, who does just that and slaps it up towards us in the air.
6 more.
6 more indeed for the Glamorgan skipper.
Well, this is changing the whole nature of this game, because at lunchtime there we were in the press room saying, my word, are we still awake, and all that nonsense. But this now has propelled Glamorgan. They're up to, what are they, 234. And
that was fairly cross-bat from
Carlson.
How he's managed to cross-bat that over long off, I'm not sure. 195 for 3. Carlson to 59. And is he caught at the wicket? No, not given.
Not a great appeal, though, was it?
Appeal from Carter, standing up.
Good take.
It was obviously some sort of noise, but it wasn't bat on ball, according to Mr. Adnan.
No, it was outside it.
195 for 3. 70th over. But a dramatic acceleration. Oh, that should be out. It is, as Carlson swinging across the line, aiming towards the grandstand, and Haynes makes the breakthrough, a wicket that's cost him 10 runs in the over, but Carlson swinging once too often and pretty plumb leg before, as far as we can tell from up here. Absolutely, he was hit on the thigh, and he was down on one knee. So Carlson has gone for a 59, 195 for 4. The lead is 234, and Edward can reflect on that little gem from Kieran Carlson as he will be joined by Adrian Harms here on BBC Sport Online, as we do a quick shuffle round while the new man, presumably Billy Root, comes to the wicket.
Well, thanks, Nick, and what a little enjoyable innings for Glamorgan supporters. A flurry of attacking shots, and I think by that innings by the captain, Adrian, that well, certainly Glamorgan through Carlson have made their intentions clear.
Well, very clear.
And, taking the score up quite rapidly, as he was going to go for every ball, and Glamorgan's lead now is healthy, 234, and the run rate now all of a sudden is 2.79.
Well, the first run that he took, he just played the ball to mid-on, took a single, and Nick was saying, he does like to get on with it, Kieran Carlson. I have to say, I really like him. He made 200s here in that match when Ollie Robinson took all the wickets. He made a big 100 down at Hope. He always seems to make runs against
192, wasn't it?
But I just like, I just think he's I don't know, I don't know, I've never met him, but he just strikes me as a very positive cricketer.
Oh yes, he's a bubbly little chap.
Yeah, well, I think,
very likeable.
And as you guys were saying in commentary, it's changed the complexion of the game, hasn't it? Because all of a sudden, you're thinking here, maybe Glamorgan have. There's talk about a bit of weather around, so who knows? But they've put themselves in a very strong position here.
Nick thought I was being a bit ambitious. I said I'd declare with 20 overs tonight. But the way, if Carlson had stayed in, and if the way they were going at nearly 4 and over, that might have happened. Anyway, that was the last ball of the over. Carlson is to continue to bowl to northeast, and bowls in northeast now will take over the mantle of senior batsman. He can really attack when needs be. He's 41, and the lead now 234. And how many overs have we got until T19? Is it?
Be 32. Yes.
Yeah. So they'll just go on and gathering runs. And my word, he moved well outside leg stump, cut it away to the vacant area. It will be stopped just inside the boundary by Coles, but they take 2 runs.
Well, this is the 16th over. There's been 16 overs since lunch, and during that time, Glamorgan have scored 87. So in that morning session, there was only 64 runs. They consolidated Glamorgan, but I think that's a little gem of an innings by Kieran Carlson.
Just what was needed. Carlson bowls North East. It's dabbed down and deflected and stopped by Ibrahim in that position, boot hill as we call it. Generally the youngest player goes there, and in this case it is, I think. Isn't he the youngest player, Ibrahim, in the side?
Yes. Yeah, 18. Coming up 19, I'll tell you exactly.
Carson in, bowls, North East drives up to mid-on. It was rather deep, but no chance of a single.
Daniel Ibrahim is 19 next month. He is the youngest.
Got 100 against Glamorgan last year, didn't he, down at Hove?
He did last game of the season, yeah. And the youngest player to score a half century in the county championship ever, when he was 16.
He has a future. Carson bowling off spin in, bowls, and this is turned in the gap between mid-wicket and the man at 45. And they amble through for a single, which brings Billy Root, another quick scorer. I said in the first innings when he was facing Carson, wait for the reverse sweep. He did not reverse sweep once, which in his, what did he get, 61? 62, which is rather surprising. Well, let's see what he does now. He hasn't faced the bowlers yet. In comes Carson, bowls to him. He's on the back foot and punches it away. No run. 198 for 4. One thing I will say, that I think this pitch has gone a little slower. There's nothing zipping through or anything like that. The new ball is the key, and in Glamorgan's case the key would be for Swepson, the Australian leg spinner, who bowled pretty well in that first innings. What did he take? 52 off 24 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 for 52. Do you think, so that assault from Kieran Carlson, do you think it's number one, he's thinking, right, I want to get us in a position here, or is he thinking like the new ball is, you know...
He's thinking weather, I would have thought.
Yeah, so there could be a number of things, but what it has done is
advanced the game.
Hugely. And do you think now that North Eastern Route will carry that on?
They're not as quick. Route might, as Carlson did, and as I mentioned, he may say, okay, Sam, you're the sheet anchor, you keep on playing and accumulating, while the man, you've got Chris Cook coming in next, another quick scorer, and Tim van der Gooten, so that might be the ploy, I don't know.
In comes Tom Haynes, running in bowls to North East down the leg side, and that's helped on its way. We'll wait to see if they're leg bowls, whether they're off the bat, and indeed they are signals as runs. So 4 to Sam North East. He goes to 48, and the 200 up for Glamorgan, 202 for 4, and the lead to 241. You mentioned you were surprised that Tom Haynes hadn't bowled,
yes.
And he comes on in bowls. He goes for a 4 and a 6, and he gets a wicket. So
I should be captain this.
Yeah. The light is not great at the minute, actually. It's just got a bit gloomy in the
But it
last.
always is, because Nick doesn't clean the windows, you see.
In comes Haynes, bowls. North East eases forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Allsop, and there is no
I've
run.
asked and asked, Adrian, but senior commentator says quite easy, just hang outside with it on a ladder.
Well, it's a long way up, isn't it?
No, it always looks worse outside. I think it's the same down at Hove.
Yeah, it is. It is in our commentary box. Yeah, it's that darkened glass, and it is deceptive. In comes Haynes, bowls. North East eases this one. They're going to think about 2 here. They've taken 1, and they will only pick up the 1. James Coles comes in from mid-wicket to field. So Sam North East to within 1 of his half-century, 203 for 4. The score at lunch was 110, so 93 added since lunch.
17 overs?
It was 54 overs at lunch, so this is the 18th over since lunch. So the run rate is sort of 5 and over since lunch. There's been a big sea change in the game.
Big change in the field as well. There's about 4 people changing positions.
Yeah.
Now they put 2 on the drive for Root, because he does play that extra, like most left-handers, plays that extra cover drive sublimely.
Haynes round the wicket in bowls to Root, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no... It's difficult to think, having seen that onslaught from the skipper, that suddenly Glamorgan will revert to just picking up the 1s and 2s here. I wonder whether they might just feel we've really got the impetus away now.
No, the thing is, I think, Adrian, because they're not as good as Carlson playing that sort of cricket. Root can motor, but Carlson is quite exceptional.
Haynes in bowls, forward comes... Root plays into the offside. There is no run. I mean, just through the volume of runs that Kieran Carlson scores, the way that he plays his cricket, is he kind of, Lions contention? And because he ought to be.
Because a couple of years ago he was Lions contention. Everybody was disappointed this part of the world. Last year he had a very poor season. He was dropped, in fact.
Haynes in bowls. Root plays a slightly, they go a little low, plays onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over from Tom Haynes. 2 overs, 1 for 15, 203 for 4. The lead 242 with Sam North East on 49.
Yes, and there are, how many overs left? 18 before tea?
18 until tea, 8 till the new ball is available. So it's a a poor season last year, but to bounce back.
He was dropped at the end of the season, in fact, and still made vice captain in David Law's absence, and has relished and took the place at the top of the order in the one-day game and played some very good innings there. So he's at the top of his game now.
Well, good cricketer. He looks like an attacking cricketer, and good news.
Anyway, it's Carson to carry on. He's having a long bowl, his 20th over. He bowls now, and this is clipped away by North East out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and that is Tom North East's 50. He's had an indifferent season, but this is a good innings. 104 balls for North East's half century. A very valuable one in the circumstances. 3 fours only, but he's played a good innings for his side. Carson then will continue to the left-handed Billy Root. In he comes and bowls and
hurried on a bit.
I don't think he's going to toss it up, because Root, who is a very good reverse sweeper, and they've got a man there for that shot, so he might not try it. And around the wicket, Carson's coming to the left-hander, and he comes, bowls to him, and he's played that out into the covers and gets off the mark with a single. Funny how we were saying this morning, 250 will be a very good lead, and if Glamorgan are bowled out for 250, but it's not hugely difficult to play on this pitch. It's slow, but you have to bowl well. They have done pretty well, the Sussex attack, as Carson comes in. This is defended by Sam North East. 205 for 4. In the day, there are 49 overs remaining. Jack Carson must be 6'1", 6'2". Ireland cricketer.
Yeah.
And is the next ball. Now they think of a run to side against it. Tell me, has he had overtures from Ireland?
He went on the Lions tour to Sri Lanka in the winter, and I think his preference is to play cricket. Yeah. And we were saying earlier on, we were talking about the dearth of spinners.
That's the last ball of the over, and if you remember, 2 years ago I hadn't seen him, and I made the remark. You perhaps Nick remembered. I said, I'm so impressed with this young lad. I haven't seen him before. I think he played for England.
Yeah.
I wish I'd put 5p on that now, because if he's been on the Lions tour. Anyway, I think he's a good cricketer. At 50 and a 40 up at Worcester, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good cricketer. He's a good cricketer. I mean, primarily he's in the side to take wickets, but you're quite right. Somebody comes in 8-9, you can bat as well. He missed virtually all of last season with a knee injury, and I think there were a few concerns about how that was going to play out, but he seems to be fine this season. And if he could start to take wickets regularly, any spinner around the country, Here comes Haynes, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Billy Root, who eases that one through square leg. He takes a single fielded there by Nathan McAndrew, running back towards the boundary.
I still maintain that had Carlson stayed in for another 35-40 minutes, Glamorgan would have had signs on declaring after tea sometime, but
well, it could still happen.
Root has to play himself in, obviously.
206 for 4.
The last thing they want is to lose 4 wickets for about 30, and then all of a sudden they start twitching again.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is 245. Haynes with a very defensive field, which I'll describe in a moment, runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and North East plays third. That's a lovely shot. That's going to race away. I don't think it's going to quite get to the boundary. James Coles is chasing. I think they'll come back for a third, though. A relay between Coles and Shipley. That's a good bit of fielding, actually, and it restricts North East to 2. But Sam North East just showing signs here. He's going to take over the mantle of Kieran Carlson. He goes to 52, 208 for 4. And I know that you can never play cricket matches by a weather forecast because you can come horribly unstuck.
But you've got to just keep one eye.
Well, I believe that you do. And in comes Haynes, and North East clips this to mid-wicket footed.
I looked last night, and my wife at those times thinks I'm very boring. Looking at weather forecasts, I said.
My wife thinks I'm boring looking at weather forecasts as well, so it's got to be a cricket thing. So she would come out in sympathy with your wife, Edward. What are you looking at the weather forecast for? It's always wrong.
And I looked at, I'll just break off for you.
In comes Haynes and bowls, and North East plays with a very straight back to short extra fielded by Allsop, no run.
I said, how long do you think I've been doing this job, love? And I'm looking for tomorrow's from Wednesday's forecast. So I went on the BBC forecast, and it said for today there will be cloud and drizzle in the Cardiff area. And I looked on the Met Office, no rain today, and no rain tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So at the moment,
Haynes in bowls, clipped by North East to mid-wicket.
At the moment it's 1-0 to the Met Office. I do hope that it'll stay dry, because I think we've got an intriguing game, because both sides want to win, which we've emphasised.
Yes, well, both of them just with 1 win from 7. Neither of them have lost so far in the Championship. Yeah. But you're not going to go up just drawing games, because someone will come for a run at some stage. Haynes in and bowls, forward comes North East, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. End of the over, 208 for 4.
And the real
leads 245.
I didn't go up to Durham. I was watching it on the stream, and I saw Nick interviewing Chris Cook, who saved the game for Glamorgan up there when it looks as if they're going to lose. He got 134 not out, and as Nick said, well played, blah blah blah. He said, yeah, but we've saved the game, but it's really about winning games, and it is time we started winning.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely spot on.
And that is what Paul Farbrace has been saying as well over the last few weeks. It's another draw, but we need to start to win. So I think there'll be a positive attitude here within both camps, and it should make it. Edward, we were saying this. I think it should make for a really good end of the season, because pretty much every side, probably with the exception of Yorkshire, maybe Derbyshire as well, have got a chance of getting. Even Derbyshire with a couple of, you win a couple of games.
Carson starts a new over. Ruth hits that well, but straight to deep extra cover. There is a single. We played Durham here at the start of the season, and they looked a very formidable unit. Would have won the game had rain not intervened. Ryan Campbell came up here, their coach, and he'd said, I'm not interested in draws, not at all. And he has shown the way forward for them, because they are going to go up. Carson bowls, North East drives firmly to mid-off.
It was. He also came on to commentary at Hove, actually, and strangely enough, it's the only game that Sussex have won this season. They beat Durham first up.
Early on.
First game of the season.
Early on.
Yeah.
Carson then again to North East, been very patient. He's on 52. Up he comes, bowls, and North East uses his feet, but I suspect Carson saw him come and pulled it down.
I think the feeling is that Sussex have been unlucky, in inverted commas, in a couple of games where weather had intervened. Having said that, had it not rained in the game against Yorkshire, they'd have lost to Yorkshire at home. So I think the weather is sort of as broad as it's long, really. Yeah. You win some, you lose some.
Carson bowls, and this is crept up to go for a quick single and get there quite easily. Up at Yorkshire, Glamorgan had 9 down. They missed the last session of the third day. That would have been a win. And as I head down here against Durham, they were up against it, and it rained for most of the last day. And Martin Emerson got rather annoyed because he didn't think the covering was up. That's surprising for Martin, isn't it? Here's the next ball. She's driven again up to Coles. Deep extra, it's not Coles. Deep extra cover. McAndrew. And there's another run. Topping along, 2-on-1 for 4.
Yeah, new ball sort of gets ever nearer, doesn't it?
250 the lead. Ripple of applause. Yeah, what Glamorgan really needed was a half an hour of Carson.
Wow.
Carson then in, bowls over the wicket, nudged away. I think they'll take it to tea. Now, if he's still there, or these two are still here at tea, then the charge will be on.
So,
Because,
211 for 4. Northeast 53, route 4. Leaders, Ed was saying, 250. 47 overs remaining in the day. We've got 5 and 2 a new ball is available. I see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take it, Edward, do you think?
They have to.
Yeah.
They have to, because it's all very comfortable at the moment. Okay, Shipley wasn't at his best, I didn't think, today. But McAndrew bowled very well.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping his seamers back here, isn't he, Tom Alsop? I'd imagine he's going to bowl Tom Haynes through until the...
How many overs?
Only 5 more.
Obviously, yeah.
In comes Haynes, round the wicket, bowls to Root, who hammers that one away, and he also tries to hammer it away. Fielded on the cover boundary by James Coles, who gets in the throw to Ollie Carter. One more to Billy Root. He goes to 5, 212 for 4. Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan, Nick Webb. Live commentary here on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. From a gloomy Cardiff, it's been pretty overcast for most of the day, but mercifully so far, apart from a few spits and spots of rain, has stayed away. Tom Haynes, who picked up the wicket of Kieran Carlson, is on his way. Bowls to Northeast, who forces that back down the track, and Haynes parries the ball, and very obligingly Billy Root at the non-strikers end picks up the ball.
He, although he's playing very sensibly, he can hit the ball Sam Northeast a very, very long way.
Good signing for Glamorgan.
As he demonstrated with that 410 not out at Leicester last year.
Haynes in again bowls, and Northeast clips this onto the onside, picks up a single against James Coles. Is called into action this time at deep mid-wicket as opposed to sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Northeast, he goes to 54.
Glamorgan have Leicester next game up here at Sophia Gardens, and you'd say in the old days, a couple of years ago, well, that should be a win, but not these days.
No.
And
they've won a couple of games, Leicestershire. In comes Haynes, around the wicket bowls, and Root looks to place onto the onside, picks up a comfortable single. They're picking up the ones very successfully here, fielded by Cavelas at mid-on, and there is no...
It'll be odd not to see Nico prancing around Paul Nixon, because I mentioned this yesterday. I think he had very much success in the championship, riding quite high, and then had a disappointing 2020.
Haynes in bowls, and all these drives stylishly into the covers, and there is no
all
run.
of a sudden he's put on gardening leave, whatever. Well, we know what gardening leave is, but well, has he had the sack, or has he just been rested? And Paul Nixon is not one to be rested. He doesn't stop still. No. Very strange business.
I mean, Leicestershire's record this season, they're one of only 2. So Durham have won 4. In comes Haynes over the wicket bowls. Northeast drives handsomely down the ground. That's a lovely shot, and that's going to probably go for 4 runs. They're in hot pursuit. They're going to pull the ball back. Just pulled back inside the rope by Henry Shipley. Throw comes in. Good running, really good running by Sam Northeast. Aggressive running. He was always looking for the 3rd. He goes to 57. Glamorgan 217 for 4 at the end of the over. They lead by 2, 56. What I was going to say was that the Durham have won 4 games. The only counties who have won more than 1 are Leicestershire and Worcestershire. They've both won 2. And they are playing each other in this round of matches, I believe.
No, they're Worcester in trouble.
So Worcestershire are playing Derbyshire. Yeah.
Last I looked, Madsen, as usual, has got a big 100, and somebody was 170.
Lewis Deploy, he's not out 226. Derbyshire 521 for 5.
They're not going to lose that, are they?
And in fact, Derbyshire have played a game less than everybody else, together with Yorkshire. So a win for Derbyshire there, and they're all out of it. So everyone is in the reckoning here.
So as you say, you've got to start thinking, okay, we'll take a chance. I still don't think that when you leave 320 is taking a chance. Carson to continue, and he will be bowling to Sam Northeast, as taking over the mantle of Glamorgan as senior batsman in this partnership. Here's Carlson. Bowls, and this is driven. Good with fielding there on the drive, hit firmly.
That's Clark. He's very good.
Clark Fields.
Yeah, very good.
Carson just steadies himself. He's in his 22nd over now. And comes in towards us. And, ball to Carlson. Carlson square drives that. Going up towards the extra cover boundary. They'll cross for one. They'll come back for a second, certainly. As it's picked up by Coles in the far distance. And they pick up two. What they'll do if these two are still there at tee is assess the position with captain and coach. And say, this is what we want, lads. It's still a healthy lead, 258.
Oh, you can certainly see Sussex batting tonight. I would be surprised if they're not.
Carson bowls back, he goes on his stumps again. It doesn't time, it looks at his bat. Don't blame the bat, Sam.
Oh, no, what's umpire Bainton signalling?
He's coming round.
Right.
He was over the wicket.
Good spot. Sussex got a 12th man on. Harrison Ward is on the field, so I'll try and see
One of
who's
the
off.
quickies, probably. Here's Carson into northeast, and northeast clips this away to short mid wicket. He's got his field well placed here.
Well, Shipley is on. I think that's Carvelos at mid-off.
Yeah.
It might be McAndrew who's off. Could be changing his bowling boots or something. Here he's coming down the pavilion steps now.
In comes the next ball. Played into the covers. Again, good placement there by the bowler for his field placing. There's a huge gap between deep extra and the man sweeping away on the point boundary. Carson has a ball left of his 22nd over. He's bowled admirably. Bowls, and this time it's clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. He will retain strike as he moves on to 60. Sam northeast. Glamorgan are 220 for 4, 259 in front. The new ball is 3 overs away, and there are 13 overs remaining before tea.
Let's quickly rattle through the other scores in Division 2. Durham 67 for 1 in their second innings, leading Leicestershire by 162, that game at Grace Road. Derbyshire 532 for 5, leading Worcestershire by 295 at Worcester. And Gloucestershire 294 for 6. In reply to Yorkshire's 550 for 9.
They're covering a bit then.
Oh, this is interesting. Now McAndrew's coming into the attack with the new ball still 3 overs away. So an interesting ploy here from Sussex. In the first division, Warwickshire 300 for 8. They lead Essex by 1 run at Chelmsford, but you imagine that's not going to last too much longer. Middlesex 149 for 6, still trailing Hampshire by 120. Looks like they're stumbling to defeat at the Aegeus. Kent made 621 in their first inning. Daniel Bell Drummond making exactly 300 not out. Northants 94 for 3 in their second inning, still trailing by 290. Taunton, Somerset 470 for 7 in their second innings. They lead Nottinghamshire by 447. And some wickets have tumbled at the Oval actually in the last half hour or so. Lancashire 251 for 7 leads Surrey by 165. Phil Salt, formerly of Sussex, making 54. In comes McAndrew in and bowls and clipped around to the leg side by Sam Northeast. He's picked up 1. They think about 2. You probably heard the cry of no. Tom Alsop just getting a hand to that, taking the pace off the ball. And Northeast has to be satisfied with a single. It takes him to 61. 221 for 4. The lead 260.
Some fast bowlers, they've done it for years, like to have the new ball, sometimes a couple of overs, just to sort of warm up, because they haven't bowled since before lunch, just to get into the rhythm, or perhaps try those new boots he went off.
Yeah, he has had a some sort of a groin problem, Nathan McAndrew, which kept him out of some T20s.
Right.
So I'm not sure he's 100%. I mean, I'm never sure that during seasons bowlers are 100% anyway. They're all, bowlers bound to pick up the niggles here and there. But he did miss a couple of games. And they've got a fairly lengthy process in place here, changing the field. McAndrew waits at the end of his run. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Billy Root. He's in round the wicket, bowls, and Root covers up, plays down the offside of the track. And there is Darrell. I get the feeling if Billy Root's he's getting a bit twitchy. wouldn't yeah, I just wouldn't be a bit surprised to
You
see
see the
him.
bounce of that ball now. You see, Andrew, that he went back. Adrian, he went back and had all the time. Sussex will think, if they're 150 for 4, something like that, or 150 for 6, oh, we're not going to win this. And they could defend. So that's what I think Glamorgan should be, positive and on the go here. Let's go for these quick runs.
Slipping a gully in place. McHenry in bowls to Root, who plays that one through backward point, picks up a single to James Coles, who's come trotting in from the boundary. One more to Root. He goes to 7, 2-2-2 for 4.
As Richie would say.
Yeah, lead 261.
When did you come up, last night or this morning?
No, I came down this morning.
Did you? Must have left in the early hours.
Not too bad. I actually left home at 7:15.
No.
And I had a really good run, actually. In fact, as I came down the M4, I was slightly worried because it showed there'd been an accident somewhere down near Chippenham and towards Bath, and I was thinking, oh no, I'm going to be late. It said 55 minutes, and I was thinking there'd be a big delay. And then all of a sudden the signs cleared and came over the bridge, no problem.
Yeah, that's a delight, that, isn't it?
Oh, into Cardiff, and no problem.
Good.
In goes McAndrew bowls and driven by northeast to mid-off.
And
there is no run.
They say 50, 40, and you think, oh no. You get there and there's nothing happening.
Oh, I mean, how many times
I don't mind that.
Oh, yeah. Quite often I have to
the
say
anticipation isn't good.
Yeah, and sometimes, particularly with T20 nights when you're coming back later. I came back from Chelmsford a few weeks ago, and there were horrendous roadworks. I mean, all the motorways were shut, all around the Dartford Bridge was shut, and yeah.
But they do tell you where to go.
Well, they did. There was a diversion, but big lorries. It took forever. In comes McAndrew bowls, and northeast is forward. Plays that without timing into the offside. There is no run.
What's your distance to the county ground in Hull from home? Guildford, is it?
Yeah, it depends which way. If you go across country, sort of through Horsham and through the lovely villages, it's about 35 miles. If you go around the motorways, you're not far off double that. About 55 miles. If you go M25, if you go A3, M25, M23, that is the quicker way, provided you don't get held up. If you get held up on
that time of morning as well.
And the stretch from the M25 down to Gatwick is not good.
M23.
In comes McAndrew bowls and clipped by northeast to midwicket. No run. Just give the score 2-2-2 for 4. Baden over from Nathan McAndrew. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. The lead 261.
I always do when I come down to your place is I either leave at 10 o'clock in the morning the day before, or I either leave about 6 o'clock at night. By the time I get up, into the turn-off to go through, not Brackley, was the name of that place? Bracknell and up. It's empty roads, and thankfully the M23.
Yeah.
Once you get past Gatwick, it's plain sailing.
Yeah, it is. It's often such a busy stretch, that stretch from the M25 down to Gatwick, and it's a long stretch as well. So if you get an accident there, you can't get off.
Especially in holiday season.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Now then, Carson to bowl the penultimate over, possibly before the new ball, and he is bowling to Billy Root. In he comes and bowls to Root, who bowl well at him. Even though Root got 62, he lured him down the pitch and had him stumped in the first innings. Carlson, 22 overs, 1 for 62. He's more better than that. Then he comes round the wicket, bowls. Oh, and that's pulled away to mid-wicket, and that's going to go a long way for 6, I would imagine. Yeah. You could hear the crack from here. Third 6 off Carson, and he played right across the line, didn't he?
Would there be any reason sometimes the new ball isn't taken, that the skipper might think, well, hang on, the ball's got a bit soft and it's harder to get away? I mean, my own view would be there's absolutely no reason not to take the new ball for Sussex here. I can't think of any reason that you wouldn't.
So 3 6s off Carson, as in comes the next delivery, is nudged away, better ball. There's no run. Run rate now is shot up to nearly 3 and over.
Yeah.
From where it was under 1 this morning. Root has moved on to 13. He's in good nick at the moment, is Billy Root. Carson round the wicket into the left-handed Root, and Root has gone for the biggie again, and it's going to get runs. He's going to get 6, no 4 this time. So these two have decided. Well, not.
That's 10 off the over.
Not northeast, of course. It's Billy Root, as if northeast has been told, you are the anchor man.
Yes.
And Root has had a look at it, and he's gone 6-4. And I think it's got to take the new ball now. I say now, after this, these two balls on the next over is bowled. He's sending a man back, but not where those two balls went to. He's sending him backward to square. Is he going to bowl? Like a bit of reverse sweep might come in here with Mr. B route or W route. In comes Carson Bowles. Gone back, played it through the offside. Gets a single. 11 off the over so far. One ball to come.
I mean, it's been a good session for Glamorgan, hasn't it? They've added 123 in this session already. I know they've lost a couple of wickets, but in keeping with the rest of them, I mean, they've virtually scored double the runs that were scored in the morning session.
Last ball of the over. Could be the last ball of his spell. He's over the wicket. Bowls to northeast, who drives powerfully in the missed field at cover.
Hudson Prentice, yeah.
Trot through for a single. 234 for 4. The lead now is 273. 43 overs remain today. Mr. Webb and I disagreed. I said to pull in with 20 overs left.
I don't think I'll take in the new ball, you know.
Well, there's only 79 bowled.
Oh, sorry. That's why.
Just saying, Nick and I
have they changed the rules? Isn't it 79 overs?
I still think that they should have 20 overs. Go out there for 20 overs now and start going for it. Well, Root has had the message, I think, or has decided himself.
Yeah. So, Nathan McAndrew, running away from us from the Cathedral End, comes in a bowl short, pulled away by Sam Northeast down to fine leg. Picks up a single, does Northeast. He goes to 63. The total, in fact, that gone up already? Yeah, there we go. 235 for 4. The lead is 274. Brings Billy Root onto strike. He's on 18. These two have added 40 so far for the 5th wicket after Kieran Carlson's rapid 59 really set the tempo and the tone.
Yes, it did.
For this session. Sussex very much.
There's always, will you play out until 6:30 tonight? You know, the clouds might come in a bit.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
And you don't use the lights here for Championship cricket, Nick was saying.
I'd rather not get involved in that.
Right.
Know my feelings and Nick's on that.
See, Nathan McAndrew is doing quite a lot of stretching down below us, which suggests that he's not quite 100%.
Yeah, that perhaps I'm testing it out sort of thing.
He's running around the wicket now, comes in, bowls to Root, who cuts away into the offside to backward point, fielded by James Coles. Comfortable single to Root, he goes to 19, 236 for 4, lead to 275. We have, as Edward was saying, we've still got another 10 overs after this till tea, so tea's going to be taken quite late, and that over rate that is showing at +2, they seem to adjust it at the end of every session. I think Sussex might be behind again here, you know.
First 2 days we were more or less just 10 minutes late finishing.
Which is very unusual. We've had some very late finishes this year.
7:15 once here at the start of the season.
McAndrew runs away from us, bowls to Northeast. Northeast clips firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Ibrahim. He's one of 2 shortish mid-wickets in there. Tom Alsop skippering in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara, who's
on his way
away
back
with India. Well, I think India have a Test series over in the Caribbean.
Not chosen.
Wasn't he?
No, not picked.
Oh, well, when was that? Well, I'm way out of touch.
Well, when you were listening to Elton
when I was listening to Elton, yeah. Right. Right. Well, thank you. I should have boned up.
Anything else
more.
you want to know about?
Yeah. I'm not doing very well today. 79 overs for a new ball. I don't know. Pujara hasn't been picked.
Too much Glastonbury.
I know. In comes McAndrew, bowls and eased into the offside by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. 36 for 4, lead is 275. The trees swaying away along the banks of the River Taff. That runs directly behind the ground.
Very low River Taff.
Is it? Not much rain.
Oh. As is every
well, yeah, but there's
river.
But we had enough rain. It's a bugbear of mine here, but I mustn't get political. Yeah, you know, there's parts of Sussex now. I'll tell you this in a moment. In comes McAndrew. running away from us in and bowls and played into the offside by North East. A good tumbling save by Hudson Prentice, but North East goes through for another run. He goes to 64, 237 for 4. Yeah, the chief executive of a water company in East Sussex. They've had all sorts of problems with getting water to some of the
their
villages.
fault.
Well, it is their fault because more people are working from home, so people are drinking more water. So there's, I mean, really...
I heard him on the radio with the Sussex man.
Yeah, so I think there was a local resident who put a petition together to say it's not
Get
really...
your act together, that's our fault.
It's not quite good enough. And we did have rather a lot of rain in the winter months, as I remember.
March. Good Lord, rained every day.
Anyway, McAndrew around the wicket bowls. Oh, he's bowling! And Billy Root looking to force that one away. I think that kept a little bit low.
It certainly did. Yes.
And Billy Root is on his way. His middle stump is pegged back. So McAndrew gets a breakthrough with the new ball imminently available. I wonder whether that might change Tom Alsop's mind. Just maybe keep going with the older ball. We shall see. Anyway, breakthrough for Sussex, 237 for 4. And Billy Root is on his way for 19. But I think if you're a side who's got a bat last and you see that happening, you may be slightly concerned.
Yeah.
We'll probably see the replay in a minute, but my initial view was
the way he played it.
Yeah.
For 19.
That it did keep a little low. At 2:37, that is the end of the over, so we shall see whether the new ball will be...
Yeah, just waiting for the replay here. Haven't seen it yet. Boys next door, I can see them. They're sitting next to us, trying their best to give us the replay.
Yeah, but anyway, a wicket for Nathan McAndrew. It's his second of the innings.
There we
2
go.
for 33. So we're just going to get a rerun here, and let's see. Or did Billy Root get himself in a bit of a tangle? Oh no, I think that did keep a bit low.
It did. Hit it down towards the base, which Glamorgan won't mind seeing in a funny sort of way.
I'm sure they won't.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Chris Cook.
Well, we know Chris Cook is in good form.
Well, the man of the moment, batting-wise, you'll be surprised to hear, is Tim Batley-Hooton.
Yes, I saw he made 44 in the first innings, didn't he?
A couple of 50s, and he's inched himself up from 10, 11, 9, 8, and he's now at 7.
Right.
But Cook, well, he'll know, he's experienced enough, former captain, he'll know that 276, you get another 40 or 50 added on to that. And I think anything over 300, I said this morning anything over 250, Adrian, but I think anything over 300 on this.
Now, the new ball is available, and I don't think Sussex are going to take it.
Don't you?
No, I think Jack Carlson is going to carry it, unless he's going to bowl with a new ball.
Robert Croft used to love bowling with a new ball because it bounced.
Well, maybe that is. I mean, I haven't seen a signal to say the new ball's been taken, but it looks like Carlson is going to bowl.
No, I wasn't, to be honest. I was looking at the screen. I wasn't looking at the umps then.
It's
No, and Mr. Hignell would have announced it in his...
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So they're not taking it. Interesting.
Right, Chris Cook comes in. He's not going to face. And
I'd better go, Edward, because I've got an update to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carlson bowls, and North East plays it out into the covers. 237 for 5. The lead is 276. Got all the makings of a cracking end to this game. Carlson is in his 24th overs. Nick goes back inside, and he's played that back down the pitch. Carlson makes sure he's absolutely ready. Nick is getting in a terrible tangle with the earphones as this is clipped away to mid-wicket. And well fielded, no run. Well, it wasn't mid-wicket in the end, it was to the bowler. Deflected. Glamorgan lead by 276 runs on Carlson has had a marathon spell. Hold unchanged from the time he came on. And he's coming in and bowls, and that's played out into the covers. Why do you think, Mr. Webb? Is it a new cherry not taken? If I knew, he said I'd be out there, captain in Sussex.
Difficult one. I mean, I'm surprised that Carson's been left on, given that Glamorgan batters seem to have been targeting him.
Well, he's gone for 3 sixes. This is played. The ball is played on merit, isn't it, by North East? Very correct. He's 64. Good innings. Carson again. Last ball of the over. No runs of this over. Bowls still a single. He pinches a strike. Abraham goes flying at short leg. 238 for 5, and the lead is 277. What have we got until a cup of tea time?
9 overs, Ed.
Yeah,
Although Adrian's due back on commentary in a minute, so you are allowed to make yourself a brew in the meantime, as long as you don't pinch all the cakes.
No, I wouldn't do that, you know that.
238 for 5 then, as McAndrew continuing to stretch gently at this Cathedral Road end, and then
funny business this, because
his troops.
You know, he's come on, he's taken the new one, he's taken the 2 overs before the new ball is due, and he's bowling, and now he's got the advantage of having the new ball, and he's not bowling. Can't work that out.
All very peculiar, as Tom Alsop will no doubt have his reasons, as Nathan McAndrew is in to bowl, and that's off the edge past a diving 4th slip and away to the boundary for 4 runs for Sam North East. 242 for 5. The solitary slip put the dive in, but didn't quite get a hand to it. Say 4th slip, solitary slip. I am correct. There is only 1 slip, but he is in a 4th slip sort of position. So North East moves to 69 not out. McAndrew, who looked a bit cross while fielding, is not likely to have his temper improved by that one.
Take the new ball. There we are.
McAndrew bowls, and North East defends. Well, I suppose there's always the risk that it might come harder off the bat, but Sussex need to do something to alter the trajectory of the game, don't they? The momentum of the game. Otherwise, they could find themselves chasing an improbable 350 in the last innings. And although, yes, we've seen a lot of pitches flatten out in the sunshine here,
there's not much sunshine left.
There's not much sunshine, and it doesn't look like one of those pitches. McAndrew bowls down leg side, poor ball. North East tried to get something on it. It will be 2 runs of some sort. Buys, in fact, no contact with batter or bat.
Yeah. Ollie Carter's done some diving in the dust, hasn't he, in this game?
Hasn't been best served by some of the bowling that's headed at him. 244 for 5.
Adrian is back. I will vacate.
Thank you, Edwards, as McAndrew will bowl to North East, who drives this ball to cover, and there is no run. I shall try not to knock any headphones out this time as we do the headphone shuffle once more.
Brilliantly done, Nick. No one would know.
I have been known to smash headphone sockets in studio before now by tripping over the wretched things. That's probably why they don't let me in the studio anymore. McAndrew is in to bowl. Oh, that's a horrible ball down leg side. Short and wide, maybe looking to tempt North East into an ill-judged pull with a square leg lurking on the ropes, but North East just sneered at it as it went by.
I was just before I drew my update, I was just quickly checking that news on Cheteshwar Pujara and reading that Sunil Gavaskar is very critical of the Indian selectors. Pujara left out of the tour for the West Indies.
Yeah,
so thank you for telling me, because I didn't know.
I believe there was talk of Pujara being back for the One Day Cup, possibly.
Yeah.
As McAndrew bowls. Oh, that's done leg side, and Carter is left grovelling again, and they'll just run the by once more. This is unfair on wicket keepers. That should be debited to the bowler in some way.
Yeah.
Because it didn't give Carter a chance of stopping it. Did well to get a glove to it. 2:45.45 then here on BBC Sport Online with Sam North East on 69 not out, and Chris Cook yet to face.
I mean, if he hasn't been picked for that tour, I'll have to query his, unless his contract was only assuming he was going to go. I thought you'd be back for the championship match next week against Derbyshire, but
I don't think that's the plan from what I read, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, I need to bone up on that. So thank you, because I hadn't realised. Jack Carson's going to carry on, so new ball still in the umpire's pocket, which seemed a little odd, but in comes Carson. Over wicket bowls to North East. He's forward down the onside. There is no run.
I mean, all right, Sussex have claimed 3 wickets this afternoon, but they've leaked 135 runs, and Sussex need to change the flow of the match, don't they?
They do. Email in from Steve. Hello, Steve, who's complimenting the Glamorgan live stream. So well done, lads, sitting next door to us.
And lass.
And lads and lasses. In comes Carson, bowls, driven by North East. That's a lovely looking shot, and well fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Clark, who got a hand to that. Has he hurt himself, Tom Clark? He's rolling around on the ground, but he's okay. He's holding his left hand. He took the sting out of it, put a single to North East, who goes to 70, 246 for 5, the lead 285. And on the subject of Tom Clark, Steve says, do you know why Tom Clark doesn't seem to be bowling anymore? I seem to remember he picked up an injury that stopped him from bowling. That was some considerable time ago. In comes Carson, bowls, forward comes Cook, plays into the offside, no run. My understanding is that Tom certainly had an ankle injury, which clearly is not preventing him from playing and batting, but may well be preventing him from bowling, Steve. I think that's the reason why. But he's a very useful medium pacer, a little bit quicker than medium pace actually is Tom Clark. In comes Carson again, gives up plenty of air, and Cook just eases that through the vacant cover area, picks up a single footed by Coles on the cover boundary. So Cook on his way, 247 for 5, lead 286.
Carlson, by the way, now is 754 runs for the season, so unless there's a dramatic drop-off in form, he should get to the 1,000, you would have thought.
Very good indeed. And actually, Ben, I've got an email from Ben Silk, which is on the subject of Pujara, which is interesting. In comes Carson and bowls, flicked away by North East through mid-wicket, picks up another comfortable single. I don't quite understand this new ball, if I'm being honest. I'm sure there is a reason behind it. It's just a reason I can't quite see. 248 for 5, a lead of 287. We've still got another 39 overs to be bowled today. You'd have just thought with a new ball, I know new balls can disappear very quickly, but in comes Carson, reverse swept by Cook. Well, there's an appeal for an LBW and an appeal for quarter short leg, and both were turned down by umpire Bainton. And there is no run, much ado about nothing. 248 for 5, North East 71, Cook on 1. 39 overs left to be bowled today. The lead is 287. Ben says, my thoughts have already turned to the Derbyshire match a week on Monday. With Pujara not being selected for India's tour, he might be available. The statement on the website is very vague, saying only he'll be back before the one-day cup. Would you play him instead of either McAndrew or Shipley? Both have done okay, but we need more runs. Best regards, Ben Silk. Good question, actually, that, because Sussex have obviously got in Henry Shipley and Nathan McAndrew because they thought they thought the batting would be strong enough.
Yes, here is one of those overseas quicks, Nathan McAndrew, to bowl to Sam North East, who drives nicely, but it's well intercepted at cover, and there is no run. Well, certainly when I remember you interviewing Paul Farbrace at the end of the Glamorgan 737 in Hove, and he said, well, we need to get a bit of overseas bowling strength in, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And foreshadowed the signing of Shipley to add to McAndrew.
And maybe that's the thinking that where Sussex have struggled is to bowl sides out. It's a good question, Ben, and we'll see if we can get sort of some definitive date as when he's going to be back. But it looks like the One Day Cup.
McAndrew in bowls, and North East glances one down to fine leg for a single, 249 for 5.
But there are 2 championship matches before that, Derbyshire and then Yorkshire, and that'll make that up to 10 games and then 4 to go in September. That's right, isn't it?
Probably is for you. Glamorgan have got 3 in September because they've got a bye in one of the weeks, so it could well be that Sussex are playing 4.
Yeah, so Sussex have got Derbyshire, Yorkshire. Is there another home game? I'm pretty sure that Sussex have got 4 in September. Because we go very late. We go something like Durham, Derbyshire. Durham and Derbyshire away. Gloucestershire is the final home game of the season. Leicestershire at home.
Yeah. So it is 4.
Yeah. So
it's 4 in September for Sussex, but only 3 in Glamorgan.
Yeah. So really, so if you're available, you'd think Sussex might like Bijara for the. Or maybe they're just going to say, well, we're going to play the 2 overseas bowlers. We'll see.
McAndrew bustles in, bowls, and Cook squared up slightly, plays that to cover. And there's no run.
The only other thing about that, Ben, is of course with Ali Orr has been out for Sussex for the last few weeks. He hurt his knee in the T20 game at the Oval several weeks ago. Now Ali's hoping to be back for the 50 over cup as well.
Where do you stand in terms of this top 5? You've got the 3 Toms who are pretty experienced, reasonably experienced at the top. Coles and Carter at 4 and 5. Yeah. McAndrew bowls, and that's edged and not carrying to slip by Cook.
I think it was probably just short of Tom Clark, is my thinking. Oh, he's got his head in his hands, or is he just putting his cap back on? I think he thinks he might have dropped that, What if the boys might be able to show us a replay? The way Tom Clark is looking, as if that's a chance.
Yeah, my initial suspicion, try an English word, was that it didn't quite carry, but certainly from the body language.
He doesn't, yeah, the suggestion is that he might have put that down.
Put it down as a question mark.
Yeah.
Check later if necessary, as next delivery is on leg stump. No, it isn't. It's given. LBW as Cook looked to work on the leg side and was given out LBW. He's gone for 1, 249 for 6.
Well, Chris Cook didn't look very happy about that, and I have to say from this angle that did look as if it was going down leg side, but look, you can see Cook looks very, very surprised. We'll see this again, so the chance maybe didn't matter. So Sussex are picking up wickets with the old ball here, which is...
Yeah, quite right, they use the old ball.
The game is moving on apace all of a sudden.
Yeah, it did... Cook was squared up a bit, that's the only thing to say, and it hit him on the right leg, I believe. But even so, I had the impression that it was heading down leg side.
No, that was certainly the feeling that I had.
But the umpire is much closer and much straighter than our view.
And Nathan McAndrew's got a nice haul of wickets in this match. 3 in the first and 4 in the first is the replay.
View. Oh, yeah.
He did hit his back leg, you're right.
It's on the back leg, that's what's led umpire Adnan to give that one, as Cook is squared up. I still thought it might have been missing leg, but there we are.
It's a long walk, isn't it, with the wicket cut over to this side of the square this week.
It is. It's a long way.
And actually,
Cook is just crossing with Van der Hoogten now.
Yeah, and it's quite a delay, isn't there, before the new man comes to the wicket. Tim Van der Hoogten, do you think he'll have a put back to ball here?
He can play either way. He can defend, or he can try and wallop. I think Glamorgan will just see how it goes for the next hour of cricket or so. Look to accumulate if they're still in. There may be a move to accelerate, but North East seems to be just playing a normal game. Strike rate of 47 per 100 balls. Carlson 59 off 50. Root 19 off 20. Obviously thought they could accelerate. Chris Cook hasn't got going there. As Tim van der Hoogten joins Sam Northeast at 249 for 6. The lead is 288. And well, you do feel that Glamorgan, now that they're in this position, would look to push it well north of 300 if they are able to do so. Harris, Swepson and McIlroy to come. And Swepson was cleaned up pretty quickly by his compatriot McAndrew in the first innings. McIlroy is not known for his prowess with the bat. James Harris has not been in great form with the bat this season, though obviously he does have some pedigree in that department. But Van der Hoogten has moved ahead of him in the batting order as Sussex put in an extra slip for the new man Van der Hoogten. And McAndrew is into bowl, and that was an excellent Yorker first ball that was really well played by Tim van der Hoogten as well. Right up in the block hole, Van der Hoogten chopping down on it next to his boots. 249 for 6. A run and a wicket off the McAndrew over. He now has 3 for 38, having bowled Tom Bevan and Billy Root and won that verdict against Chris Cook.
Indeed, Jack Carson's going to carry on from the River Taff end. A weather update is the clouds seem to be getting higher again, which is good news, and the light is really not a problem at the moment, although it's still grey and overcast. But as it away to our, I'm not sure which way I'm looking, whether it's looking towards the west or
sort of northwest.
But it's the skies are a lot brighter in that direction, which is good news. Jack Carson's going to carry on. He's going to be bowling to Sam Northeast, 72 not out. 249 for 6. In comes Carson bowls, and Northeast just places straight down the ground. A good sliding stop by Tom Haynes at mid-on through for another single. He goes to 73. Well, look at Edward. Look at Edward. He's brought in a tray of cakes.
He's given us the choice. Yeah. Well done, Edward.
Well, I'm going to have one of those, Edward, I think.
There's the moment of experience. Is that a cheesecake? Oh, gosh.
Wow.
That is a quite excellent...
that is an excellent display. It's almost worth a photograph, actually.
Yeah, but it's now too short, so we won't...
Hang on, Edward. We also have a photograph of you here.
Adrian is going to photograph it. Shall I do...
yeah, you do the honours on the commentary.
Carson bowls to Van der Hoogten. And pushing forward is Van der Hoogten out on the offside. And there is no run, so we're being well fed. Yes. Yes, try not to drop it while you open the door at the back of the box. 250 for 6. Back to you, Adrian.
Thank you, Nick. Short leg in place. There's a very straightish mid-wicket as well. Carson in again bowls. Van der Hoogten forward plays very circumspectly out into the offside. There is no run. The light is better now than any time during the day. Really quite bright across the ground. Trees swaying in the background along the banks of the river. Carson in his 26th over, figures of 1 for 79. In and bowls, and Van der Hoogten covers up. I've got the feeling that might have kept it a little low, you know. He just played out into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, well defended that one.
It was. The lead is 289.
Ireland completed victory over UAE by 138 runs after Paul Stirling here whacked 162.
Yes, I saw that he was in the runs.
That World Cup qualifier.
Have they qualified, Ireland? In comes Carson, and Van der Hoogten heaves this down the ground. I didn't think it would take too long. It's gone away for 4 runs. A mighty blow down the ground. Van der Hoogten is on his way with a boundary. 254 for 6, the lead 293.
I think they're into the Super 6 stage, I believe. It's a long process to provide the two qualifiers.
And I think the West Indians are in danger of missing out, aren't they? Because they lost to Holland the other day.
They were still in the top 3 of their group, so I think they go through.
Just about go through.
Next stage.
Oh, back in the day, almost inconceivable, wasn't it?
Well, yes, they'd have been among the favourites for those competitions, wouldn't they, for many decades.
I can't see anything on the Sussex website about Cheteshwar Pujara, but I'm told that there is something somewhere. Perhaps it's in amongst one of the match reports. Anyway, Carlson is now ready to bowl the next delivery. He's coming in, bowls to Van Hookton, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. Sussex still haven't taken the new ball. 254 for 6, Van Hookton 4, North East 73. We have got another 5 overs to go until tea, so we're running quite late here today, and the lead 293.
They're into the Super 6 stage of the qualifiers in Zimbabwe, with Sri Lanka having 2 wins out of 2, Zimbabwe 2 out of 2, Scotland 1 out of 2, Netherlands 1 out of 2, West Indies, you're right, 0 from 2, and Oman at the bottom of things, having had a couple of heavy defeats. West Indies were beaten by Netherlands in a quite spectacular finish last night.
Yeah.
With the match going to a super over after a tie at 374 apiece. And Netherlands got 30 runs off the super over.
Yes, unbelievable.
Logan van Beek, former Derbyshire player, and West Indies 8 for 2. McAndrew bowls, and that's played firmly to cover by North East. There's no run. The lead is 293.
So, was that 5 6s he hit, or?
It was 3 4s and 3 6s in the super over.
Wow, I mean, that's going some, isn't it?
And then he had to bowl as well and made short with a couple of wickets. Don't think they even bothered to bowl the last ball. Like a penalty shootout being stopped when one side is so far ahead. McAndrew to North East, who's again driving nicely, but even a player like Sam North East, who's got an elegant drive, is not timing the ball, and I suppose Kieran Carlson took the pitch out of it by hitting 6s.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, Carlson's 59 off 50 has been unlike anything else that's happened today. North East 73 off 155, and this is his highest score of the season.
Really? Yes, that's surprising for a player as good as North East.
A couple of 60s in the championship. Next delivery is driven straight, but straight to Carvelos at mid-on, no run.
I said shot, which it was, but I didn't see Carvelos. He appeared from behind the screen of my computer to field.
We haven't had the new ball yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
There's
been no signal for the new ball. No.
And let's see if we can have a peek of it in case they've sneaked it in when we haven't been looking. McAndrew, though, is holding it in front of him inconveniently for us. As forward comes North East to defend. So, although Carlson played aggressively and root positively, it looks as though Glamorgan are back into that groove of more normal cricket, if you like.
Yeah, it does. I just wonder whether in the league best part of 300 years, Edward seems convinced that perhaps they'll have a thrash after tea and give Sussex an awkward hour tonight.
Yeah, I think there'll be some sort of declaration tonight if they're in a position to do so. McAndrew bowls, North East drives, but straight to mid-on. Well, it's every ball this over he's hit nicely, and he's got 0 runs for his efforts.
Been nice shots, haven't they?
Yeah.
Right at the meat of the bat.
Yep. Elsewhere in Division 2, Durham 131 for 2 in their second innings. That's 226 ahead of Leicestershire, so Durham look poised to dictate the course of that game. Leicestershire are next here on July the 10th. In Glamorgan's championship campaign, that is. As McAndrew bowls and North East drives again straight to cover, and it's a maiden over, frustratingly, for the Glamorgan batter. At New Roads, Worcestershire up against it. They're miles behind on first innings. They're 20 for 0 in their second. That's still 321 runs behind. And in that Derbyshire innings, Les Duploy hit 238 not out. Anuj Dal 141 not out.
Wow.
They put on 258 unbeaten for the 6th wicket, and earlier Wayne Madsen made 143, so Worcestershire really made to suffer on their own patch. At Headingley, Gloucestershire still going. They're 320 for 6, but that's still 230 behind the Yorkies.
Jack Carson is going to carry on from the taff end. He's in and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward and just plays that with soft hands out into the offside. Fielded in the covers, and they go through for a comfortable single. Van der Hoogten to 5, 255 for 6, lead 294. Brings North East back on strike now, warming up at mid-off. Is that Henry Shipley, I think? So I just wonder whether maybe a new ball. I've seen Nathan McAndrew stretching out a leg in front of us. Carson in bowls, North East drives to mid-wicket. There is no run. Sussex might feel all the time here that the runs have dried up a little, that maybe they'll just keep going with this ball. Well,
Chipping away, I suppose, through McAndrew.
That being said, if you take a new ball, you pick up 4 quick wickets. In comes Carson bowls, North East forward down the onside of the track. Because, you know, if you've got all day to score 300 runs, I'm not saying that's any, you know, you've got a chance.
You don't have to worry too much about the scoring rate, although in this match you don't know.
Yeah. So I still don't really understand why it hasn't been taken. Carson in again, bowls, and North East cuts that away. That's going to be 4. That's a lovely shot. He just waited, didn't he? Rocked onto the back foot, beautifully played. Placement was excellent. Beautifully timed by Sam North East. 259 for 6, and the lead up to 298. Yeah, that was a classy shot, wasn't it? Cut away, lovely shot.
Emir Evans says, what a lovely innings from Carlson. Hopefully he can keep producing and the Lions call-up is in the offing.
Well, I would agree. You know, I think he's an exciting cricketer. Well, we don't see a lot of him, but every time he plays against Sussex, he scores runs. North East waits. Carlson in bowls, and North East uses his feet, gets down the track, driven to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, and there is no run.
Emir Evans also said, really starting to feel for Carter. He's been run ragged down the leg side.
Yeah, he has. That sounds like the wicket-keepers' union. The sun is almost coming out here in Cardiff as Carson is in, and North East again uses his feet, and a good bit of fielding off his own bowling by Jack Carson. Threw the ball to Ollie Carter, who whipped off the bails, but Sam North East was safely back in his ground. I've got this piece of cake that's been looking at me, and you've got a nice cheesecake that's been looking at you, Nick, for the last 10 minutes.
But we're professionals, Adrian.
We are very professional.
We must
soldier
on for another 3 overs before filling our faces.
Until we eat our cake. 259 for 6 here. Van der Hoogten on 5, North East on 77. So 4 wickets have gone down in the session. But Glamorgan have added 149 runs. 35 overs remaining tonight. The new ball could be taken at any stage, but Sussex have decided that they're going to bowl with the old ball, which I think is a bit odd, but what do I know?
Well, McAndrew has picked up a couple of wickets in recent overs, so he's doing all right, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
As he will attempt to add to his 3 for 38. He's bowling to Van der Hoogten on 5 not out, and that's edged and fallen just short of second slip, I think.
McAndrew doesn't look desperately happy again, does it? No, I wonder if we might see a replay of that one. My feeling was that might have carried.
Half volley, I'd say that was.
Yeah.
259 for 6. The lead is 298.
I think Clark might have hurt his hand there trying to take that catch. He's just signalled towards the right. So this is going to slow things down. He's going to go a bit nearer. So the helmet is being brought on, which will do nothing for the over rate, which is showing us +2, but I think will
be naught.
I think it might well be. This sort of thing doesn't help. Clark's going to go in a lot closer. He's almost like sort of like a 3rd stroke 4th slip, really.
Yeah, he goes in closer because there've been a couple that haven't quite carried.
Yeah.
It's a close 4th slip. And even first slip is 1.5 stroke 2, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
1 3/4 slip, if you know what I mean. McAndrew bowls, and that is through Van der Hoogten as he pokes forward and is beaten by that just outside off stump, and that one just beat the edge of Van der Hoogten's bat as well. And McAndrew turns and ponders the unfairness of life generally.
He does.
2-5-9 for 6. And McAndrew with 2 slips and 6 others saving the single finds his single not saved as Van der Hoogten turns it down to fine leg. There might have been 2 there, but they don't push it. 260 for 6. The lead is 299. Wonder how alert the small crowd are, whether there'll be applause for the 300 lead, which is what Swepson in his interview last night said they'd be happy with, but having got there by 4 o'clock, they might be greedy for another 50.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably what they're going to look at. 350 if they can declare.
McAndrew to bowl, northeast to defend.
I just wonder whether that's the plan here. So there's 2 overs to go until tea, and then decide what they want to do after tea. But Glamorgan in a very strong position here, even if, well, Sussex, no reason why Sussex shouldn't chase down a big score if someone can get in. But it's never easy on a 4th innings of a pitch.
No, especially a pitch that's been slowish all the way through, and with this experimental use of the Kookaburra ball that does seem to go softer than the Duke more quickly. Northeast defending, starting to keep low a little bit more regularly for McAndrew at the moment.
I would agree. I thought that did keep low.
So encouragement in a way for McAndrew with the ball, but also encouragement for Van der Hoogten watching from the non-striker's end, that if he gets a crack, then he might be able to cause problems as well. Final ball of the anti-penultimate over before tea. And McAndrew will deliver it to Sam northeast, and he looks to play on the leg side, but it's a little too straight for him to get a run. 260 for 6. 299 is the lead, with 2 overs to go to tea. We get a very loud reminder that tea is 2 overs away, etc., etc.
He's done a good job here, Nathan McAndrew, hasn't he? He's generally kept things relatively quiet. Very good figures. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 39. As I say, I'm just a little surprised maybe that Sussex have an attack with a couple of seamers. Maybe get Henry Shipley into the attack. But maybe Sussex are going to wait for tea, and I'm sure that'll be a discussion or conversation that's had between coach and captain.
We may get a radio update fairly shortly, Adrian, so stand by.
I will. Jack Carlson is going to bowl. We'll listen across and see what happens. Carlson from the taff end comes in and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's very cautiously forward. I'm used to seeing Tim Van der Hoogten down the order in a T20, sort of smashing the ball out the park. So I don't sure if playing in a defensive mode really suits him, but he made 44 in the first innings. I wonder if he might go and launch one. Carlson is taking his time, but now he's ready. Slip and a short leg. In and bowls, and that was shorter and punched to shortish straight mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, no run.
Well, he got 52 not out up at Durham in the last round, blocking it out to save the match.
Yeah, that was
over the last session and a half. It wasn't quite as epic as Hove.
Yeah. In comes Carlson again, and there he goes down the ground. Is he going to be caught?
No,
he's not. It's over there to Tom Haynes, who can't stop that, going for 4. I don't think that's very good field placing, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, you've got a man out, clubbed away by Van der Hoogten. It's gone for a boundary. He goes to 10, 264 for 6, and the crowd were alert. So the lead is 303. I mean, sure, if you could have a fielder out there, you put him on the fence, don't you? And he's wandering around 10 yards inside, and the ball goes over his head. That I would be cross if I was the bowler there.
Well, perhaps he said,
Maybe.
just in from the ropes, tempt him to hit over the top, but he did so successfully.
He did. Carson in, and Van der Hoogten drives this time very stylishly to mid-off, and there is no run. I think we could assume Nathan McAndrew has got some sort of a strain or something. He's doing all sort of Pilates-type exercises on the outfield down below us after every over. Carson, figures of 1 for 92 in his 28th over. He's in a bowls, and Van der Hoogten just plays that to a straightish mid-wicket fielded by Clark, and there is no run. One more ball to go in the over. So the lead 303. The light has just deteriorated again a little. This sort of heavier cloud is drifting in and out of Cardiff this afternoon. Carson in again bowls. Van Hoogten very stoutly forward, plays to mid-wicket. He fancies a bat after tea, does Tim Van der Hoogten, and who can blame him? 1 over to go until the tea interval. 264 for 6. Van der Hoogten is on 10. Sam Northeast is on 77. 1 more over to go until tea. The lead, which is the important thing, is 303. And after tea there will be 32 overs to be bowled. There will be 2 of those lost if indeed Glamorgan did decide to declare. I think unless they lose a clatter of wickets, I think it's almost certain they'll declare, Nick. Do you think? Or would they back themselves to bowl Sussex out in a day?
I think they'll have some sort of dart tonight, even if the innings is continuing, and it may well not be for 6-8 overs, maybe, just to give the bowlers 2 chances of being fresh with a newish ball, as McAndrew continues to stretch this and that in the lower regions.
Doesn't look desperately comfortable. He's bowled extremely well, I have to say.
And he comes, bowls a short delivery that Northeast pulls, is kept down, and there really should be 2 runs there.
I agree.
And they settle for 1. It was a diving stop on the boundary, and well, he's an elegant player, Sam Northeast, but his running has not been ultra urgent this afternoon.
That was a good stop out there. A combination of Coles and Carlson prevents. When he hit it, I thought it was going for 4 runs, but Jack Carlson got around very quickly.
Just a single, 265 for 6 then. Van der Hoogten 10.
He's not happy, McAndrew, is he? This continual stretching. Sorry, Nick, to interrupt.
Yeah, he wouldn't be due to play T20 this week, would he?
He was signed for all formats, but he's missed a lot of the T20. They've been resting him for these championship matches.
Yeah, with both sides out, I think there will be some people rested, and McAndrew looks as though he needs to be one of them. As he charges in, bowls down leg side. Oh, poor old Ali Carter. It's another bye.
Yeah, that's a horrible one, isn't it? You could just feel he's just feeling that groin, isn't he, as he wanders back, McAndrew. I mean, he'll have a week off.
Yeah, this could well be his last cricket for 10 days.
Yes.
Obviously may well need to bat tomorrow, but he looks as though he needs to put his feet up and let everything recover. Next delivery is firmly turned away on the leg side by Northeast, but again he'll take just a single because there's a fielder out at mid-wicket. Northeast moves to 79. I mean, we're in the territory where he will definitely want to, from a personal point of view, try to achieve his first century of the season. Well, I'm sure he'll give way to team orders, but only human not to want to get to three figures once you've done a lot of the hard work.
Been a long session, this, hasn't it? 36 overs.
McAndrew bowls. Van der Hoogten squared up slightly. He's bowling well, McAndrew, isn't he?
Is. Yeah, really well. That was a good delivery, actually. I thought that swung a little bit as well. No, he's done a really good job here. 3 for 41 in what will be 18 overs in a couple of balls' time. which suggests if they do take the new ball, it will be Carvelos and Shipley maybe, with McAndrew bowling this spell here.
In comes McAndrew, right arm over, bowls, and Van der Hoogten drives to cover as we reach the last ball before the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Sport Wales, BBC Radio Sussex, and it has been, despite the loss of 4 wickets, Glamorgan's session. Ul Hassan 47, Kieran Carlson the highlight from the home side, 59 of 50 deliveries. Billy Root's gone for 19 and Chris Cook for 1. 3 wickets for Nathan McAndrew in the innings, also 1 apiece in the session for Tom Haynes and for Jack Carson with the very first ball. McAndrew with further stretching. I wonder if we're going to actually see him
really
back out after,
I agree.
after tea.
Yeah, he's really struggling.
And he comes to bowl, hits Van der Hoogten on the pad. They will run through for a leg bye, and that will conclude the afternoon's entertainment with Glamorgan on 267 for 6. They lead by 307 runs. Tim Van der Hoogten is 10 not out. Sam Northeast is 79 not out. And we will be back for the final couple of hours action from 4:30 here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some latest scores, some tea time scores from the other games taking place around the country. We'll start once again at the Ageas Bowl, where Middlesex, following on against Hampshire, 172 for 6, so Middlesex still 97 runs in arrears. It's tea time at Taunton, where Somerset declared on 514 for 8. They've set Nottinghamshire a target of 492 to win off 131 overs. At Northamptonshire in their second innings are 143 for 3. They're still trailing Kent by 241 runs. There was a delayed start because of rain at Headingley. There have been further interruptions due to bad light, but they are currently playing in that game, and Gloucestershire are 361 for 6, still trailing Yorkshire by 189 runs. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire, following on, have just been dismissed by Essex for 381. Tea's now being taken, so Essex require 83 runs to defeat Warwickshire. Tea time as well at Worcester, where they've also had rain interruptions today. Derbyshire have declared on their first innings total of 578 for 5. Worcester currently at tea, 48 for 1, still trailing by 293 runs. Tea as well at Brace Road, with Durham 145 for 2, leading Leicestershire by 240. And they're just approaching tea at the Kia Oval, where Lancashire at 274 for 8, leading Surrey by 188. Don't forget that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games taking place here at Sophia Gardens. There's also information about the various matchday hospitality packages for our forthcoming matches here at Sophia Gardens. Score sheets are available free of charge from the reception area on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can purchase a 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. Alternatively, you can purchase a copy from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until just a turn of 5 o'clock this evening. It's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Finally, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There's food and drink available for purchase from the mobile unit underneath the Castet Castle stand, and you can also purchase snacks from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. to resume the Glamorgan second innings after the tea interval. It's Sam North East and Tim van der Gooten, and to resume the bowling for Sussex at the River End, James Coles.
Very good evening and welcome to the last session of day 3 here in Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan on 268 for 6 in their second innings. It's a lead of 307 runs, and the first over after tea is to be bowled by the left-arm spinner James Coles. Just his third of the innings to Tim van der Gooten, and we're 90 overs into the innings, and there is still no indication that the new ball has been taken.
Extraordinary.
So
they want Glamorgan to save a bit of money.
Sam North East is 79 not out at the non-striker's end, and Coles will probably whisk through his over as he bowls the first ball. It's short and flat, and van der Gooten plays it flat bat to Hudson Prentice at cover. Sussex claimed 4 wickets in the afternoon session, but Glamorgan made good progress with 158 runs. Coles bowls, van der Gooten defends. Wickets in the afternoon session: Ul Hassan with the first ball, leg before to Carson for 47. We saw a sparkling innings by Kieran Carson, 59 off 50, including 4 sixes, as van der Gooten looks to add to the sixes but fails as the ball loops to backward point. It is a simple catch for Henry Shipley, and van der Gooten has gone for 10, and Glamorgan are 268 for 7 as Coles gets his first wicket. Maybe a little bit of turn. There was a leading edge for van der Gooten, and it was the simplest of dolly catches for Shipley. Well, does that tell you something about Glamorgan's intent, Edward?
I hope so, because I think now they need just to attack. They've got a very good lead on this pitch of 307, and scoring, as we've seen, is not easy. Van der Gooten is attacking anything there, he'll have a go. James Harris is coming in, and he is a more correct player, and North East will be looking for 100, and who can blame him, because I don't think he's got 100 this year, has he?
No, this is his highest score of the season.
Yeah, I thought it might be 79, and a lead of 307 is very healthy indeed. And you think if they've got to chase 320, 340, well, good luck to Sussex if they get them. And Glamorgan will be hoping that there's no mist, rain or fog or anything else or snow about tomorrow.
Yeah, I was recapping the afternoon session. Kieran Carson, an excellent little 59 off 50, which has been unlike anything else we've seen in the game. 3 4s, 4 6s. Billy Root fell to a good ball from McAndrew for 19, and Chris Cook was leg before to the same bowler for 1. Now Tim van der Gooten is the 7th man out, and Glamorgan have declined slightly. 3 wickets going for 31. But North East is still there. Harris knows which end of a bat is which. North East might feel inclined to try and accelerate with the last 2 as partners, Swepson and McIlroy. But we will see.
He might have to with those 2 as we saw in the first innings.
So Harris takes guard. Hasn't really come off with the bat this season at all. Top score of 28 not out. And he has a short leg crouched as he pushes forward.
That must have turned, Nick, the one that was bowled to van der Gooten, because he was trying to hike it over mid-on, but it obviously turned. He got a top edge.
Coles to Harris, back on his stumps, playing it nicely into the gap on the offside to pick up the single to get off the mark. Out to the cover sweeper, Carson. 269 for 7th, the lead 308. So these are bonus runs for Glamorgan. Interviewed Mitch Swepson last night. He was talking about a 300 target being ideal. Well, it is more than that already. Whatever happens for these last 3 is The appeal against North East for LBW. Coles sort of initially gave the impression that he liked the look of it, and then it wasn't really carried through in terms of the appeal. So Coles has got his first wicket of the match. It's only the 6th over. He's
not a bad shot.
bowled. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
To resume the bowling
It was
after tea at the Cathedral Road.
got a bit of a stride in, I suppose.
We've seen those being given.
Yeah, I mean, seen less likely appeals given today, to be honest. So Shipley and the attack from the Cathedral Road end. The light is fair. It's still cloudy.
No new ball. Shipley, the opening bowler, coming on. Can't work. I think they might be thinking, right, we must restrict Glamorgan and have the reverse swing going. Yes, Shipley then running away from us. Bowls and appeal for LBW. Everybody's going up, mid on, mid off, cover.
Way down leg side.
It was drifting down there as Harris tried to work it down. If Glamorgan get bowled out, leaving 330, I think that's a very stiff target. Still 30 overs left this evening. Shipley yet to take a wicket in this innings.
Helmet being brought on for another close fielder.
I think you're possibly thinking, well, Glamorgan might run away if the new ball, we don't propel it properly. So we'll try and keep this reverse swing coming on, and 3 men in run saving positions on the onside. Shipley bowls and forces Harris on the back foot as he pushes it up to short mid on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this experiment is going to bring an awful lot of entertainment to the county game, though there have been much bigger scores in other matches. Pardon me, so this is possibly an outlier.
Yes, Shipley, New Zealand born and bred, comes in and bowls to Harris. Harris has to get down rather swiftly on that. They kept just a little bit low. And I think this evening, when Glamorgan are bowling, you'll see a quick burst possibly from McIlroy, and if he doesn't take a wicket in half a dozen overs, I wouldn't see our friend from Australia turning his leg breaks, especially against the 3 left-handers in the top order of the Sussex batting lineup. But it's Shipley coming in medium fast and bowls down the leg side, and Harris has a go at hitting that over the long leg boundary but doesn't connect. 308 is the lead, 269 for 7 is the score.
Yeah, the Sussex seamers haven't been entirely consistent in lines today. There's been quite a lot of drifting down leg side.
Yeah. Shipley turns from this end, runs swiftly away from us and bowls. Harris did get a bat on that, and it goes down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 2. North East is on 79 to 70 for 7.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire look likely to avoid the follow-on against Yorkshire. They're 369 for 6. 181 runs in arrears, with the Price brothers putting together a century stand for the 7th wicket there. Worcester still in trouble at home to Derbyshire, 50 for 1, 291 behind still.
Here's Shipley into North East. He turns it away nicely off his legs. That goes down to long leg. They think of a single in North East. Says yes, I'm coming back. 2 more runs. And he moves into the 80s. He's 81, completes the over, and the lead now is 311.
At Leicester, Durham are 164 for 2 in their second innings, leading the Foxes by 259. So
you're going to 5-0 then, eh?
Durham in a position to, they're certainly looking for a declaration there by that sort of scoring rate.
Well, in fairness, their coach did say here, not interested in draws.
Coles to Harris. Drives, doesn't time it. slicing it to cover along the ground there.
Turn there for Coles again.
At Chelmsford, Essex look on the verge of victory over Warwickshire, sitting 19 for naught, needing a further 64. Harris forward, playing rather more convincingly on the offside, no run. At Southampton, Hampshire poised for victory over Middlesex, who are 185 for 7 in their second innings, still 84 runs in arrears following on. Harris down the wicket, drives stylishly up to mid-off, all along the ground. Good shot for a single.
I had a look at that score in the tea interval, and Liam Dawson took 6 or 7 in the first innings, and he's taken a few to prove a point to the England selectors.
Yeah, I'll give you the details of that since you bring it up. 6 in the first innings, 4 in the second, plus a century.
Not bad.
There we are. How about that, England? North-east forward defensively.
And our commentator for the BBC Ball by Ball down there, old friend Kevin James, he'll created a record which will not be beaten very easily.
Coles bowls, North-east steps back and cuts gently, placing it on the offside for a single.
Playing against India, dismissing amongst others the great Tendulkar. He took 4 in 4, and you know the story, and then got 100.
Tremendous achievement.
Former Middlesex player, moved down the south coast, paid dividends. Left arm swing bowler.
Coles bowls, Harris down the pitch and hits it towards mid-wicket. They'll look at a second run, but a piece of fielding from Sub Ward in which he fielded the ball and then fielded his sunglasses in the other hand as they fell off. Cut them down to a single anyway, 275 for 7, Glamorgan leading by 314. At Northampton, a treble century, 300 not out from Daniel Bell Drummond for Kent, who made 621. Northants 171 for 4 in their second innings, still 213 in arrears. At Taunton, Somerset declared their second innings on 514 for 8. Centuries from Bartlett and the youngster James Rue. Northants 10 for not 10 for 3.
Lovely. Here Shipley starts a new over, which is defended by Harris, and yes, when you've been in the field and run ragged for over 500, the last thing you want to do is to go out there and bat for a couple of hours, and as you say, Nick, 10 for 3. I think Habib
chasing 490 odd.
Bagged them. Habib, what's his name?
He was run out, Hamid.
Second innings and
having bagged
in
a
the
pair.
first innings.
Yep. Poor lad.
Yeah, we sympathise. Still a bit gloomy here as in comes Shipley and bowls. How is that, umpire? Not out, says umpire Adnan.
At the Oval, Surrey need 208 to beat Lancashire,
It shouldn't be a problem for that lot.
who were bowled out for 293 in their second innings. Phil Salt, the Welshman, what's he doing batting at 7?
I think the night watchman Williams came in, didn't he, last night?
Oh yeah, but even so,
Good tell him, Nick.
keeping wicket and middle order bat these days, Phil Salt, although
You're not
he
going
is
to displace Jennings in Wells, are you?
by nature an opener.
Good player. Shipley's in. Bowls. Defended by Harris.
So you're updated on the county championship. Ireland beats UAE by 138 runs in the World Cup qualifier. Scotland lost to Sri Lanka by 82 runs.
And here it's 275 for 7. Glamorgan batted all day. 314 lead. It's been slow going, but they've got the runs in the bank. And comes Shipley. Bowls wide, hammered away there. Great shot by Harris. And wide half volley, just lent on it, and off it went for 4. And Harris looks as if he's come in with positive intent. He's moved on to 8. The league goes to 318.
Josh Tongue as England paceman, and surprised on the performance against Glamorgan, where he didn't take any wickets here.
No, I wasn't overly impressed with him, and There we are. They've seen something in him. I think it's a bit of a gamble.
But ahead of Woods, if
Well,
you want
Wokes
pace, or Wokes if you want something more
Wokes
dependable.
loves bowling at Lords. Can't believe it. Shipley bows to Harris, and Harris turns it to short mid-wicket and catches him. Again, we've seen Nick. We saw it with Andrew Salter. We've seen it with the Corton bowl to Glamorgan's leg spinner. You play and try and force it a little bit early. And it's 279 for 8, 318. North East better get his skates on. He needs 18. Swepson and the last man, McIlroy, are the two to bat.
Dan Ibrahim was the catcher for Sussex there. It was ankle high. He was probably only impeded by the fact that he's still wearing his shin pads from fielding close to the bat. But Sussex have kept going, plugging away. It's just that the Carlson flourish in mid-afternoon has rather taken the game away from them slightly. 59 off 50 deliveries, and the solidity of North East to anchor things at the other end. There was a little cameo from Billy Root 19. The stand between North East and Carlson was worth 85. That was the highest of the innings so far, and I think of the match.
Yeah, I can't say I'm disappointed with Glamorgan's approach, but apart from a couple of innings, it's been just lacking a little bit of urgency. I know you've got plenty of time, weather permitting. You know, you've got 96 overs, and you're going to have possibly over 20 overs tonight, so you should either bowl the opposition out, and if not, it'll be a fantastic win for the visitors. But I think now that North East, I don't know what you're 82, if he gets half a chance, he must try and attack, even loft it. If he gets out, so be it, but in the interests of getting more runs quickly, because you can't really rely on these two. What is Swepson out for 2 and McIlroy for 2 in the first innings?
Yeah, he'll need to think about farming the bowling, you would have thought, yeah.
Anyway, he's got one ball, Swepson, now to face. And this will be a note for your Wisden report next year. Somebody not taking the new ball.
Indeed.
And wickets going. One ball to negotiate. Mitchell Swepson, as in comes Shipley. He gets on his toes and pushes it away from his body. Right, 279 for 8, 318. Glamorgan will want to get another 20 possibly.
Yeah, North East will be the man they're relying on to get most of them, as he punches gloves with his new teammate Swepson in mid-wicket. Glamorgan's 6th overseas player of the season.
You think he went down to my name's North East, Sam North East, pleased to meet you.
Yeah, well, Swepson won't have had much time with his new teammates in this ludicrous schedule that we've got at the moment.
Now then, there's a long off and a long on Coles has got, and let's see what the approach will be from Sam North East, who's played a very patient innings. He's been there for some time.
Singles available therefore straight down the ground.
Mid-wicket, yes.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Sam?
A few holes in the field as North East comes down the wicket and drives, but scuffs it rather to backward point, and there's no run. So slip and a short leg still in that. Bit of an in-out field as North East steps away, plays it into the leg side and called Swepson through for a quick single. A throw at the non-striker's end. Good work from Hudson Prentice. Coles took the bails off just in case North East was home. He has 83, so he is not afraid to allow Swepson the strike. We were talking about the over rate. Adrian feared it could be dropping, but it hasn't. Sussex are still +3, so they're okay on that front. Not quite sure how, because we're heading for a late finish. Swepson back on his stumps, plays it towards mid-off, but fielded by Coles, the bowler. So there are now 7 saving the single plus the 2 close fielders, as that's a flighted ball from Coles and Swepson chops down on it at the last moment and digs it out. 280 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 319 runs, despite falling away slightly in the back half of this innings, as Swepson gets in a right tangle there.
Looks to me as the usual number 10 11.
The ball trickles back down the wicket somehow as he aimed towards mid-wicket. Now the field goes out. Swepson can have a single if he wants one at the end of the over, so Shipley can have a crack at the number 10. No, probably not. I wouldn't, as that one is hit straight to cover anyway by Swepson. He looks vaguely disappointed that he didn't manage to pierce the field. 280 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 319, and Sussex's time in the field, you feel, is not too long from now. 95 overs gone. They bowled 26 of them last night.
Bowl the remaining 20. Well, it won't be 27 because there'll be a couple of overs off for the changeover. But will they get them in with this clouds here? It's getting
it's a fair point.
Gloomy. So you know, I would just go hell for leather now. But there we are.
I'm sure North East will have a go if he does get to 3 figures, but that's a way away now, and boundaries have been quite difficult to come by for much of the innings.
Yeah, then is Shipley coming in to the right-handed North East, who gets the ball that ducks back into him. There's definitely reverse swing there now. It's the feel that he's got, and also you can see it come jagging back in off the pitch. You think that the openers for Sussex will be just thinking, watching, what's this pitch doing, because we won't be long before we're taking guard in there. As Shipley runs away from us and comes in again, bowls. That's a nice flowing drive, but he'll only get a single up to extra cover. Off the second or third ball, third ball.
Oh, second, I think.
Second, yeah. So he's telling. There we are, Mitchell. I've got full faith in you. Whether we have remains to be seen.
There's a batting average of 12, so if he lives up to that, that'll do. If he gets 12, that probably means North East had time to score 16.
Shipley do. Absent bowled, and he's caught. Is he?
Nope.
Given.
Not given. The ball that was ended up in the hands of Slip. Sussex look incredulous. Umpire Adnan said it was off the pad.
Yeah. Well, we will see now. Well, we didn't quite see. A little bit too quick that was for us. Here we go again.
So another go at the
That's better.
At the replay, and it was off the thigh pad.
Yes. Why the fuss?
Just above the pad, off the thigh pad.
I think this
good decision by Mr. Adnan.
Very good decision. This might not be in his half. Shipley comes roaring in and bowls. It isn't in his half really. He gets up tall on that and tries to cut it away, but doesn't time it at all.
Yeah, they're having to labour hard, the quicks on this pitch, aren't they?
Our spinners, well, I say our Glamorgan spinners will have a lot of work, I think.
Well, that's why they signed Swepson through this dry, hopefully, middle part of the county championship season.
And over 300 runs on the board. Shipley comes in, bowls for Swepson. Swepson turns it nicely off his legs up to mid-wicket for a single. He moves on and gets off the mark. 282 for 6.
8.
For 8 rather. Mind not concentrating. 321 at least to win. ponderous sort of day, isn't it, Nick? You know, taking
Apart
time.
from Carlson, North East batted with composure, but has had to work hard for his runs. But Carlson, from the Glamorgan point of view, has been the standout. McAndrew probably the pick of the Sussex attack.
North East waits. He drives that up to mid-on. There's no run. One ball was bowled. He didn't get the run he wanted, and that is the end of the over. I really think it should caution to the wind now, whether it's number 10, 11 or whatever, and try and get some quick runs. I don't quite see the point. I'm just pushing singles.
No, Glamorgan happy to grind on. There's a couple of runs and over at the moment. The captain, Kieran Carlson, seems to have been playing a different game to everyone else today. McAndrew 3 for 41, the most successful of the Sussex attack. Carson, well, Glamorgan went after him to some extent. There was a 17 off 1 over. He's 1 for 92 off 28. Coles into Swepson, who just retreats into his crease and blocks it back to the bowler. No easy singles available for the number 10 batter, and he tries to work one into a gap on the leg side rather jumpily, but hits it straight to the man at mid-wicket, who I think is one of the sub-fielders. Next delivery sees Swepson get a single on the leg side, as he does manage to find a gap at last. He moves to 283 for 8. The lead is 3-2-2. It's almost the calm before the storm, you think, don't you, with Glamorgan having a go at the Sussex top order in the last hour and a bit of play. North East tries to work one on the leg side and hits Ibrahim somewhere on the reverse side, as Ibrahim had managed to turn himself away.
You've been hit a few times, poor chap there.
So a long stint, hasn't he? 283 for 8. Fifth ball of the over. North East drives it to long on and jogs through for a single.
You get the opportunity of saying sweeps and sweeps.
Oh, don't. Yeah, we've had enough problems with Carson and Carlson today. It's Coles to Swepson, who nudges one past short leg to mid-wicket. There was a single there. They decide rightly not to take it. He seems always very jumpy, doesn't he?
Yes, yes. Batsmen have a chat. What about? We don't know. Time is moving on. 26 overs remaining. And North East, obviously, if you batted such a long time and you batted so well, and you're on 85, in the back of your mind, well, I'd love to get 100. But you'll also think, well, hang on, there's 120 overs left in 2 days, if it doesn't rain and if bad light doesn't keep us off. So the field is well spread for him, and it will be Shipley to bowl to Sam North East. In he comes, bowls, North East drives and will get a single.
It's strange, isn't it, when the fielding side is happy to give away singles and the batting side is happy to take them. You wonder what the point is. You might as well play normal cricket.
Yeah.
285 for 8. The lead is 324. As Edward will attack his personal technology. 285 for 8. Swepson back on strike on 2. There are 2 shortish mid-wickets. We saw Harris caught by one of those in that position. As Shipley races in, bowls, and Swepson plays to the squarer of those, which is Ibrahim. The ball seems to have been following him round today. 285 for 8. Not as breezy as it has been. And strangely a little cooler as well. 285 for 8. Shipley into ball. Swepson defends to cover. And there's no run.
Apologies for that. It was my orders from Radio Cymru, the Welsh language.
All right.
That they would like some words at 10 to 6.
Okay.
So,
Look, Edward, we all know it was Mrs. Bevan saying, "Can you pick up a pint of milk on the way home?"
if I do that, I go in the morning at 8:30 before coming.
Shipley is into bowl to Swepson, and he defends one to Haynes at mid-off. He always seems to jump around in the crease, Swepson. It's the first time we've seen him bat for any longer than a couple of balls.
I like to see his reaction to some really quick bowler. Green, let him have one.
Yeah. He's blocking the ball right, but he
it's not too difficult to block on this, is it?
doesn't. Well, yes. I wonder if Sussex might find the need to do that in about a day's time. We might be seeing that. 324 is the lead, so 325 the target. Of Glamorgan lose 2 wickets now. 5th ball of the Shipley over, and Swepson hits it through the covers. He hasn't quite timed it. It might be picked up inside the ropes. No, it won't be. That is a first boundary in Glamorgan colours for Mitch Swepson. He moves on to 6 and the total on to 289 for 8.
He's played it well, eh?
Lead on to 328. It's been the case on this wicket, isn't it, that anything with a bit of width can be put away.
Yeah.
But generally the bowlers of both sides have realised the slow nature of the pitch and bowled well wicket to wicket.
Not only that, you got to hammer it, as he did then. And they are now giving a single to Mr. Swepson, and having hit a boundary, he will say, "Okay, fine, that'll do by me."
289 for 8. Shipley to finish his 22nd over. He has 1 for 53, the Kiwi paceman. He's in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's clipped nicely off his toes by Swepson, and he's quite happy to take the strike at the start of a new over. Swepson has 7. North East has 86. Glamorgan 290 for 8. The lead is 329.
You going to speak to the nation in a minute?
No, 1800 hours.
Okay. So Swepson has moved on to 7. North East is on 86. As Nick said, the lead is 329. We have been a little critical of the Glamorgan aren't getting on with it, but then it's difficult to score on this pitch, isn't it? As both sides showed in the 3 innings that have been played. There's this a lull in play. I think Ibrahim has asked for a helmet. He needs one there too. 3 yards from the bat. And it'll be James Coles to bowl his 7th over, 1 for 13. And everyone up on the 1. Inviting him perhaps to have a dart. Who knows? Round the wicket comes Coles, bowls, and he drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 290 for 8. And he comes again and bowled, and he's gone for the big one out towards mid-wicket. That might just run away for 4. Is it? No, it's pulled in a yard or so inside. So positive intent now from Mr. Swepson, who has moved on to 9. We have had 98.2 overs of the Glamorgan innings, and when you think there's 100 more or less tomorrow, Swepson bowls, of course, plus a goodly amount tonight, so there's plenty of overs left as Coles is in. Down the pitch he goes this time. He's getting aggressive now, is Mitchell Swepson. He's got the feel of the pitch. And the batsman still up for the single. Halfway through this Coles over. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls, and Swepson appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Neil Benton. He did move across his stumps. But Mr. Bainton was not interested. Left arm just walks more or less to the wicket, and here's the big one. And
it's dropped, is it?
Dropped. He got his hands to it, the man at short mid wicket. He might run away to the boundary. No, it's balled in. There was a third there if they'd really gone for it, but they settled with 2. So Swepson has moved into double figures. He's the main aggressor at the moment. All the threes, 3-3-3. Treble Nelson's on the board. That's the lead. And Swepson says, I want to bowl tonight. One way or the other here. As Coles comes in, bowls to him again. He's clipped this off his legs, and he's going to bowl him again for the second over in succession. My good friend is on his way back, the gentleman from Guildford, namely Adrian Hobbs. You were vacating, Nick, to do some writing, I gather?
Yeah, it's about that time, isn't it? So I'd better knock up a few words, which I shall have to add finishing polish to after the 6 o'clock.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Nathan McAndrew.
Nathan McAndrew, then, who looked as though he was struggling a little bit in the afternoon session, will have another crack in the evening.
Thank you, Edward, for those kind words. I was just sort of pondering whether perhaps the Glamorgan tactic here is they're going to leave Sussex 16 overs tonight, and they'll declare with 18 overs remaining in the day. I reckon another 5 overs, and they might call it a day.
Yes, they've got to watch the light. I think it's got better in the last 10 minutes, but I suppose, slightly cricket, a bit more aggression, possibly, when you think of the overs that are left in the game.
Well,
116 or something it'll be.
Well, they've got a lead of 3-3-4. Sussex would have to score at something like 3.5 and over, wouldn't they? I just wonder if they got up to a lead of 350, they might just...
Oh, I think they will then.
They would call it a... I'm quite surprised Nathan McAndrew is bowling. He looked to be struggling before tea.
He did.
Now, I was next door doing some reports. Has the new ball been taken or not?
You haven't seen it, I might be wrong, but no, you've got Coles bowling, haven't you? No, it hasn't. In
comes McAndrew, bowls, and he sits on the pad, that looks very out, and it is. So Nathan McAndrew does the trick. Yep. Pitches the ball up, and rather playing around that was Mitchell Swepson. He's LBW, so Nathan McAndrew picks up his 4th wicket of the innings, 4 for 41, which is 8 in the match, which is a good effort by the big Australian. Swepson is on his way. Sam North East is walking off to get a new pair of gloves, I think, or some refreshments.
Or orders.
Yeah, it did look very out, didn't it?
Yeah. I said to Nick this morning, I'd like to see Glamorgan have 20 overs. I tell you what, you're not
going to be far off, I don't think. Mind you, I don't know about Jamie McElroy, how he bats.
Pass. It's a nice description.
Okay.
If you heard that, listeners. 11. What was it? 11-ishly.
Okay, 11-ishly. I was just because I was not critical, but I was just wondering why Sussex hadn't taken the new ball. But since that new ball was available, which was with 5 down, so they've picked up 4 wickets with the old ball. Having said that, Glamorgan have added another 63,
19 over.
58. Yeah, so
the only thing my view was, Adrian, was that they've been reversing it all the time, and when you've got sometimes 3 men stopping the one, they think, okay, we're going to stop you scoring. We're not taking the new ball because you might get after it. Yeah,
that's true enough. Yeah. I think Glamorgan would. I mean, I think when you're chasing down, 3-3-4 on a 4th day pitch, that's never going to be easy. But the one thing Sussex will have on their side is time.
Oh yeah.
There's no time pressure. I mean, they could, well over 100 overs. They've only got to score 3 and a bit and over.
The only thing Glamorgan, and they're fortunate for this game, you've got Swepson, and if you've got near 350 chase and you've got men round the bat, and sometimes they just nudge there, you get the edge and there's pressure.
Absolutely. That is the thing.
And they're fortunate that they've got world class possibly, but he has played for Australia. Now then, Mr. McIlroy is taking guard. He's got 5 balls possibly to negotiate, and Northeast could well be stranded just off short of his first century of the season.
Good. A couple of emails have come in. One from Teddy, who says, "Hi Ed and Adrian. This is the game now to put Sussex in and force a Glamorgan victory, as it's them in the driving seat. McAndrew's bowled really well. I hope to see him leading the attack himself with Wright and Lamb next season." In comes that looks like it's out. Oh, I thought it was out. I thought I did him on the pad.
Got a bat in it, didn't he?
Yeah, ran into the gully. There is no room. So I think Teddy is, what is he saying here? He thinks Tom Alsop could hold the key for Sussex in a run chase. John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John. He said, "I've only just had time to log in after tea on day 3. An interesting number of sessions ahead." I'll read the rest of your email in a minute. 3 slips in place. McAndrew runs away from us. In and bowls, looking for a 5 for its click down to fine leg by McIlroy. Picks up a single. He wants to go back for a second. Sam Northeast is not remotely interested. He's after his 100.
Well, is he after his 100? Or is he going to open his...
I'd have thought so. He's on 86, nothing to lose. I hope you had a good break. I thought Elton was brilliant, says John, but he was, yeah.
Do you like his suit?
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
I wonder what we look like in that. In 1976 suit, Nick yesterday morning said, "Not the same suit, surely." And he was serious. I doubt it.
John says that your colleagues' pictures, so thank you to the guys next door, and commentary have been excellent.
That's very kind.
Without me here today, it's gone downhill.
Not at all.
So well done to the lads and lasses with the pictures. Not the first compliment we've had today. In comes McAndrew bowls, and Sam Northeast hammers that one away, and he declines the single, played out to deep backward point. So he's going to deal in boundaries here, is Northeast, if he can.
This is something that's a little bit boring. You know, gave you one. Do you want one?
Yeah. So the field is widely spread. That they're allowing.
Well, he might as well take a single. There's only 2 balls left if he can get it. Then try and haul Coles over the rope somewhere.
Yeah. Surprised they haven't brought the field in, actually. 2 balls to go, prevent the single, and then have an over at McIlroy. In comes McAndrew, bowled right up in the block hole, hammered away by Northeast. He will get a single, fielded by Carvelos. That seems a slightly odd technique now, because he's on strike, or he will be on strike, provided that McIlroy survives this delivery. 87 to Sam Northeast, 297 for 9. 22 overs remaining after this one. We would lose 2. Oh no, we wouldn't lose 2 if it was.
Depends what ball of the over.
Yes, we would lose 2, wouldn't we? Yes. So it would be. If a wicket went down now, you would get your wish of 20 overs, Edward.
Yeah. I don't mind.
3 slips in play. McAndrew wants his slips to go a little closer together.
Well, they're not going to take a single, even though they're out, because...
I would be surprised. So McAndrew waits, and now he comes looking for his 5th wicket in his 9th of the match. In and bowls, and clipped away by McIlroy onto the leg. So he wanted a single.
Oh.
He wanted to get his 2nd run, but Sam Northeast was having none of it. End of the over, 297 for 9. Lead is 336. I think if you're going to decline singles, that suggests to me that Northeast is going to have a thrash here, because otherwise he's just taking time out of the game. If you're just going to pick up 1 run every now and again, that seems slightly pointless. I just wonder whether if James Coles does bowl the next over, whether, not saying
he is going to bowl it,
I just wonder whether Northeast might decide to come running down the wicket. We shall see.
Yeah, you take a risk running down the pitch, but what I think he might do is try and either reverse sweep and get 4. Try something unorthodox.
No sign of a declaration up on the balcony.
Oh, I don't think he'd bother. You see, you've got long off and long on, but if he fancies it, you could clear that. It's one of the shortest boundaries in the country. Anyway, it's Coles to bowl from that river end. He is bowling to Northeast. In he comes for the first ball. Down he goes. And is he going to get a single? No.
Good shot for none, wasn't it? He's just dealing in boundaries here. Sam Northeast.
Down that far end, trees in full bloom, blowing a warm wind. I went out to
Yeah.
Now then, What's going to happen to this ball? As Coles goes round the wicket, bowls to Northey. Square drive from him. He still is refusing. Yeah, and I agree with you here. You are taking time off for the sake of what? Dozen runs or even less? I don't know.
Well, McIlroy, I mean, let's face it, pretty much everyone in county cricket can hold a bat these days, can't they?
Not only that, what's a couple of runs here? Anyway, here's the next ball from Coles. He's trying to launch that, hits the pad. 3 balls.
3 balls gone?
3 dots.
3 dots, yeah.
Coles got respectable figures, 7.5 overs, 1 for 18.
Yes, he's turning into a good cricketer, is James Coles.
Here he is again, and bowls. That's wide, I think.
Yeah.
It's given away. That's a run.
He saw him coming, didn't he, and pushed it a little wider. It was certainly a 1 day wide, no question about that.
Yes. It was a biggie, that.
Yeah.
Extra ball.
Yep.
Here we go again. Goes ball, reverse sweep for no run. Okay. Sam, you might as well just take a single then.
Might as well.
Then have a crack at McAndrew. He remains on 87. What odds would you have had on no runs off this over?
That's very true. Not off the bat, anyway. Oh, now Tom Alsop's...
No, then he doesn't know what to do, really.
No,
What do you do here?
Well, 2 sixes. Does 2 sixes get him his 100? No. Gets him to 99.
Well, the field is coming in. He has an opportunity for a blast over the top.
Oh, he might as well, mightn't he?
Here he comes then, Cole's last ball of the over. And he's
That's
hit
4.
that past mid-off. And he's going to get 4 runs. I didn't think that was a good idea when he was doing it, to bring them all in. He's 2 out, perhaps. He moves into the 90s. 91, a ball left because of the wide. Now perhaps he'll take 100.
I think he'll hit this. I think he'll go for the boundary
For the
here
maximum,
again. Yeah, I
you?
do. And, and then hope McIlroy can
Give him
squeeze
a
a single. Yeah.
And then declare.
Yeah.
Here's the last ball. Down the wicket he goes, and he's hammered that over the top.
That's 6.
That's 6.
Yep.
6 over the top. Takes him to 97. And he talks and says, Jamie, if you get out, there'll be no drink from you from me.
Well, I think he had to go to the River Taff to retrieve the ball. The lads are running out the ground, look.
That was a biggie.
That was a big thump, wasn't it?
The lead now is 3-4-7.
Yeah. So McIlroy, and I would imagine if he gets his ton, I reckon that'll be it, Edward.
Oh, surely.
I don't see that. And
There's a dab and run here, isn't there?
you'd have thought now the umpire's going to have to go and get another ball. We don't have Brenda. We have Brenda Lower down at.
Brenda, you should have brought
Yeah,
it
we
up.
should have. Brenda could have come as the ball carrier, because umpire Baton is striding towards the boundary edge where there is a box of balls, and he's now got to find a ball which is very old actually, because this one is 101 overs old.
It's been battered. For you, perhaps Welsh listeners, Brenda is a wonderful lady down at Sussex. She sits at deep mid-wicket to the old pavilion, and she is in charge of the balls. If you dare, I wouldn't dare go and pinch the balls and say, I'll take this out. I think you might have a little slap with the newspaper or something.
She is the first in the queue every day.
I remember you telling me.
Always there, Brenda, rain or shine. She recently had her 80th birthday party, and the club put on a lovely birthday party and a cake.
Yeah.
And
Bless her.
yeah.
What does she do in the winter? Knocks the days off, probably.
Do you know what a good question that is? I mean, they have various Sussex Cricket Society dinners and that sort of thing. But she's
I must have, my old friend Don Shepherd and I went down and spoke to the Sussex Cricket Society about 7 or 8 years ago. My word, was there a crowd there?
Right, okay, yeah, they get it.
We had a wonderful evening.
Yep.
And I'm sure Brenda would have been there.
Oh, I'm sure she would have been.
Yes.
I'm sure she would have been.
And they kept on bringing cards to Don to sign, like 1952,
Did they?
Sussex v Glamorgan.
Yeah. Well,
Written in the old, ink and filling it
lovely.
in. Marvellous.
Well, we've been doing some work helping out a little bit with the Sussex Museum this summer, which has been good fun. It's a terrific museum they've got there.
I'll have to have a look next time I come down.
Yeah, do. Have a little wander. And there are all sorts of scorecards.
Right, sir. I think it's your...
Is it me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's me saying. I need to cough. Hang on a second.
McAndrew bowled that ball anyhow, and McIlroy
was
blocked
fair.
it, and there's not a single on site here now.
No, I mean he's got a single down to fine leg, hasn't he? If he could.
He's bowling straight though.
If North East gets on strike, we need to hand the microphone back to you, Edward. But let's see if Jamie McIlroy. He'll be a bit nervous here, you know. For me, he'll want North East to get to his 100. 308 for 9 here as Nathan McAndrew runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and he was looking to play that down towards fine leg. It was Jamie McIlroy, but in the end, ball came off a bit of thigh pad and bounced down on the leg side. So there's a slip, a gully-ish, almost fourth slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg. The only fielder not saving a single, I think that's Jack Carlson all the way down at fine leg. Tom Haynes cleans the ball on his...
Tom Haynes and Tom Clark will be
They'll be thinking about
linking.
things.
Won't be long.
McAndrew in and bowls, and McIlroy does well. That would have hit the stumps, and he does well and just plays it down to mid-on. So that's...
If he plays this out, it'll be 100 for North East, I'm sure.
But you think they'll put everyone back on the fence, I guess, Sussex, won't they? Maybe. Well, I'm sure they will if...
He might clear it the way that he struck.
Yeah, it
those
is,
two.
yeah. I think Glamorgan would have settled for a 347 lead. I mean, if you were looking at this game and thinking, right, what would you know, if you said to Matthew Mender, 347...
I think 247 after the first innings.
With 20 overs, or 20 over-ish left, and the third day and a whole day tomorrow. McAndrew runs away from us and bowls. Oh, McIlroy looked like he was going to hammer that one away through the covers.
Oh, he's looking to
in the end, he played to mid-on. There is no run. These drainage little areas down below us, Edward, where...
That's the summer we're having, you can see.
Right, okay.
That's where it
Dries
always
it.
happens. It looks as if there was an athletics competition taking place, doesn't it?
What competition?
Athletics, 100
Yes,
metres
it does.
dash.
No, you're right. Yeah. McAndrew wheels around. 2 more balls in the over. 2 more balls for Jamie McIlroy to survive, if he can, to give North East the strike. He's in the bowls at short. Oh, he's going to get 4 runs. How on earth did that miss the stumps? Well, they all count. Big inside edge from Jamie McIlroy. That could have hit his stumps, and it rolls down to fine leg for a boundary. He goes to 5.
Penny for the thoughts of Sam North East.
Yeah, he probably thought, 312 for 9. Glamorgan lead now 351. That didn't miss the stumps by very
Ollie Carter looked to the ground and thought,
Yeah.
please. Now then, young man.
Well, let's be honest. Sam North East deserves 100. I think he's
absolutely.
batted really, really well today. So,
Surely they'd come in then.
I don't think 4 runs is going to make a huge difference to the game. So I'd like to see him get his ton, and let's see how Sussex get on with this reply. But he's batted really nicely. But McIlroy needs to survive this ball. In comes McAndrew over the wicket bowl. Sure, he thought about taking out on McIlroy, didn't
Just
he?
go out of the way.
Then at the last minute he got out of the way. So he survives the over.
He's got applause if he got 100.
He has, and it leaves North East on 97 with the next over to be bowled by James Coles, who's taking off his hat. So I would imagine we're going to see everybody on the fence. You'd have needed a ladder to stop that last 6 he hit, but see, the Glamorgan boys are all up on the balcony.
And they're dressed.
They've got their whites on, so I think the declaration is imminent, but they're probably there to applaud. If who's that lying on there? They've got sort of like a... it's some sort of a settee, an inflatable that someone's lying on there. Anyway.
Now then, what do? Block 5 and hit it over the top for 4. Thanks for coming and walk in.
Yeah, I think you wait for the right... Well, if he hits it straight down the ground...
He's got to hit it gun barrel straight.
He
though,
has.
hasn't he?
There's a lot of room down there.
Could be a 2.
Yes, could be. There could be some 2s.
Anyway, 4 needed for the 100 for North East. We've got Coles, 3 rather, bowling, and this is hit square of the wicket. And there's no run, even though he's a deep extra cover.
Didn't quite time that, did he?
No.
It sounded a bit tinny off the bat.
3 runs needed for his first 100 of the season. As in comes Coles from the far end and bowled down the pitch he goes, and has hit it in the air over the top. It's gone for 6, and what a way to get your 100. Well, that's a very brave shot, and he gets his 100, his first championship 100 of the season. 191 balls. He came in at number 4, and he's batted a very long time, undefeated now, won 103, and deserved applause from the crowd, and it just cleared mid off.
Well, I tell you what, I was worried about the spectator who went to catch the ball. He fell over about 3 rows of seats. I hope he's all right, the fella over there. He's walking out the ground. I hope he's okay.
Anyway.
Oh no, I hope he's okay, because he tumbled over some seats trying to catch the ball. That chap going out there.
I can see him, yes.
Oh, I hope he's all right. Yeah.
Might as well finish this over, and surely then in he comes in northeast. This is hammered that down towards long on, and says no.
Yeah, they might as well finish this over, because
they're leading by 357.
What would that leave Sussex to bat 17 overs tonight?
Yes, and I think he should come in immediately, but
you might as well use these balls up.
Yes, and then you'll have so many overs. In he comes, bowls. He's gone for the biggie again, this time out towards mid-wicket though, and it stopped just inside the boundary. They're going to come back for a second.
Oh, he's out.
And he's out, run out. But he won't worry too much, Glamorgan won't worry too much, because they have reached 318 for 9, and Sam Northeast
and coming off 191 balls with 6 fours and 2 sixes.
6 fours, 2 sixes, 318 for 9, and the lead is 357, so it's 358 for Sussex to chase in what will be 17 overs tonight and 96 tomorrow. Am I right there?
Yes, it will. Yeah, 17 overs tonight. So what's that? 17 and 96, 113 overs.
Yeah, that's the minimum, isn't it?
359 is the target. 319 the total.
Yeah,
359 now. Yeah, they've just
3-5. Yeah,
that.
so the lead is 358. Sussex needing 359 to win,
which is a tall order. But they'll have to, if they're not going to get these runs, defend for their lives. So Northeast run out for 104. McIlroy did his little job there. He was undefeated on 5. Good effort by Glamorgan. They batted most of the day. But now they'll want their bowlers to take some wickets. We'll take a break for 10 minutes or so, and we'll be back as soon as Sussex begin their chase.
Tina Weymouth and Chris France.
I beg your pardon?
Tina Weymouth and Chris France. They were part of Talking Heads, and they set up a band as a side project called the Tom Tom Club.
Oh, there we are. You are a font of all knowledge, Nick. I'm impressed.
I'm just reminded of that by the Sussex top order.
Yeah, Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop. So it's a requirement to bat in the top. Another Tom today's got a duck. I see Tom Latham, who's only playing, I think, one game for Surrey, got 10. He's out for a duck today. The leads of the county championship in a good deal of trouble at the Oval. 15 for 3 against Lancashire, needing another 190 odd to win. But we're concerned with Sussex and Glamorgan, and it's Tim van der Hoogten. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, who's steadfastly forward to a ball of good length. Punches into the covers, and there is no run. The light is okay, it's not great. What do you reckon, Nicky? Do you think we'll get through these 17 overs, or
Nope.
Right. Well, there's a local view. It feels quite stuffy today. There's quite a breeze. We can see the trees swaying along the banks of the river. We can't see the river. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and Clark is forward. Plays to mid. Oh, there was some hesitation there. Played to mid on. McElroy gets in the throw. In the end, there was no problem. But these two are great mates, Tom Haynes and Tom Clark. Both play their club cricket at Horsham. And I think Tom Clark was thinking and there was an easy single there. It was to the left of McElroy at mid on, but there was a bit of indecision. Sussex do not need a run out here when you're needing 359 to win. So they're going to need to score if they're going to get these runs at, I don't know, 3.5 and over, something like that. So, you know, there's loads and loads of time. First objective is to get through tonight. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. What are you expecting here, Nick? Are you expecting this to spin a little bit, or?
There has been some turn for Swapson, obviously, as a leg spinner. He'll tend to give the ball a bit more rip, as they say, than an offie.
Yeah. But chasing this sort of score down is never easy. We have seen the odd one keep low. Van der Hoogten is in bowls, and nicely timed by Tom Haynes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And he made 6. 6 in the first innings did Tom Haynes. Hinted of a return to form in the home game, the last home game against Worcester, where he made 90 odd from memory. But he's just waiting for Van der Hoogten, who's on his way. Bowls, and Haynes is forward, bat and pad close together, punches that into the offside, and again there is no run. There's been that many games, isn't there, with T20s and then championship matches. It's difficult to sort of keep up to date with who's done what since the last championship matches and all the rest of it.
I mean, you've had players practicing red ball skills on the afternoon of a T20 game.
Yeah, it's madness, really, isn't it? Van der Hoogten in the game, bowls, and nice shot by Tom Haynes, but a good bit of fielding, could be danger here. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. In there at mid-wicket, number one, it was a terrific stop. Is that Kieran Carlson? No, it was Salter.
No, Swapson.
Swapson, was it?
22 rather than 21.
Well, it was clipped away by Tom Haynes to mid-wicket. Swapson with a really good stop, and then he threw the ball to Thompson. Momentarily, Tom Haynes' heart would have been in his mouth. Nonetheless, he gets through for a single, so the opening over has gone, and Sussex have negotiated, and they are 2 without loss. Needing the small matter of another 257 to win. 357 even to win. Is this shown on the scoreboard anywhere?
It's given us trail by, which is a bit odd.
Yeah, that would be to tie. Yeah. That's okay.
So 359 is the target. Glamorgan having got 1 run for that last delivery of the innings, which produced a run out on the second, so North East scoring 104. McElroy then, from the River Taff end in the gathering gloom, bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays hit on the leg side, and there is no run. Thank you to Adrian Snellgrove for your kind words about the commentary, the Glammy podcast. Boys say delighted for Sam North East. Hopefully that's a match-winning innings. Well, he certainly took advantage of the door that had been kicked open by Kieran Carlson, whose 59 was a spectacular little affair, as Haynes turns one to mid-wicket and there is no run. So although Glamorgan are probing for wickets, they have gone for just the two slips, Bevan and North East. They have gone for a third man. Edward's been on the phone to Carlson, and a fine leg, so 2 out.
Oh, is that a...
behind the bat?
Right.
McIlroy bowls, and let's slap through the offside for Haynes, and he will pick up 4 runs past point. So on the offside there's a point to cover and a mid-off in single saving positions. Mid-on is quite a way back. Mid-wicket. 6 without loss, Sussex, in this second over.
Yeah, top score of 91 in the Championship this season for Tom Haynes.
As he defends that one back to McIlroy. So the target is 359 in, I think, 113 overs, if my maths are correct.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yep.
And
so that's about 3.5 an over, is it? Bit less.
A bit less than that.
Yeah.
Threes would be 339, so about 3.2 and over approximately. McIlroy bowls. Haynes is forward defending, no run.
Yeah, he's 314 runs, Tom Haynes, with an average of 34. I think he'll just be a little disappointed. I mean, he had a good Lions tour of Sri Lanka, and I guess when you're being talked about in England circles, not that he was near to getting in for the Ashes or anything like that.
As McIlroy is into bowl and Haynes defends to mid-off. No run, so the one scoring shot, the boundary off that over. Sussex 6 for naught off 2, chasing 359 in 113.
I just wonder, with the way that England play their cricket now, if you are an opener such as Tom Haynes is, whether you're thinking, I just need to adjust my game slightly. Do I need to score more quickly? Do I need to be more aggressive? He's a fine player, but probably just a little short of runs this season. Averaging 34, so, not terrible by any manner of means. But he could do with a good second half to the season, make sure he's on an aeroplane somewhere in the winter with England for Lions or whatever. Van der Hookton in bowls to Tom Clark, who's up on his toes, plays to the offside, and there is no run. Very much the form man in terms of averages is Tom also, whose average is 60. 545 runs. Actually level with Cheteshwar Pujara. So those two, the highest run scorers for Sussex. Perversely, Henry Shipley tops the batting averages, but he's only been out once. Van der Hookton running away from us in bowls, and Clark. That one just got up a bit on Tom Clark, and he just has a sort of a suspicious look at the pitch. And there is no run. Tom Clark, I think, by his standards, would have had a disappointing Championship season. High score of 50. He scored 154 runs with an average of 17. He wouldn't have reckoned to be opening the batting, so in fairness to him, he's been up and down the order a little bit with the injury to Ali Orr and Pujara being away. Both of these left-handers, as in comes Van der Hookton, and Clark is a very stylish player, a very correct player. Gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball. I've said on a number of occasions that he looks terrific, Tom, and will often get to a 20 or a 30. Indeed, he's done that in T20 cricket this summer, and you think, oh, here we go, this is the day. And then he gets out, and I'm sure it's something that he's aware of. He's a very fine, talented cricketer, but at the end of the day, I guess his runs are the currency for a top order player. 22 years of age, he waits Van der Hookton in, and Clark again, very correct, punches that to mid-off. He gets a bit of a glare from Tim van der Hoogten. And there is no run. It's a bit really grey and overcast. We just saw a glimpse of the sun a little earlier on today, but it's been low, thick cloud. But the weather forecast suggested we may get a bit of drizzle. I think we've been very lucky to get in the amount of cricket that we've had today. No interruptions. 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. There's a very straightish, short mid-wicket. Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Clark, and that's exactly where it's played by Tom Clark, to that man in at shortish mid-wicket, who is Zain al-Hassan, who batted very patiently. They had a good foundation for his side in making 47 before he was out to the first ball after lunch. LBW to Jack Carson, looking to pull the ball away onto the leg side. Van der Hoogten in again, bowls, and Clark steadfastly forward, plays the ball down the offside of the track. There is no run. The Glamorgan lads hurrying in between overs. They'll know this is an opportunity, with perhaps the light not great, to see if they can make early inroads into this Sussex top order. 6 without loss though. Clark 1, Haynes 5. If you're just joining us here, Adrian Harms and Nick Webb on commentary on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, BBC Wales. The news that Sussex need 359 to win this game after bowling Glamorgan out for 319. 2 standout innings. Sam North East with a wonderful 103. And Kieran Carlson, who really got things going for Glamorgan, a very quick fire 59 in just 50 balls, which set the scoreboard ticking over after lunch and really set Glamorgan up in this game with a pretty imposing total. And it could prove a very exciting day tomorrow.
Let's hope so. Sussex 6 for naught as McIlroy is in to bowl to Haynes, who plays it into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Bonney on Twitter says, good knock from Sam and the skipper, and he reports that he opened the batting with fellow Glamorgan fan at Change the Overs, alias Lucy Rees, over the weekend in a charity day in Chirk in North East Wales for the Metronomes. He says they're available as cover if required. As McIlroy bowls and Haynes plays gently out onto the offside. They're a charity invitation side, the Metronomes. And Ben doesn't give details of his scoring prowess in that game in advance of his cause to be a Glamorgan standby. Sussex 6 for naught. McIlroy bowls, Haynes defends. So thank you for that, Ben. And we have 13 overs remaining this evening.
Sussex will be very, very pleased to get through them. I think the light's just improved a little bit, actually, Nick. I mean, it is drifting in and out, isn't it?
It is. Like a poor television signal in days of yore.
Yeah.
As inside edge from Haynes will get him a run down to fine leg. It'll be just the one because Billy Root has run round in front of the Cathedral Road End stand and kept them down to that, and Haynes rather lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, I don't know if he just picked the wrong shot to play, or that was a slight lapse of concentration. He's just rehearsing the shot at the far end. Is Tom, often when he's just struggling a little bit for runs, you see Tom being quite attacking, and he loves that area, particularly through backward points. It's a very strong area, but not quite sure this is the pitch to play that shot on.
McIlroy bowls and Clark shoulders arms, and McIlroy has his head in his hands.
Wow.
That one has come back a while and shaved maybe the off stump.
That was not far away. Well, you have to say it's a very good leave, but another coat of varnish, we might have been saying that's a misjudgment by Tom Clark. I wonder if we'll see that again. That looked very, very close.
We have 2 results in Division 1. Essex have beaten Warwickshire by 9 wickets. Chelmsford and Hampshire have completed a crushing victory over Middlesex by an innings and 61 runs at Southampton in the Liam Dawson match. As up on his toes goes Clark and blocks out the last ball of McIlroy's over. So Liam Dawson hit 141. He took 6 for 40 in Middlesex's first innings, and he took 6 for 90 in Middlesex's second innings. So 12 wickets and 140 runs for Liam Dawson in the match. Northants will be struggling to survive on the final day against Kent. They are 214 for 5, still 170 behind. The ground staff are, well, not quite poised, but certainly in attendance.
Yes.
In case they're needed to bring the cover on at a premature close to the day's play.
Meanwhile, Tim van der Hoogten is racing in from this. The Cathedral in bowls to Tom Haynes, who's forward to a ball of good length, placed to mid-off, and there is no run. They don't look as if they're poised, are they? They're not sort of sitting by the covers. It's always a sign at Hove when the ground staff wander down from the groundsman's hut at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. You think, aye, they know there's some rain coming in. But actually, where the weather has been coming from for most of the day, you can see the trees and the hill in the background. So hopefully we'll get a good proportion of these overs in. We've got another 12 to go after this one. 2 slips wait. Tim van der Hoogten on his way to bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes drives very pleasantly to mid-off as far as Carlson, who fields, and there's no run.
They're off because of bad light at Leicester, where Durham are 220 for 2 in their second innings after just 46 overs. Alex Lees 99 not out when they went off for bad light. Durham lead by 315 runs, so no doubt a declaration will be coming there tomorrow morning. And at Worcestershire 70 for 2, still 271 short of making Derbyshire bat again.
In comes Van Hoogten bowls, and Haynes a repeat performance placed at Carlson, and there is no run.
Gloucestershire saved the follow-on, as we suspected they might, at Headingley, thanks to 94 not out from Ollie Price and 59 from brother Tom. They're 414 for 8, 136 runs behind. Surrey 26 for 4.
Wow.
Needing another 182 to beat Lancashire at the Oval.
They always seem to have somebody down the order, Surrey, so that's going to be quite a test for them. Van Hoogten in bowls. Haynes drives pleasantly into the covers, fielded by Billy Root, and there is no run.
All 4 wickets to fall to Tom Bailey for the Lankies. And Somerset are about to beat Notts today, who would have thought. Notts 87 for 9 in their second innings, having been set 500 plus. Just a question of whether Notts can take it into a final day at all, if the light holds over the water in Taunton.
Comes Van Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Haynes defensively. Back to the bowl, there is no run.
And in the World Cup qualifiers today, Ireland beat UAE by 138 runs. Paul Stirling hit 162 for the Irish. Scotland, though, were defeated by Sri Lanka by 82 runs.
Yes, that World Cup, I think the fixtures were announced for that, weren't they, the other day?
Yes.
It all gets underway in October, so I don't think we're going to see much of the one-day players around September time in England. Van Hoogten in bowls. Haynes forward, carefully drives into the covers. Good over, well played by Tom Haynes. Maiden over from Tim van der Hoogten. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. Sussex are 7 without loss. They need to negotiate another 12 overs tonight. For the record, they need another 352 to win this match, and they'll need to score at about 3.2 an over. They're at 3.26 an over tomorrow if they're going to win this game. So going into the final day, all 3 results, potentially 4 if you have a tie, possible, but you think Glamorgan in the box seat, particularly as we're expecting a little bit of turn maybe for the spinners.
McIlroy from the River Taff end, Clark shouldering arms. We've seen 2 players bowled in this match, at least offering no shot. Alsop was one of them in Sussex's first innings, bowled by Van der Hoogten, and early this morning Salter bowled by Carvelis with misjudgments. Incidentally, that report today on the widespread discrimination in English and Welsh cricket, there will be reaction to that on BBC Wales today, which is at 6:30 on BBC One here in Wales. McIlroy bowls, a bit of life in that delivery.
It was.
As he's got good bounce and carry through to Chris Cook. I just wonder if there ought to be another attacking fielder here.
Yeah, well, certainly for... I mean, I know they do their homework. I'd be quite tempted to have a gully in here, maybe even a short leg. Certainly for McIlroy. The light is improving, you know.
Yeah, we might just sneak through to the end. In comes McIlroy. Balls, that's cut by Clark, but the ball just, even with the new ball, doesn't seem to be coming off the bat with any vim and vigour, does it? It's quite a nice shot, and it just sort of died, really. Glamorgan didn't hit that many boundaries overall. Those that were quite often behind the wicket. McIlroy bowls, and Clark drives and doesn't time it again. Glamorgan managed to hit a few sixes. Kieran Carlson got 4 of them. Billy Root 1 rather, and Sam Northeast clobbered a couple, including one to get to his century. Slips crouch, McIlroy bowls, Clark up on his toes, defending back to the bowler. It really is a grey old day here in Cardiff. The crowd, understandably, has been lower than the first couple of days. Really scattered round Sophia Gardens. Hardly a blink of sunshine to be had all day.
No.
McIlroy, left arm over, is into bowl, and Clark chops it onto his pads.
Looks a little uncomfortable, doesn't he? Tom Clark against Jamie McIlroy. He's bowling a very tight line. He's had a couple of good leaves outside of the off stump, but...
Made over from McIlroy, and it stays 7 for no wicket. 11 overs for Sussex to survive. You wouldn't have thought they'd be too worried about taking too big a chunk out of their target this evening.
No, I agree. On a hiding to nothing, really, here. They'll be mindful that you don't want to get too bogged down, but I think at this stage the objective is just to go into tomorrow morning with all 10 wickets and see where the game goes from there. What can Tim van der Hoogten do? He's running in around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who drives, and that's 4 runs. So that's very much Tom Haynes' area. That area slightly backward of square on the offside. He's very strong in that area, particularly ball slightly over pitched, and a typical Haynes shot. As I say, I would I think he quite intended that to go there. I think he was looking to play it more through the covers. Nonetheless, he picks up a boundary. If it was me, and I'm not, and perhaps I ought to let the secret out the bag, I'd have a gully in there for Tom Haynes. Just for that shot. So he's the leg side. The fielder at cover point had to go all the way back to the boundary to field the ball, and Van der Hoogten is on his way again. Bowls to Haynes, and Haynes covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Haynes into double figures. Sussex into double figures. Haynes on 10, Sussex on 11. If you've missed the cricket today, you missed a wonderful 100 from Sam Northeast. Going to his 100 with a tremendous straight 6 straight down the ground, and the gentleman who tried to catch the ball, who then fell over about 3 rows of seats, I think that's him in the cap back watching. So I hope you're okay, sir. That was a rather nasty tumble that he took. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Haynes, who plays very straight with a very high right elbow, punches the ball to mid-off, followed by Carlson, and there is no run. But really the impetus all came from Kieran Carlson, 59 in 50 balls, 3 big sixes. He just came in after lunch and totally changed the course of the game that had been, I say drifting along is probably a little unkind. I felt that Glamorgan were just building a sizable lead, but Kieran Carlson gave that some real impetus.
Completely out of kilter with everything else we've seen today.
Amazing. Van der Hoogten in again, bowls, and Haynes again plays very straight to mid-on. You talk about batsmen perhaps when they're not in the best of form. And I'm not saying Tom Haines is in poor form. I'm not saying that, but he's playing very straight. He's playing in the V between mid-off and mid-on. Now this is interesting. We're going to get the keeper Cook standing up to the stumps. A helmet has been brought out by a very eager 12th man, wearing his red bib.
Not often you say that against Van der Hoogten.
Perhaps that says a little bit about the pitch. That is quite slow. But here comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls to Haines, and Haines again plays very straight. Van der Hoogten built off his own bowling. There is no run. I like to see keepers standing up. I think you keep Nick. I think it just keeps a bit of pressure on the. It gives the batter something else to think about. Particularly if Tom was batting out of his crease.
Yeah, I had a little interchange with the batter on the weekend who wanted to know whether I'm standing up or back. I said, well, that depends whether you're standing, mate. He got a bit miffed.
He comes, Van der Hoogten bowls, and Haines plays that shot, playing it into backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 11 without loss. Haines on 10, Clark on 1, 10 overs remaining in the day. Sussex needing another 3:48 to win. Oh dear, so was there an exchange of views, Nick? Or?
No, that was about the strength of it, but I said, well, I don't have to tell you where I'm going to stand because that depends on where you're batting.
Yeah, no, absolutely it does.
11 for naught.
Local cricket needle, yeah.
Right.
It might make its way to the local press. BBC man in dispute with...
I doubt it very much. I doubt it very much. They just do some very brief roundups these days. McIlroy is into bowl, and a bit of life for McIlroy. He's getting a bit of bounce.
He is.
It's above waist high, which is quite a long way for this pitch.
I agree. I think he's got more out of it in this little spell than we've seen today. Actually, he's bowled at a brisk pace.
It's not the fastest, but certainly found a spot where the ball doesn't die completely on its way through. Clark has 1, Haines has 10, 11 for naught, chasing 3, 5, 9, and that is a fine stop from Salter at point to prevent Clark getting his first boundary, and it is instead a dot ball.
Just a hint. It was slightly wide. There was just a hint of Tom Clark wanting to get one away, get one right at the meat of the bat about that shot. But the important thing is here that he stays.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's 1 not out overnight.
I couldn't agree more.
McIlroy bowls, punched by Clark to mid-on, and there's no run. We saw this time after time in the Glamorgan innings, didn't we, with batters hitting reasonably confident shots but straight to the fielders.
Yeah, that was a much better shot.
As Sophia Gardens fairly still. The breeze we had in the first couple of days has died down. The clouds have been glowering at us all day. McIlroy bowls and Clark props forward. One number 27 defending into the hands of another, Zain Ul Hassan at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean Sussex can't go any way to winning this game, can they? In these last few overs of the day, but they can certainly. Yeah, they just don't want to be a couple of wickets down. If they can just get to the close without any wickets down, they'll feel that all their options are open tomorrow. It's still a huge target to chase.
Well, Glamorgan did that last night, making 46 off 26 overs, as that one is almost turned wide of mid-wicket, but Ul Hassan manages to intercept, and Clark remains on strike on 1. So Bevan and Northeast are the 2 slips. Northeast is making a suggestion, and that suggestion is that he leaves the slips and goes to mid-wicket. Sussex are 11-4-0, chasing the Glamorgan target they've set of 359 in the final innings of this match. Glamorgan 319 all out, thanks to a patient century from Sam Northeast, who was last out for 104, and a sparkling little cameo of 59 from Kieran Carlson off just 50 balls, unlike anything else we've seen on this slow-scoring day. Sussex need a 359 to win, and with 9 overs left of the third day, they are 11 without loss. There we are. Update for the radio is done and dusted.
I've got to do one about 20 past 6.
Okay.
So shall I stay on for another 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you want to stay on, Mr. Bevan will come in, and I'll just pop in for a couple of minutes when you're out of circulation.
In comes Van der Hoogten around the wicket-keeper. Cook standing up, bowls to Haynes, who drives pleasantly to mid-off with a cast no run. I think we're going to see some Mitchell Swepson pretty quickly. He's warming up, and I just wonder whether this is why not get the leg spinner on, hard ball, because he could well hold the key to this. Picked up 3 for 52 in the Sussex first innings, and Van der Hoogten away from us again. The light not the greatest, but he's in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Root, and there is no run. The light has sort of come and gone throughout the day. You get phases when you think, oh dear, it's getting very gloomy, then all of a sudden you think, oh, it's a bit lighter now, but we're going through one of those sort of gloomy phases now.
And much lighter if you do look out the window. I just went out now and had a look, and it's much lighter out there. And I suppose if they say, look, light is not good, he'll say, right, I'll make my spinners on.
Well, I mean, and certainly Swepson is warming up, and I think that'd be a good tactic. You know, you've got the surprise factor. It's a new ball. It's hard. Why wouldn't you do that?
And again, we've seen how difficult it is to score.
Yeah, and I put a gully in now. I think that's a good fielding change. We were talking about where Tom Haynes likes to play. In comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and well, just for a moment, I thought the ball was heading in that direction. Didn't quite see what happened there. It looked like he was looking to play the shot through backward point. Yeah. Did the ball hit him around the thigh pad? It bounced down the track, but just enough to draw from Edward.
Yeah, he's gone for a little walk and gathering his thoughts, and he's thinking, come on, Tom. He was only 8.5 overs remaining.
Yeah. Van der Hoogten. Oh, and Haynes is struck on the pad. Is allowed to be. My initial feeling was that was going down the leg side. Just the way that Tom Haynes played that, and the way that keeper Cook was moving as well. Yeah, it's down the leg side.
Well down the leg side.
Well down the leg side.
He doesn't look too comfortable, does he, Tom Haynes?
Well, I was saying to Nick that by his very high standards, Tom, he hasn't scored a ton so far this season. Went on the Lions tour, did really well in the winter. But I think when people are talking about you in circles, perhaps it can be slightly distracting. In comes Van der Hoogten bowls, but that's a guy's shot, isn't it? He plays beautifully straight there.
Oh, nice pair. He's good on the eye.
Very good on the eye.
You see, exactly like Glamorgan, this finding runs difficult to get by this pitches. As the ball hits the deck, you've got to adjust the ball. It's not coming on at all.
Yeah.
But they've done all right, even if it says 11 in 9 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they probably just feel on a slight hiding to nothing here, because if you're out playing an aggressive shot, again, the light goes through one of those improving phases again as Van der Hoogten is in. Keeper Cook standing up to the stumps. He's in and bowls, and Haynes clips this nicely down to 5 leg. They'll take 1, and that's all they'll take forward. Way down in the distance. Who's that all the way down there?
Probably McIlroy.
Long way down. It is the end of the over, and I think we're going to get some spin, which I think is good captaincy by Kieran Carlson.
There's a change of bowling.
There we are.
Swepson, is it?
Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Mitchell Swepson.
Well, we thought so, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think for any number of reasons, really. I think you want to give your spinner a bowl with 8 overs to go.
You've got
new ball.
You've got not only McIlroy's. That's the other end. But so many people have been bowling this end over the wicket, round the wicket. There's plenty of rough there.
Yep.
And He'll have a short leg and a slip. 12 without loss and 8 overs, 48 balls to negotiate. They'll really like to keep the 10 wickets intact and start tomorrow, as Swepson will bowl from the river end, and he will be bowling at Tom Haynes. He's on 11, Clark still on 1. Here is Swepson then. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, bowls to him. An appeal for LBW there, not out, says the umpire. Chris Cook went up, but again, that beat the batsman.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, worth a shout, but he was far forward. Swepson, Australian, a leg spinner. Just ambles up and tosses up.
That was a horrible shot.
He's going to get 4 runs, but
they've just fielded it. What on earth?
I thought he was going to get 4. It's a terrible shot.
Well, a total lapse of concentration. He was looking to mow that one away over mid-wicket. That was an extraordinary shot.
Not quite the shot to play at 6:10 with 7 overs and 4 balls remaining. Anyway, he gets a single. I thought it had gone the other way. I was watching the screen, to be honest. Clark on 1, faces Swepson. In he comes, bowling him, pushes it away up to mid-wicket and gets a single. That's a far better shot to play.
I think that shot that Tom Haynes played, if he'd gone out, it's the sort of shot you probably don't want to walk back up to the dressing room.
Especially if you're captain.
Well, it's an extraordinary shot. Yeah, well, Tom's not the skipper. Tom Alsop's skipper, but he was skipper last year. But even so, he's one of the experienced players in this Sussex side.
Swepson comes in and bowls. That's up in the block called Haynes, digs it out.
Yeah.
And that shot will tell you that he's not absolutely sure which way the ball is going, whether it's the googly, because he's never played against him before. Didn't face him in the first innings. As in comes Swepson and bowls. Can he just... Is it an overthrow? No. He's looking a bit jumpy there.
No, he is. And I thought then with the throw at the stumps, he was looking for a single. It's just all a bit frenetic, isn't it? It's just need to...
I think Glamorgan could bring another man in on the offside and to really pressurise him. Good over though for Swepson. Just the 1 ball left. And he comes, bowls. Just gets down and that. Swepson looks to the heavens. Very good opening over by Swepson, and it's 14 without loss. And we have 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, I just thought there was enough in that over from Mitchell Swepson just to think that
the batsman think.
Well, he just might be a handful tomorrow. Having said that, Haynes and Clark will know here that just the importance of being there in the morning, even if they go to close 14 without loss. It's a tall order to knock these runs off tomorrow, and it could be a long day for Sussex, but you want to give yourself every chance.
I think Mr. Swepson will bowl lots and lots of overs.
I'm sure you're right.
And it will be Tim van der Gooten, as economical as ever, leading bowler and Division 2 leading wicket taker.
Fine bowler he is too. Now Chris Cook is standing back now for this over as Van der Hookton runs away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark is stoutly, solidly forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. I haven't seen an updated weather forecast for tomorrow, or do we ignore those? Because
I went on the Met forecast and it's dry all day. The BBC forecast said there's a bit of drizzle around and then it goes for a couple of hours. In other words, we're not quite sure.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that we get a
yes, but
let's hope we get a full day.
Look at those 2 men crouched away on the onside. Interesting.
Yeah, sort of shortish mid-wicket. Van der Hookton in bowls to Clark. He clips this nicely off there. Can easily get 4 runs. That's nicely timed by Tom Clark. Just straying down the leg side was Tim van der Hookton, and Clark's been waiting for a loose delivery. There haven't been too many, but he tucked that one away through the leg side. Nicely timed, backward a square on the onside. He goes to 6, Tom Clark, and Sussex to 18 without loss.
What they've got to do is just be patient, play over by over, and not take any risks. I don't think they're going to get anywhere near 359. It'll be a case of trying their best to draw the game. I don't know what your thoughts are. Anyhow.
Van der Hookton in again, bowls, and solidly defended by...
To get that amount on this pitch is a
big ask.
Dear me. And it's not easy to score runs, especially against the accuracy of people like Van der Houten
Yes.
and Swepson. You've got to take a risk against Swepson, I think.
Just a confirmation from the club that it will be Henry Shipley and Nathan McAndrew will be the overseas players for the Derbyshire and Yorkshire County Championship matches, and Chichester Pajara returning for the One Day Cup. In comes Van der Houten bowls to Clark, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Steve Smith going to play in the One Day Cup?
No. He was just over for those 3 county championship matches.
They all go back for September. Their various camps in Queensland.
Yeah.
There's 3 of them who've played here from Queensland.
Just the 2 slips in place. So grey and overcast, but hopefully we'll get through these final
Probably.
6 overs. Van der Houten coming in bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is solidly forward and plays to mid-off, fielded by Carlson. There is no run. 18 without loss. Highlight of the day, 103 from Sam Northeast, batted beautifully. Was it 104 in the end?
104.
Thank you, sorry. Beautiful
Got there
innings.
in the end.
Yeah, with a big 6 to over extra cover.
You were concerned for the spectator.
I was, yeah. A spectator went to catch the ball and tumbled down about 3 rows of steps. We think that he's back in the ground. I think it is the gentleman who's sitting down there. Van der Houten bowls to Clark, who drives. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Overpitched by Van der Houten, and a second boundary in the over. It always feels nice to get one out in the middle of the bat. Nice shot by Clark, who goes to 10, and Sussex to 22 without loss. Tom Clark is wandering off to get a new pair of gloves, maybe, being brought up. Yes.
Van der Houten might have a little rest, and James Harris took 3 wickets in the first innings. Might have a little bowl.
Some instructions there now. I don't know. They're taking their time coming back to the middle. I'm not sure if they were. I mean, Tom Haynes looking at the umpire. I think he's saying any chance of some bad light, but at the minute we're okay. And he's going to have to face Mitchell Swepson. I'll see this over through. Then I'd better go, Edward, and then I'll be back.
I'll go now if you like.
Okay.
I think I can manage.
Okay. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can.
22 without loss, and Haynes to face. He's on 11. Clark is on 10, and it'll be Swepson to bowl his second over from the River Taff end on that far side of the ground, and he is coming round the wicket to bowl to Haynes. In he comes and bowls. Haynes goes down the pitch and drives him firmly, but it's intercepted there at short mid wicket, and there is no run. One false shot early on from Haynes, nothing else, no alarms for Sussex. As Swepson comes in, tosses this one up, but it's just blocked by the batsman, knowing that there are all just 5.5 overs left. Swepson, nice action as he comes walking up more or less. Bowls. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Not given, but my word, he's taken his life in his hand. He could easily have walked past that. He went down the pitch, and well, it's difficult to give those, I suppose, Nick, but it is an ambitious thing to do.
Yeah, he's got a good step in. That probably just about saved him.
Swepson in, bowls, and this time is played defensively back to the bowler. He's caused problems in his first couple of overs.
Yeah, Haynes just seems a little bit fidgety, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Thinking maybe that he ought to get after Swepson, which should be the last thing on his mind, really.
Up he comes again and bowls to Haynes. Haynes dabs it away on the onside. Getting through this over very quickly. 1 run off the first over, no runs off the second. And Haynes just waiting now. Looking to defend, surely, this ball. Swepson bowls. And he's got him. Caught it slip. Pushing tentatively. I think it was Tom Bevan, Nick, was it?
Yep.
Dived away. Good low catch. Awful time to lose the wicket. 22 for 1. Swepson strikes with the second ball of his final ball of his second over. Nick.
Yes, he'd been looking a bit fidgety, as I said, Tom Haynes. He was doing the right thing in trying to get forwards, but didn't quite get there. And low edge, and
catch.
Bevan has snapped that one up really well, diving low and to his left, around about ankle high. A really good take, because it wasn't straight to him by any means. And Glamorgan have got the breakthrough they wanted. I think they'd probably have settled for this sort of scoreboard, 22 for 1, and they've got 5 overs to try to cause further damage to the Sussex cause.
He got a thick edge off who was it, McIlroy early on, and then he's danced down the wicket and he took an almighty swipe in Swepson's.
It was a bit of a hack, wasn't it?
Didn't look at home, and it's good catch, Bevan. Fair play, had a dive forward. Is this be the night watcher?
It's Carvelis.
Carvelis.
The night watchman arrives.
Now this will be fun,
Well,
because he should be taking all the bowling.
yeah, he should try and face as much as possible, but he won't be facing immediately, because that was the last ball of the Swepson over. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 1. Van der Hoogten's had 6 overs, so who will be twirling here? It's Andrew Salter. That's good captaincy, I think.
It is good captaincy, because you might get an extra over then.
Well, it's
No, you won't know, of course. What am I
no,
talking
we're past 6, but they're not likely to take Salter on. He can maybe stick a couple around the bat.
Carvelis came in the first innings and lasted 1 ball against Shepson, so he hasn't had a look at it. And if they can keep him now, Sussex will want him to stay at that end to keep the bowling away from the prime batsman, who is Tom Clark. But on the other hand, who would you like to bowl at, Carvelis or Clark?
Yeah, I mean, if you get a night watchman out, that leaves Sussex with the awkward decision as to whether to stick another one out or to revert to the skipper Tom Alsop, who's next in. Anyway, it'll be Andrew Salter to bowl from this Cathedral Road end to Tom Clark on 10 not out. 5 overs left of the day's play, and Salter is in round the wicket, floats it up, and Clark is forward defending. So Salter has got a short leg as well as a slip to put pressure on the batter Tom Clark. Steps away, not quite ready. Now he is. Salter bowls, and that's defended to point, no run.
What was interesting, Nick, it was the googly that got Haynes, because he was just pushing out, and only the leg break, as you know, goes away that way to the right, but he'd edged it to slip. So it was good bowling.
Salter bowls, and forward comes Clark to defend to cover, and there's no run. Kieran Carlson just telling another of his troops to get in close attendance. Swepson jogs over from the leg side, and he's gone to a gully position, and gully moves into second slip. There's appeal for LBW, not out as Clark prodded forward there. And the vultures are in attendance.
Just in time for the batsman.
It is a difficult time for Tom Clark, as Salter wrapped him on the pad there. That was a good shout, actually, unless there was a little inside edge. There's not much bounce around. As forward comes Clark, playing to Carlson at cover, and there's no run.
He doesn't want to take a single here, does he?
Last ball of the over. Yeah, you want to get the night watchman Carvelis to face when you can.
Don't often get number 11 coming in at the night watcher.
Right. Salter bowls to Tom Clark, who is forward defending. He's blocked out a Salter maiden over, and there are 4 to negotiate for Sussex to reach the close without further damage here on BBC Sport Online.
And that means 12 balls for do you get difficulties?
Yes,
Swepson. Think of swept it up, Swepson. 22 for 1. Another good day's cricket we've had here. Trishnell. Plenty of bev ball. Carvelis, tall right-hander, has company.
Just an hour of Bazball from Kieran Carlson, and that it's been Bev Ball.
The keeper is standing up. There's a short leg, there's a slip, there's a second slip. And Carvelis goes for a little walk before he thinks, no, I'm going to push forward. Well, if you're going to push forward, I would suggest perhaps there might be a man in front on the offside. As here is Swepson, a wicket to his name already, comes in and bowls to Carvelis. Carvelis watches it carefully onto his bat as it's nudged away. Well then, he's going to toss the googly up here because he's mixing it up. Swepson from this end comes in. Again, it's planned. Now then, get a man in close on the onside. There's one there, but put him a bit straighter, possibly. Testing time for Carvelis as the night watchman. In comes Swepson, bowls again, and Carvelis just dabs it down, and there is no run. Just been saying, Adrian, how Tom Haynes was very edgy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. I mean, it wasn't a huge surprise, was it? It looked edgy in the previous over, hadn't he? I mean, he'd played that sort of mow across the line to Swepson in the previous over. Good catch, sharp catch. But,
yes. Yeah, it was all right. You know, he should have taken it, certainly.
But no, then just what Sussex didn't need.
There's a man, as I thought, might come in at bat pad, 2 slips and a short leg. He's very accurate, is Swepson. Putting pressure on the night watchman, Carvelis. He wants to get that long reach and try and smother it. As he does, he goes back to that.
Yeah.
And he wants to try and get a single, I would have thought, Carvelis, now to try and keep Clark away for the strike, for which will be the last 3 overs.
Yeah, it's got quite gloomy, hasn't it? But I think we'll stay out with the spinners on.
Spinners on, you see.
Yeah.
Swepson bowls. Oh, an appeal for LBW, which is not given, but they'll get a leg by, and they will come back for a second leg by. And I'm a bit surprised that Carvelis didn't stay where he was.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Because there's only 1 ball left.
Yeah.
Did he get a bat on that? I think he did.
He must have done, yeah.
He did.
Little inside edge maybe onto pad.
3 overs left after this ball, which is Swepson bowling. And that would, yeah, this, you know, quite what that was, a little stifled appeal for LBW.
Yeah.
3 overs left this evening, another enthralling day. 24 for 1 we've had from the first 14 overs. Adrian?
Well, as far as Glamorgan are concerned, they probably couldn't have gone any better, really. I guess, you know, the injection, you know, they batted through the morning, the injection of pace from Carlson, the 100 from North East, and then picking up a wicket. You know, both of these sides undefeated in the county championship this season, and you know, Sussex are going to have a real battle on their hands tomorrow to bat 96 overs tomorrow.
If you defend men round him, it's difficult.
It's going to be Salter around the wicket and bowls. Clark lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. Relatively inexperienced Sussex batting lineup. No Pujara in there, so a lot will be depending on Tom Alsop, the skipper, tomorrow. Got James Coles, who's 19, Ollie Carter 21, Dan Ibrahim 18. So big test for those players tomorrow. But it's where you learn the game, as Clark just plays it into the onside and he just takes a single and he leaves Carvelis to face the final 4 balls of the over. But as Paul Farbrace always says, that, you know, gives opportunity to players, doesn't it? You know, you've got a chance. It's a first-class match. You're defending, or, you know, they can't defend all day, but, you know, someone comes in and plays an innings like a North East, you never quite know. But that seems like a lot of runs, 333 on a pitch, giving a bit of assistance to the spinners.
Yeah. This is testing time for Carvelis. It is. Bat pad, a short leg, and a man in front of the bat. 4 close fielders for Salter.
Who's in and bowls, and Carvelis is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track. Salter fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. The night is probably as bad as it's been for much of today now, but it's perfectly playable with the spinners on. So I'm pretty certain we're going to get through. Salter in bowls. Carvelis defends. 2 mid on, and there is no run. Of no particular interest, but the run rate required with the overs that are left is at 3.4 and over, to give an indication for tomorrow. Here comes Salter bowls. Maybe a little bit of turn there for Salter, but Carvalho's plays it on the bounce to Billy Root, who's in it.
You think they might give the one, but they're not giving it. Carvalho is to have the run to take strike.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Is this the final ball of the over? Yes.
Yes.
In bowls, and Carvalho's defence, that kept a bit low, and Salterfield's off his own bowling. That's going to expose Clark to Svepson, which I think will please the leg spinner. 2 overs to go in the day. If you've only just joined us, you wonder what happened. Well, you missed a treat, really. A wonderful 100 by Sam North East, 104. 59 from Kieran Carlson. From a Sussex point of view, 4 wickets for Nathan McAndrew, who looked to be struggling with an injury, but kept battling through the big Australian. 8 wickets for him in the match. Sussex need 359 to win. Yes, he did. He did very well.
Oh, plenty of company here for Tom Clark, isn't it?
It is. And
it's 2 slips, a short leg, and a leg slip for this, the penultimate over. Glamorgan took a wicket in the last 2 overs. They'd be overjoyed. And there's all sorts of coming and going.
Wow, yeah, they're all round. Well, it's good. I think
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders and the keeper on the bat.
Yeah.
Tom Clark, he's like everybody, will be a little bit nervous.
He will.
He'll think, shall I just push forward? Shall I try and drive? I better not, in case it's the googly or the... Anyway, great cricket to watch. Here comes Swepson then to bowl to Clark, the left-hander, bowls to him, and he jabs down on that, and he pushes it away on the onside.
I think probably tomorrow, Ed, probably Sussex need to be positive, really. You can't
die in the hole,
you can't defend for 96 overs, really. It's an awful long time, isn't it?
Here's Swepson, bowls to Clark.
That kept
This
low.
one that kept low.
Yeah, it did.
Or it could have been the top spinner, of course, from Swepson. The leg spinners always got that in their armoury. Bowling very accurately is the Australian here as he comes in to the left-handed. Clark bowls to him. Clark pushes out then. More than hope than anything else, because I didn't think he read that and just lunged. I wonder if they'll open with Swepson tomorrow morning.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Swepson and Van der Gooten possibly to try and get a Carvalho. Here it's Mitchell Swepson bowls, quicker delivery, and it's pushed forward by the batsman. And 1 ball left before he completes his 4 overs. 1 for 3. He's done what was needed. 6 men round the bat. Clark, you would have thought, dare try and play an attacking shot. In comes Swepson now then. Bowls. Oh, did he get that on the pad?
I don't know. Perhaps
It's 2 runs anyhow.
Let's see what umpire Bainton says. He's given leg byes.
2 leggers.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over. No, it isn't. What's the matter with me? 1 more to go. And then Adrian will have the pleasure of the last over. And if a wicket does fall, he won't have any more wickets falling, because a wicket falls in the last over. That's it for the day. And Salter, I would bring Van der Gooten on for the last over to have a go at Carvalho's.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. The lights have improved a little bit, actually.
It has.
Strangely.
This is Swepson's last ball of the day. In he comes and bowls. Pushes out in hope again more than anything else. I don't think he can read him, because he just thrusts a pad. He looks then at the rough where that landed. The omens tonight are good for Glamorgan, but you never know.
No, they are. I mean, you'd certainly rather be in Glamorgan shoes than Sussex tonight. You know, another 331 needed to win. You've got a pitch that's taking a bit of spin. It's been a pitch that's been difficult to score on.
In any case, yeah.
So it's a mountain to climb for Sussex. But I think you were right. All you could do is take it, ball by ball, over by over, and try to be positive where you can.
Absolutely.
But men clustered around the bat. 4 men around the bat. There's a slip, a leg slip, or a leg gully. A short leg, a silly mid-off, as Andrew sort of comes in to bowl to the night watchman, who's Harry Carvelos. He's in and bowls, and Carvelos defends the ball, pitching about middle and off, and just defended back down the pitch. Sort of wanders back to his mark.
At least it's got us through the overs by 25 to 7.
Yeah, could have been worse. Sort of in a game, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Carvelos plays down fairly straight. I wonder if they might bring in someone in there to sort of like a silly mid-on position. 4 balls for Harry Carvelos to negotiate. Oh, now that short leg's gone a little straighter. In fact, he's inching even straighter now. Salter in bowls. Carvelos defends into the offside. Fielded by Billy Root, who's in very close there at silly mid-off. 3 balls to go in the day.
Not much turn there for Salter, though.
No. All he is doing is making Carvelos play at every single delivery. See what happens with this one. Oh, Carvelos forward, plays into
I wonder
the
how
offside.
Carvelos will play tomorrow morning. Be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean he has got a 50 to his name. He made a 50 at Lords, I believe, last year on his debut. So yeah, he can bat. And as we always say, most can in Championship cricket these days. There's very few who can't. Salter in bowls. Oh, that kept a little low, and Carvelos sort of dug that out and scratched his
Probably going to
head.
hit the pan.
And he probably turned around to Chris Cook and said, "Cool crumbs, that kept low," which it did.
Yeah.
One more ball to survive for Harry Carvelos tonight. Tim van der Hoekten giving some instructions to Salter. Carvelos waits. Probably a bit of nattering going on.
Always last ball.
Yeah, bound to be. Yeah, I'm sure it was all good-natured. Salter in bowls. Carvelos. Oh, well, Carlson had moved, and if he'd stayed where he was, he'd have been caught.
Oh.
He'd moved a little straighter, had Kieran Carlson, and if he'd stayed in his original position, he would have been caught at short leg.
Oh,
As it is,
look at this.
as it is, he survived.
Oh.
It just literally
Into
moved.
his hands it would have been.
Yeah, it would have been. And Carlson,
Look at Salter.
he can't believe it. Here we go. Yeah. There we go. Oh, he just moved himself a little straighter.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, well, there we are. So the end of the day, Sussex finishing on 27 for 1, with Carvelos on 2, Clark on 11. Sussex needing another 331 to win tomorrow. Glamorgan needing 9 wickets. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Nick. Always love coming down to Cardiff and seeing you guys.
Well, you'll have another day of it tomorrow, and the way that ball spun for Salter makes me think that the spinners will have a lot of work tomorrow, and Glamorgan should be favourites, but you never know. And at 27 for 1, I think to chase another 331 to win is a huge ask.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
Let's hope we have a fine day and have an enjoyable day's cricket. We've had 3 very good days, but from Adrian here, Adrian Harms, Nick Webb and myself, Edward Bevan, no star, good night to you all.